Yeah.
Wouldn't the violent toppling of the Syrian government directly benefit ISIS?
The toppling of the Assad government benefit ISIS?
That would be directly to the benefit of ISIS.
Look, I'm not going to speculate about what would or what wouldn't benefit Daesh. I mean, to some degree, and the Secretary's talked about this, there's a symbiosis between the Assad regime and Daesh, and he said that many, many times. It is through Assad's brutality that Daesh has been able to fester and grow into ungoverned spaces. And one of the things that we've talked about routinely, although we haven't said it, we haven't talked about it recently, is that we understand that while the future of Syria cannot include Bashar al-Assad, as we work through this political process to a transitional governing body, we recognize that some institutions of government, for instance, the security forces, in some form or fashion, has got to stay intact, so that there isn't a complete collapse of an appropriate governing infrastructure inside the country as we work through this very difficult transitional process.
If the Syrian government were to just immediately fall, what would happen to Syrian Christians? What would happen to Syrian Alawites?
Look, I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals about a situation that we're actually obviously trying to avoid. It isn't about the fall of the regime. We are trying to get to a transitional process of governance that preserves even some of the existing infrastructure going forward, but that at the end of that process gets us to a government that is put in place by the Syrian people with their voices being heard, and it doesn't include Bashar al-Assad.
Who are the richest people in the world? Often this question will be answered. They'll give us names like Bill Gates, Carlos Slim, Warren Buffett, some Arab sultan or prince. Forbes magazine publishes a list of the 100 richest people in the world. This is all utter nonsense. The richest people in the world, they can really be described with two words: oil bankers. These oil and banking dynasties sit at the center of a small network of deeply entrenched and powerful influence, dominating the economies of the United States, Western Europe, and most of the planet. Today, the wealth and influence of two of the most important oil banking cliques is combined. The House of Rockefeller holds control over the largest super major oil company. ExxonMobil is their personal property. There is no key aspect of the global economy that the oil bankers haven't put their stamp on and tried very hard to influence. There is no key aspect of the global economy that the oil bankers haven't put their stamp on and tried very hard to influence. Because starting in 1949, the CIA launched a program called the Congress for Cultural Freedom and started funneling money to anti-communist leftists. Generally, the people that made up the Congress for Cultural Freedom were followers of the Trotskyite Max Shachtman. And Shachtman, after World War II, his followers, one of them being Irving Kristol, who is the father of neoconservatism, started working for the CIA. And Irving Kristol was actually the director of the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom program, where they started covertly giving money to leftists in order to put out an anti-Soviet message. The magazine Partisan Review, which was purported to be a communist socialist magazine, and it was all over the college campuses. Every campus you went to, you could find Partisan Review, and it was this subversive communist magazine, except it like every issue was devoted to exposing the Stalinists. And a lot of what was done in Partisan Review magazine was equating the Soviets with the Nazis, right? And saying that it's basically the same system. And direct CIA payments to pay for their operations were supplemented by the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller think tanks and other things. And various left-wing academics were getting subsidized by getting paid lots of money to have their articles appear in this magazine that was everywhere. And this was the conscious manipulation. And you talk about the Frankfurt School and the rise of this new, and it's weird because on the right they have this whole thing about cultural Marxism. Right? Well, what they're missing is that a lot of these cultural critics that really emphasized Gramsci really downplayed the idea of class struggle. Emphasized. You had Herbert Marcuse, who said that the working class was not revolutionary; it would be the intellectuals who were the revolutionaries. All of this was being covertly supported as a way to kind of direct intellectuals and leftists away from Marxism. And in the process, they changed really the nature of what leftism was. The anti-populism came out. Susan Sontag is a really important voice from this milieu. And so Hannah Arendt also comes out of this. And anti-populism, the idea that average people are the enemy, that average people are dangerous, and if they ever get together and start fighting for their rights, that's basically the same as Nazi Germany. That became a big theme in what it meant to be a leftist, this kind of intellectual nonconformity. I guess we can go on to the next section. Let me apologize. Lots of statistics. Lots of statistics in this section. All right. So September 11th, 1973, the CIA worked with Augusto Pinochet, who was a general in Chile, to overthrow Salvador Allende, who was the elected president, who was a Marxist. The military seized the government, rounded up 20,000 communists and socialists, and detained them in the National Sports Stadium, torturing lots of them, killing them. Just a really horrendous episode, and still to this day, I mean, it's had a huge impact on Chile, which I'll get into later. But it was a big dramatic event when you saw the Chilean government just violently overthrown with the help of the CIA, and instead replaced with Augusto Pinochet, who is declaring himself a military dictator. Now, Milton Friedman, who was at that point at the University of Chicago with his Chicago School of Economics, they called them the Chicago Boys. They were flown to Chile to be the economic advisors. So immediately, Friedman is there, and he's working with Pinochet. They cut all government spending except the military by 10%. They legalized forms of financial speculation that had not been legal before. They lifted all price controls, and that was very important because at that point in Chile, the price of food was very closely regulated. There were heavy price controls on food. He allowed unlimited foreign imports, no tariffs, nothing. Total free trade. And then he had a policy of killing labor union activists and leftists, so there were not many strikes and protests going on because you got killed or disappeared. One thing they would do is they would dump the bodies of people who'd been killed, leftists who'd been disappeared, in the streets. There's a lot of pictures of dead bodies of leftists. Someone would be known to be a communist or whatever, and then their body would show up in the street a couple weeks later, just as kind of a message like, don't be a communist, don't be a leftist. The other thing is that, and there was a huge underground Marxist movement. Like people would talk about, like they would on the roof of buildings, they would have stacks of leaflets like tied with string, and they would like light a candle and then run away, and then when the candle burned, the paper would break, and then the leaflets would scatter and fall from the building, and people would collect it. And there was a widespread underground resistance to the Pinochet government. But yeah, it was pretty brutal. If you were a leftist or a Marxist, you were killed. That was pretty much their policy. And the result was 20 to 30% unemployment. They laid off the government workers in big numbers, and also you had all these domestic companies now were competing with products coming in from all over the world, so they went out of business. You had 117,000 industrial jobs eliminated. But more importantly, and this is really one of the most shocking things about Pinochet's government in Chile, is the price of food skyrocketed. The average family was spending roughly 74% of their income on food. Can you imagine 74% of your income on food? Like, what do you have left for rent? The average calorie intake dropped to less than 1,200 calories. Now, the school milk program, that was one of Allende's programs, is they were giving kids milk in school, right? Well, they eliminated it. And there was widespread instances of children fainting in school from lack of food. And there was a lot of children who just dropped out of school because they couldn't be in school. And there was a huge epidemic of homeless children. That became a big thing. Now, the Organization of the American States actually commissioned a study because there was so much child malnutrition going on in Chile at this time that they wanted to see what the effects were. And they were actually able to document that if children don't eat properly, they will lose their motor skills and they will not be able to walk, and that they will become permanently mentally disabled. And there are a number of people in Chile to this day who were malnourished as children during the aftermath of the Pinochet coup, and as a result, they are mentally disabled. The other thing is that, when the overall economy is in this bad of a state, an underground economy emerges. So the drug trade escalated and child prostitution escalated in big numbers, right? People have to find a way to survive, and if the economy, the real economy collapses, an underground economy emerges. Now, interestingly, advocates of neoliberalism will often say that there was a Chilean economic miracle, and that it was just this economic miracle, and that he saved Chile, and it was so amazing. Milton Friedman went in there and he saved Chile. That's not the case. Pinochet took power in 1973, September 11, 1973. The result, mass unemployment, mass malnutrition, 375% inflation. Then, things continued to get worse. You had between 20 and 30% employment until the 1982 financial crash, right? And that the speculative markets, he'd legalized all this, all this speculation in the stock markets. They ultimately crashed in 1982. And at that point, Pinochet was tired of listening to Milton Friedman because clearly the economy wasn't going too well. And the Pinochet government began changing its policies. They renationalized some industries, and they began trying to stabilize the economy. The stabilization and the growth, that people describe as the Chilean economic miracle didn't really come about until 1988. So this is a long time after Milton Friedman's in Chile. And even then, poverty remains at 45%. So yes, the GDP is rising by the mid-'80s, things are stabilizing, corporations are making profits, but you still have a huge rate of poverty. And still today, you have a lot of poverty in Chile. The middle class that had been created in the 50s and 60s was largely decimated. It's still there to some extent. It's actually interesting, the National Association of Manufacturers, which is not a liberal organization, those are not, socialists or communists, those are, pretty right-wing free market folks. The president of it, he said that what happened in Chile under Milton Friedman was one of the greatest failures of economic history, right? So this idea that Chile is an economic miracle, it just doesn't pan out. Now, one thing, I'll throw this in there, is that, when Milton Friedman was confronted about the fact that he worked with this brutal military dictatorship, his response was, well, eventually Pinochet was overthrown, and that proves that capitalism leads to democracy. Right? And so I had to do what I did in order to, and free markets eventually create democracy. So, that was his argument. And actually, Pinochet was removed by a widespread mass democratic uprising, protests, people in the streets fighting back, and the people leading it, surprisingly, were the underground socialists and communists in a lot of cases. So. Cool. So, can you tell us what happened on May 13th?
Well, the first thing that people need to know about May 13th is that it did not happen because of any complaints from neighbors. I'm not saying neighbors may not have had complaints about us, but there's not one neighborhood in this country where some neighbors don't have complaints about other neighbors. What happened in May of 1985 happened because this government wanted to silence our unrelenting righteous protest over the ongoing imprisonment of our innocent family members. So what happened is people talk about May 13th, which was a Monday, but everything really started on Mother's Day, May 12th, Sunday, 1985. That's when the police began to amass out there on Osage Avenue and encouraged people to leave their homes, told them that they should go out to dinner or whatever, and they could come back that evening after everything was over. And they set up high-powered equipment, weaponry. 50 caliber machine guns and 60 automatic rifles, sniper rifles with silencers, their 38 caliber weapons, all manner of weaponry of war. And when they felt like they had everything set up by the evening, by that night, then Police Commissioner Gregory Sambor came out and said, "Attention, move, this is America. You have to abide by the laws and rules of society, of American society," words to that effect. I'm still trying to figure out, I guess, what he meant by that. Because to say, "Attention, move, this is America," what's he talking about? Does he know what his children and grandchildren are taught that America was founded on? Resistance. They're taught that this country was founded by people who went to war with cops called redcoats, with the government of England, King George at the time. What is he talking about? They defied legality and went to war for what they believed was right. And they're celebrated every year as heroes, as freedom fighters. What makes a Nathan Hale a freedom fighter and makes a Delbert Africa a Leonard Peltier, any other freedom fighter today, a urban terrorist. You know what? So this is what Police Commissioner Gregory Sambor said. I did not hear it at the time. I can't say for sure if anyone else heard him because they were killed. But we would not have come out had we heard him. I would not have come out had I heard him, because it was very clear he was not out there to arrest any moved person. He was out there to kill, to exterminate, eliminate. We could have been arrested at any time. We walked the streets by ourselves. We took our kids over to the park right across the street regularly. I mean, we walked from one move house to another all the time. They had us under surveillance. They were always right around there. They could have arrested us at any time if that's all they were trying to do, but they weren't. Their aim was to kill. Wilson Goode, then mayor, Wilson Goode, first black mayor of Philadelphia, he said he wanted a permanent end to move. That's what the words that came out of his mouth. And that's what May 13th was all about. After they made that announcement, after Gregory Sambor made that announcement, they didn't just try to wait us out or anything. I mean, what was the hurry? What made this so, immediate? Were we accused of killing anybody, robbing, raping anybody, molesting children, pushing drugs on children? None of that. None of that. The charges against us were disorderly conduct, terroristic threats, stuff like that. I mean, no rape, robbery, murder, anything like that. So they set up their equipment, made their announcement, and when we did not come out, the first thing they did was use the fire department. Fire departments, firefighters are sworn to save lives, to protect lives. In May of '85, they used their equipment to attack lives. They turned those deluge hoses on our home, on us, for hours when there was no fire. After the water hoses were on us for hours, then the police department filled our home with tear gas. They filled it with tear gas. That did not bring us out. Then they opened fire on, no. First, they blew holes in the party walls, like Osage Avenue has row houses all attached. They blew holes in the walls on each side of our house. Then they threw tear gas in, tons of tear gas. Then they opened fire. They shot over 10,000 rounds of bullets in on us within 90 minutes. That did not bring us out. There was a law. That's when they sent for the police helicopter. They did not have to send for the explosives, the C4 and the Tovex. They did not have to send for that. They already had it there. They concocted the bomb, 2 bombs, not one. They wanted a backup bomb. And they got in a helicopter, 2 members of the Philadelphia Police Bomb Squad and 2 state police, cops. Got in a helicopter, flew up over our home with no warning, no announcement or anything, and just flew over our home and dropped that bomb on the roof of our home.
So in Iran, they have elections. They have different political parties. However, they have this thing called the Guardian Council. And the Guardian Council is made up of the top Islamic scholars in the country, the most well-respected Islamic leaders. And before the election, they approve or disapprove the candidates. You're running for president of Iran, you're running for the parliament. They make sure that you are in line with the teachings of the Islamic Revolution. And if you are, you can run for office.
And if you win the election, you get your seat. And if you're not, you're disqualified. And when I was talking to the Iranians, I thought this was fascinating. They said, you know what, Caleb, we have the Guardian Council. We're not a pure democracy in Iran. We're not. We're a guided democracy. We're a democracy guided by our religious leaders, the religious leaders, the founders of our revolution, the people that overthrew the Western-backed dictator, that defeated the Iraqi invaders. They, oversee the democracy to make sure that the democracy flows from our religious tradition. They said, you have the same thing in America. Right? In America, you have a Guardian Council. It's called Wall Street. It's called Wall Street. In America, you can run for office. Anyone can run for office, but the big corporations decide who's a real candidate and who's not. And they vet, and they only allow people to be real candidates if Wall Street approves of them, right? If the big corporations and the mainstream media approve of a candidate, they get selected. They're allowed to be a real candidate. And if not, then they don't get treated as a real candidate. And we get to vote. But at the end of the day, we only get to vote for people. The only ones that have any chance are the ones that are approved by the people with the money. And they said, so which is better? Is it better to have a government that is guided by people who are the founders of your country, who are the most well-respected religious scholars, who overthrew a brutal dictator, who drove out foreign invaders? Or is it better to just happen to have the people be in charge, whoever just happens to have the most money? Right? And that is a really good point, and this is what you need to understand about imperialism. I'm talking about a lot of different topics. Imperialism, and the way imperialism works, it's often de facto rule. Right? And this is something that it just drives me crazy. Imperialism rules, and it claims it's not ruling. It's only dictatorship when they are allowed to lose. As long as they get their way, it's not dictatorship. For example, right? In the 1990s, they said that Russia was a democracy. Right? In the 1990s, the Russian government was overthrown. You had the Russian, the Russian Federation was created. The Soviet Union was overthrown. And they elected this guy, Boris Yeltsin, to be the president. And then Boris Yeltsin started looting and destroying the Russian economy. And the Russian people then voted for another government. They voted for a parliament, a Duma, to stop him. And it was the Communist Party, and it was the Russian nationalist parties, and the National Salvation Front. They elected a government called the National Salvation Front to stop Boris Yeltsin. Then Boris Yeltsin dissolved the parliament, and he declared a state of emergency, and the parliament leaders wouldn't leave, and he sent the military to bomb the parliament. And the military, the actual Russian military, can you imagine this? That would be like in the United States if, they had there was a president who was very unpopular, but his term was still up, and they elected a new Congress, and the Congress was against him. And so the president just said, no, and he sent the military to go bomb Capitol Hill. Well, obviously, we would all say that's ridiculous. But the USA says that Russia in the 1990s was a democracy. They call that democracy. Why? Because Yeltsin was their guy. Their guy was in power. Their guy was dissolving the parliament, dissolving the Duma. Their guy was sending the military to crush people. So it was a democracy, right? Russia was a democracy in the 90s. How is that democracy? When the people elect a parliament that's going to stop what the leader is doing, and then he sends the military to, that's not democracy. And then everybody knows that the only reason Boris Yeltsin won the 1996 elections is because the USA meddled like crazy in the 1996 elections in Russia. And everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. There's a documentary film all about how Bill Clinton got Boris Yeltsin reelected. The USA was really scared that Zhuganov, the leader of the Communist Party, would win the election in Russia in 1996. So the USA, you want to talk about foreign meddling, the USA brags. The cover of Time magazine bragged about how the USA did everything they could to make sure Boris Yeltsin got reelected. But we're told in the 1990s, it was a free country. But what happened then in 1999, Russia elected Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin had the majority of the votes. And Vladimir Putin was very popular. And in his presidency, he started fixing the economy by realigning the economy around oil and gas, state-controlled energy. And now we're told Russia's a dictatorship. Well, how is it a dictatorship now and it was a democracy before? This is bullshit, right? It's dictatorship when they lose. And as long as they're winning, it's a democracy. And that's how it is all over the world, right? And so, like, yeah, they say here in America, we have totally free elections. It just so happens whoever has the money rules. But in Iran, where they have the Islamic Republic and the Guardian Council choosing the candidates, that's dictatorship. Well, and this gets to what Lenin talked about in his very important book, right? Which is a very important book, which is something that it's hard for a lot of communists to really understand.
Hello, Garland Nixon here with Caleb Maupin, and there's a lot going on these days. We've got certainly everything that's happening in West Asia, and it is, the word I like to use, term I used to use, inextricably linked to what's going on in Eastern Europe. The neocons are obviously up to no good. Things weren't working out for them in one area, so they're opening a new front. We're going to talk about a number of things. We're going to start off. One of the things I'd like to start off getting a little understanding for the people that are here. Caleb wrote a great book, and I would recommend it to everyone. And it is called "Who Are the Houthis? What Are They Fighting For?" by Caleb T. Maupin. So for people who don't know a lot about Ansar Allah, Yemen, the Houthis, the movement, it's interesting because one of the things, I'll put it like this, one of the things that I've learned studying, the Persians, West Asia, Arab is, for instance, like the Alawites, various of factions, various sects of Islam and Christianity, and all of these groups that that live throughout the Middle East, and how their religion affects their politics. So for the people that are listening, that don't know a lot about Yemen and Ansar Allah, start off by, giving us, what do we need to know? Who are they? And what the hell are they fighting for?
Well, the Houthis, Houthi is like an ethnic tribal name, but their real name is Ansar Allah, which means the soldiers of God. And the Houthi organization, they emerged in the 90s, and it was originally a youth group, a Shia Muslim youth group that started in Yemen, and it was called the Young Believers. And you have to remember, Yemen is one of the poorest countries in the world. Some people say it is the poorest country in the world. Less than half the people in the country have electricity in their homes. Illiteracy among adults is very high, a very high rate of poverty and such. And so, having a youth group, for teenagers, for college-aged young people in Yemen, you're providing people with access to education. You're providing people with services. It's a little bit different than over here. But it was started by Hussein al-Houthi, and he was a member of parliament, and he set up hospitals throughout the region. And it's the part of Yemen where the population is concentrated, but it's a very mountainous region. And the people there practice Shia Islam, and their own particular brand of Shia Islam. They recognize 6 imams up to Imam Zayd. And they've been living there, and they've been practicing this religion for over 1,000 years. And it's very tribal. It's these people have been living together, and, networks of families have been cooperating for over 1,000 years. And the main thing was that the government of Yemen in the 90s was a government that was imposed on them by Saudi Arabia and by the United States. It was not a popular government. And they organized protests, and their main demand was economic development, because Yemen has a huge amount of oil that's not being utilized. It's in the ground. And so they were protesting and such. And then after 9/11, they saw what was going to happen. They saw that the USA was going to start labeling Islamic movements demanding economic development and such as terrorists. And so at that point, they formed Ansar Allah, the organization. And they took up guns, and gun ownership is legal in Yemen. You have the right to, peaceful armed self-defense. Most Yemenis have guns. And in fact, their religion, they actually interpret the Quran as saying that it is your duty. If you are a man in your household, you must have a gun, which I think is very, very American, by the way. They love the Second Amendment over there, right? You know, and that's why if you ever see a Houthi rally, they wave their guns around in the air because they're saying, this is our religion. You will not disarm us. We have the right to bear arms. But because they were this religious group and because they were practicing, you know, the right to bear arms and armed self-defense, the Yemeni government declared them terrorists and a civil war started. And the civil war kind of continued. Their leader was killed by a bomb. The USA was kind of advising them. Saudi Arabia was kind of advising them. But then the big game changer was the Arab Spring in 2011, right? All kinds of people all throughout the Arab world were protesting. Yemen is a country where there's a lot of corruption, et cetera. And so all these people went out to protest, et cetera. Well, the Houthis already had a strong organization, and they started providing armed guards to protect the protests. You know, their militias would escort the protesters, protect them from the police and such. And they became very popular coming out of the Arab Spring. And then the government of Yemen jacked up the fuel prices. The price of gasoline to get around rapidly went up because they cut off the government subsidies. And so the Houthis said, we're going to stop that. And they built a coalition they called the Revolutionary Committee. It's about 7 different political parties. And they walked into the capital and they seized power. And they basically, the reason they seized power was because after the Arab Spring, they had an election in Yemen, but there was only one candidate on the ballot, which was Saudi Arabia and America's pick, this guy Mansour Hadi. And they had some technicality where in order to be on the ballot, you had to buy so many ads in newspapers. It was like there was only one guy that actually made the qualifications. So he won the election.
Joe Biden?
Yeah, right. He won the election.
It's kind of what the Democrats did in the primaries this year. They only put his name on the ballot.
Right. So there was one guy on the ballot. So surprisingly, he won. And so everyone thought it wasn't a legit government. And then they jacked up the fuel prices. People had it. So they marched into the Capitol and they declared that they are the government. And they are a very, very popular organization that provides services. And economic development is one of the main things they demand. It's interesting. After 9/11, that's when they launched Ansar Allah because they anticipated that they would be crushed. And so they started like arming themselves. And then they launched, at that point, they launched, 5 slogans that are like what they call the cry in the face of the arrogant powers. And by that, they mean America and Israel. And that's those 5 slogans that if you ever see the Houthis marching, they carry these around. It's like 5 sentences they carry around. And the sentences are, death to America, death to Israel, curse be upon the Jews, God is great, victory to Islam. Now, the part about curse be upon the Jews, I think many of us would not appreciate, right? I mean, obviously, we don't hate anyone or oppose anyone on the basis of their ethnicity, but this is a very tribal country. And
Right.
for them, the Jews means Israel, right? As far as they're concerned. And that in their religion, they're Shia Muslims. And, in Islam, the word for sin is haram. But Shia Muslims have a little bit of a different understanding of haram than Sunnis do. In their belief, it's that basically if you do something in a sinful or ungodly way, it is then corrupted, right? Like if you steal some food and you eat it, it'll probably make you sick. Or if you buy a house, but you violate the Islamic law in order to build it, that house might catch on fire or it might collapse, right? And so when they say curse be upon the Jews, what they're saying is that Israel was created in an impure way, a spiritually impure way. And so it is cursed, right? Because of that. That's what they're saying. They're not calling for genocide. Many people say they call for genocide against the Jews, and that is not accurate. They're simply saying that Israel is their greatest threat, Israel is their aggressor. And in their kind of tribal religious terms, that makes sense. And death to America, they don't mean death to you and me. They identify America with a global economic system, and they emphasize the economics of Islam. That is a big emphasis that they have, that, they want to develop their own industries. They've talked about how they have a huge amount of arable land in Yemen, but they don't grow their own food. They import their food from different countries, from Turkey, from the United States, and that this is a country full of natural resources, full of oil, full of arable land, but they are just kept poor. And so this civil war began with them fighting for economic development. What I think is particularly wild is, so their founder, Hussein al-Houthi, he died, he was killed. But before his death, he actually told his followers that there would come a time when Israel would just ruthlessly go after the Palestinians, and no one would stand with them except for the Yemenis, and the Yemenis would prove themselves to the whole world by fighting for the Palestinians. He predicted that before he died.
Wow.
Yeah. So when Yemen started stopping those ships, right? At that moment, those ships became like museums. Like people from all over Yemen were flocking to Hodeida and flocking to the ports to get on those ships, and they would start crying and they'd be praying on those ships because this was the prophecy fulfilled, right? That this is what they were created to do. And the leader of the Houthi movement is the founder's brother. His name is Malik al-Houthi. And they call him the leader of the revolution. That is his title. And he gives these very fiery sermons that are broadcast on the television that fire people up. And they have these big rallies. They gather like 1 million people, to just march around the capital with their guns. And it's really a David and Goliath story if there ever was one. I mean, these are the poorest people living in the mountainous regions of one of the poorest countries in the world, but they're stopping the ships and they're kind of standing up to the entire world. I mean, it's a really, really exciting story, and I wish people knew it. And I risked my life in 2015 trying to deliver medical aid to Yemen as part of a humanitarian mission. So that story is something that I spent a lot of time investigating, and I found out there was not a lot of information about it in English. So I was able to get translations of the founder, Hussein al-Houthi's sermons, and I was able to get other things and interview some Islamic scholars, and I put together this book. And I'm really glad it's out there. It's less than 100 pages. It's not long, but it's a lot of information that people should be aware of.
Wow, that's once again, who are the Houthis and what are they fighting for? By Caleb Maupin. That's the book, and Caleb's always a wealth of knowledge, and I really, I think it's important right now for people to understand who they are, because one of the things you see is this, and when you have someone who believes that they are carrying out a mission that's far greater than them as an individual, right? You'll see that the U.S. bombed them, right? And then you'll hear them speak and they'll say, hooray, we were bombed. That shows that we're doing the right thing, and no matter how much. So what's interesting is that these people, here's what's interesting. They're fighting with such joy that when I see their spokespersons or whatever, they've got this big smile on their face. They're so happy, even though they're risking their lives. They don't have much already anyway, but the joy and the smile. And what's interesting is, even when I see, let me show people on the cover of your book, right? If you look at the guy on the cover of the book, look at him. He's got a great big smile on his face.
Yeah, and we took that image as like an artistic recreation of a photograph, and you see those rallies, they wave their guns around, and they do believe that martyrdom is one of the highest honors, right? So there's different forms of Islam. There's Sunni Islam and then there's Shia Islam, and there's different forms of both, but Shia Islam in particular gives emphasis to martyrdom. So really the divide, it's kind of like, there's Catholics that are Christian, they recognize the Pope, and there's Protestants, we don't recognize the Pope. Well, in Sunni Shia, the Sunnis don't recognize the imams who came after the Prophet Muhammad. The Shias do. And the imams, they were like descendants of the Prophet Muhammad who became leaders of the faith afterwards. And almost all of them were martyred. They were killed. And what was going on back in those times is that, the Arab world was kind of in the transition between feudalism and modern capitalism, right? And so there was kind of a fight going on in the Arab world between the old aristocracy and the emerging mercantile class that eventually became modern capitalism. And they were kind of struggling with each other. And the imams, because they were descendants of the prophet, they represented the aristocracy, the old, maybe feudal aristocracy. And as they were battling the mercantile classes, the merchants that were emerging, they kind of had to appeal to the poor and the working people as kind of their champion, kind of champion their cause against the rich, right? And so there's a lot of slogans in Shia Islam that emphasize standing for the oppressed, dying for the oppressed. I think Imam Ali, who was one of the founders or one of the imams, he said, I've never seen great wealth without great violations of rights all around it, right? And to die for the oppressed is considered one of the greatest things. But then there's another factor, because Shia Islam's been around for thousands of years, but Shia Islam today is very much stamped by the Islamic Revolution of Iran, right? In 1979, in Iran, they had a revolution and it resulted in a Shia Muslim government. And that Shia Muslim government, it was very heavily influenced by Marxism. Even though they reject Marxism, they consider Marxism to be against Islam or whatever, it took place in the context of so many national liberation movements in Africa and in Asia and all of that. And that, if you go to Iran, they have streets named after Malcolm X. They have statues of Malcolm X. They have they have a street named for Bobby Sands, the Irish freedom fighter. They view their revolution as part of the wave of anti-colonial, anti-imperialist revolutions led mostly by Marxists that emerged during the aftermath of the Second World War. So because of that, and because Iran is the main Shia country in the world now, Shia Islam's kind of populist and anti-imperialist side to it, that's always kind of been there, has been really amped up. And Shia Islam, it is really the main fighting force against the Israelis. And what Trump and Obama were trying to do, Trump in his first term and Obama throughout his presidency, they were trying to divide the Muslim world, kind of polarize the Muslim world against Iran. Right, that you've got the Sunnis, you've got the Wahhabi Sunnis that are like the Saudis that are deeply conservative. That's ISIS and Al Qaeda and Saudi Arabia. Then you've got the Westernized Sunnis, right? That's the Muslim Brotherhood. That's Turkey and Qatar. And Obama's strategy was kind of polarize them against the Shia and divide the Muslim world between the allies of Iran, the allies of Turkey and Saudi Arabia. And that continued under Trump. And with the Abraham Accords, Trump even got a couple Muslim countries to recognize Israel on the basis of, well, Israel will protect them from Iran. But ever since October 7th, that's completely been wiped to shreds because the whole Muslim world hates what Israel is doing to the Palestinians right now. And the whole Muslim world has to recognize that the Houthis are on the front lines against Israel. And the Houthis are inspired by Iran. They're Shia. And Hezbollah is also on the front lines against Israel. And so this strategy of dividing the Muslim world that Barack Obama was pushing, it's fallen apart. We have the emails of Hillary Clinton. This was said, Hillary Clinton even said in one of her emails that the strategy of a Sunni-Shia war was something Israel had predicted and planned as in their interest. I mean, there's quotes from Hillary Clinton's emails where she talks about that. And that was the strategy. And I honestly believe having a president who had a Muslim middle name, Hussein, had gone to a Muslim school in Indonesia, was part of that. The Muslim world kind of trusted him a little bit more.
Then that gets us to Stalin. Who is Stalin? Right? And Stalin is another case of like, if you go to the library, you go to not the library really, but if you go to Barnes and Noble, you will find all kinds of books about Stalin that are, I mean, it's just so ridiculous. It'll be little anecdotes that people said. You'll just get this image of this monstrous, brutal tyrant who ate little babies for dinner and had blood dripping down his throat and had vampire teeth. And, you'll get this over-the-top caricature. And the sad thing about, if you ever read anything about Stalin, okay, I'm not going to get into, what happened when Stalin was the leader of the Bolsheviks. I'm not even going there. But it's like Stalin was wildly popular when he was running the Soviet Union. And still to this day, he's very, very popular in Russia, number one. And number two, he was very, very effective as a political organizer before the Bolsheviks took power. He was a very, very, very effective political organizer. So if there was nothing good that he ever did, if he was just this caricature of evil, who just sat around and was evil all day long and how can I kill more people today? If that's who he was, why do people still love him? Why was he able to get so many people to follow him? Why was he, why was he so effective in organizing and building the Bolshevik Party before the revolution? This was a guy who obviously had a lot going for him. And you know what drives me crazy? What drives me absolutely crazy? I'll just say this, is that what I just said about Stalin, that, okay, put aside, we're not going to argue about Holodomor and gulags. I'm not even going to go there. I'm not interested in talking about that. Right now we're talking about personalities, okay? Right? So let's just put aside. I'm not going to engage in the historical debate of I'm not doing that, right?
We can agree that a lot of people were in gulags who didn't belong there. We can agree there were some pretty bad famines that happened because the country was barricaded and because they were struggling to industrialize and collectivization. So I'm not even gonna have that argument here. Put all of that aside, right? I'm sitting here telling you that Stalin, in order to do what Stalin did, in order to industrialize the USSR, in order to defeat the Nazis, in order to build the Bolshevik Party as effectively as he did, he must have been very charismatic and very skilled. That's something that if you're an honest person, you could be the most extreme anti-communist ever. You can hate everything that Stalin stood for. You have to admit, the guy was quite competent on some level. And people are happy to say this about Hitler. Did you notice that? If you said that about Hitler, you would be the History Channel. You could be the History Channel and say that about Hitler. We all know that Hitler killed millions of people in gas chambers, that Hitler was a mass murdering, racist, fascist who started a war that killed hundreds of millions of people. Hitler was evil. But if you get there and you say, well, you know, Hitler was a very good speaker and he knew how to, everyone's like, yeah, that's okay. But if you say anything good about Stalin, if you say anything good about Mao or Fidel Castro or Kim Il-sung, it's like, oh my God, you're and it's like, even if you hate them, even if you don't recognize them ever doing something good, you have to admit that in order for them to accomplish what they accomplished, they must have had some skills. They must have been somewhat charismatic. They must have been somewhat effective in their work, but you can't do that. And you can do it with Hitler. For some reason, you can do that with Hitler. There's no, if you say Hitler, oh, well, he was a good speaker. Oh, he knew how to give good speeches. He knew how to organize. Everyone's like, yeah, that's fine. That's the History Channel. That's, college history classes. Hitler is, we're going to read every biography and every book. And, but with Stalin, if you get anything other than mass murdering, baby-eating butcher, and same with Mao, anything but evil, satanic, blood-drinking, it's weird.
Well, it's really an honor to be invited here to this important gathering of labor activists and organizers. I know that I'm looking out into a room full of experts, people who have refined and crafted the art of organizing working people, empowering them to fight for justice. I'm invited here today, from what I understand, because of my expertise in the field of economics and politics. I'm going to speak about the global economy, the price of oil, and what can be done about it. I thank you for the invitation. I want people to sit back in your seat, relax, and get comfortable. Take in a few deep breaths. I'm going to hit you with a lot of information in the next hour or so, but I think it will clarify a lot of things. I know that there is a lot going on in Brazilian politics, which is directly linked to what I'm about to explain about oil. I'm not going to directly comment on these things. I'm going to talk about the global economy and put everything in context. So let's start with a question. Who are the richest people in the world? Often this question will be answered. They'll give us names like Bill Gates, Carlos Slim, Warren Buffett, some Arab sultan or prince. Forbes magazine publishes a list of the 100 richest people in the world. This is all utter nonsense. All of these men are poor compared to those who have the real power. These people are listed as the richest people in the world because they are so poor that they have to keep their money in their own name. Those who are really rich, those with the most wealth and power, they have such astronomical amounts of wealth that often their net worth can't even be calculated. The richest people in the world, they can really be described with two words: oil bankers. The House of Rockefeller, the House of Morgan, Carnegie, the Rothschild, the Mellons, DuPonts. These oil and banking dynasties sit at the center of a small network of deeply entrenched and powerful influence, dominating the economies of the United States, Western Europe, and most of the planet. Let's take as a case study the Rockefellers. When Nelson Rockefeller, one of the many heirs of John D. Rockefeller, when he was being questioned by the U.S. Congress in 1974, some of the most brilliant investigators and journalists, economists, they all assembled, and they tried to determine exactly how much money he had. And none of them could really figure it out. In his own name, Mr. Rockefeller had a few $1 billion. The rest of his money was tied up in an elaborate network, thousands of trusts, small corporations, and foundations that he directly controlled. When testifying before Congress, Nelson Rockefeller was asked about his control of Chase Manhattan Bank. He answered honestly. He said, "I don't own a single share of Chase Manhattan Bank." He was telling the truth. He personally did not have a cent invested in Chase. However, one of the trusts that he personally controlled owned well over 325,000 shares of stock in Manhattan Bank. And that was back in the 1970s. Today, the wealth and influence of two of the most important oil banking cliques use is combined. The House of Rockefeller holds control over the largest supermajor oil company. ExxonMobil is their personal property.
Yeah.
In addition, this powerful family jointly controls an entity called J.P. Morgan Chase with the Morgans. The Morgans are another powerful family in the United States. They're the owners of General Electric, the sixth largest corporation in the United States. If you look at the billions of dollars in the hands of the Rockefellers and the Morgans, as they exercise control over the biggest bank, the biggest oil corporation, the biggest electronics manufacturer, you can see that their money and their ownership has also bought them a large amount of power and influence. There is no key aspect of the global economy that the oil bankers haven't put their stamp on and tried very hard to influence. General Electric ranks 21st among corporations that are contracted by the U.S. military. This entity, controlled by the Rockefellers and the Morgans, has over 6,600 contracts with the Pentagon. They bring in $2 billion a year in U.S. military projects alone. You can bet that the U.S. military brass is very concerned about making sure that the Rockefellers and the Morgans are very happy about whatever decision they make. Furthermore, the global media conglomerate called NBC Universal is their personal property. Universal Studios, one of the big six in Hollywood, it's also their property. Most art museums in the United States depend on money from the Rockefellers and the Morgans. If it weren't for their influence, we might never have heard the names Andy Warhol or Jackson Pollock. Almost every major college and university in the United States depends on money from Rockefeller foundations. So academia is under their direct control as well. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency crafts its policies and conducts its research in a private foundation. It's called the Council on Foreign Relations. ExxonMobil and a variety of Rockefeller foundations and the Ford Foundation, they bankroll this powerful institution. The Council on Foreign Relations, controlled by the oil bankers, is essentially the brain of the CIA. They find the smartest minds in the United States. They pay them six-figure salaries to make proposals and calculations about how the United States should wield its influence around the world. The Council on Foreign Relations thinks it up, and the CIA does it. Even the manner in which the CIA operates around the world is directly accountable to the Rockefeller, Morgan, and Ford dynasties. The CIA does very little work on its own. CIA agents aren't generally the ones getting their hands dirty, conducting coups, kidnapping people, torturing people. The CIA generally has the job of finding dupes and allies in the country of interest. They advise them, they instruct them, and they let them carry out the tasks that serve the interests of U.S. foreign policy.
So now, what happens after the Soviet Union falls? Well, as I said before, the United States doesn't keep its promises. You have Jeffrey Sachs and the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank going in there and just wrecking the country. Mass unemployment, mass hunger, mass starvation. So in 1993, they have an election. And the people of Russia overwhelmingly vote for parties that will stop the austerity. The main party they vote for is the Communist Party, but it's not the only one, right? You know, the Communist Party is one of the parties. They also vote for various nationalist parties. There's Slavic nationalists who argue the Slavs should be one nation. It's called Pan-Slavism. There's various Russian nationalists and conservatives, but they vote overwhelmingly for this parliament that is saying no to austerity. And so they vote for it, the communists and the nationalists, they get elected, they say we're going to stop the austerity. So then Boris Yeltsin, the US-backed president, good friend of Bill Clinton, dissolves the parliament and he declares a state of emergency. He says you can't have this parliament.
And then he goes to Pizza Hut.
Well, that was a clever job. But yeah, I mean...
Pizza Hut in the Soviet Union. They started having the Pizza Hut commercials.
I have no idea. I'm 25.
Well, anyway, you know, he dissolves the parliament, and it's called like Black September, and the parliament refuses to leave the parliament building, the Duma it's called, and so the military is sent to the parliament to clear out the parliament, and people go out into the streets, there's huge protests, and 187 people get killed, there's blood in the streets, there's tanks in the streets, it's a horrendous incident. But what is the term Boris Yeltsin uses to justify shutting down the parliament? What does he label the parliament in Russia? A red-brown alliance. And that's where the term red-brown alliance comes from. Whenever you hear the term red-brown alliance, what you're hearing is a pro-austerity buzzword. Because this parliament that they elected, the Communist Party, the Reds, and these nationalists, you know, brown being fascist, right? They were elected to stop austerity. Now, there was a lot of anti-Semitism at that time, and anti-Semitism is a big problem in Russia throughout history, right? But the Russian people didn't vote for the Communist Party, and they didn't vote for these nationalist groups because they hated Jews. They voted for them to stop austerity. But the memo got sent out, and it was all over Western media, that this parliament of communists and nationalists that is trying to stop austerity, they're a red-brown alliance, they're anti-Semitic, and so Yeltsin is right in sending the military to crush the elected government in order to keep austerity going. That's where the red-brown alliance notion comes from. And it's really important to point that out because it's a pro-austerity narrative.
I think that that's a really good point. And ultimately, that's also where you start seeing it utilized today. Like when you see somebody like yourself, somebody like myself, somebody like you've been called red brown in response to like you advocating for marginalized groups before.
Yeah.
Like it can be really wild how that's utilized. And it magically mirrors that even today, where you advocate for abundance for everyone. You advocate for a change in the economic relations that doesn't exclude somebody based on, whatever ideals or morals they have. And suddenly you're evil because ideals and morals are like the easiest way for them to justify this austerity too. And that's what happened. Am I wrong here?
You're not wrong. And it's crazy because, so you have a situation where communists in the government have been elected trying to stop austerity. The parliament is being dissolved by a US-backed guy in order to impose austerity. You would think that there'd be protests all over the world against this, but there weren't. The communists in the United States were silent on it. I mean, the Communist Party spoke about it a little bit. The Workers' World Party, they spoke about it a little bit, but that was it. And the memo just got sent out. If you go out and protest in support of the Russian communists against this, that you're then supporting anti-Semitism.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ideological moralizing of it that prevented people from responding.
And then the big thing is that you have to understand that this is taking those morals and ideals and using them to separate from the actual material reality of the situation, which is, again, the thing that they're still doing right now. Every single time I see this red-brown alliance shit utilized, it's always in service of something at least close to that.
Yeah. I had another question for you, Caleb. So I feel like talking about this history in the Soviet Union and the United States Communist Party role, I have a pretty good understanding now of how this sort of liberal faction, this was able to ideologically penetrate the party and cause this sort of division where we're ultimately promoting capitalism. And that's one faction of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union that was deviating from a Marxist-Leninist approach to their society. And then you have this other side that's becoming more traditional, more conservative, deviating from Marxism as well. I feel like I understand the ideological influences of this more liberal wing of the Soviet Union, but I'm less understanding the conservative faction, why they kind of moved away from a Marxist approach or a materialist approach and became increasingly conservative.
So the first thing is that, in terms of anti-Semitism, you have to remember that at the time of the fall of the Soviet Union, the USA had already put sanctions on the Soviet Union for the alleged persecution of Jews. You couldn't circumcise your kids in the Soviet Union. That was considered child abuse. And that there were also other things that were done in the Soviet Union. And so the idea that the Soviet Union was persecuting Jews was widely promoted in U.S. media. So in response to that, sanctions were put on the USSR. The USSR was arming the Palestinians, and so that was they were accused of being anti-Semitic on that basis. So
I'm sorry, I got to take we got to dwell on that for just a second, because that is like a mainstream progressive view at this point, is that the Palestinians should be able to resist the Israeli state, because what's going on there is just horrendous.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just...
Yeah, and so in addition to that, then when the Soviet Union fell and the economy is getting worse and worse and worse, if you were Jewish, you got to go to Israel. So there are a lot of people who just went to Israel. And, there were the folks who weren't Jewish were like, I'm stuck here. I don't get to go to Israel and I'm suffering. And, you know, and there was just millions of Jewish folks in the Soviet Union just got to go to Israel. So there was a rise in anti-Semitic bigotry around that time. And there were a lot of people who felt like there had been some kind of Jewish conspiracy in the Russian government to bring down the Soviet Union, that the United States had worked with Israel in like a secret plot or something like that. I mean, and anti-Semitism, any form of bigotry is unacceptable, obviously.
Yeah, it's also the socialism of fools. Like you start deviating from Marxism and materialism, you start treading this territory near immediately. Like Alex Jones, probably our best example.
Right, and when a society is in a state of economic collapse and people have gone from having a guaranteed job, guaranteed health care, guaranteed retirement, to suddenly starving on the streets. I mean, you would hear about, during this time, near every subway stop, there'd be like old folks trying to sell you their clothes so they could eat, trying to sell you yesterday's newspaper so they could eat. I mean, this was just the demolition of a country economically. There was a rise of bigotry and anti-Semitic bigotry. So that's part of it. But the other part of it was that the teaching of Marxism in the Soviet Union, again, was done in a very surface level way. It was kind of this feeling that you didn't want to get too much into it. If you talked about Marxism in the wrong way, you might go to jail. So we just kind of put out the party line in this kind of vague way that's acceptable. And then beneath the surface, people were developing their own ideas about the Russian Orthodox Church and about the great Russian Empire and about the Tsar, etc. And so these conservative ideas were playing one role. These westernized liberal ideas were playing another role. And Marxism was kind of the surface ideology, and it was certainly widely studied, but people had to be very careful how they talked about it because it was something that you had to present a unified face. And again, this is an example of the Western imperialists. They took the strengths of the Soviet Union and they turned them into weaknesses. It was a strength of the Soviet Union to be all on the same page and all of that, and have ironclad discipline, but then they turned it against them. And this is, many times you can see this. And this is, if you read the writings of Zbigniew Brzezinski, this is what he's all about. How can we turn the strengths of the Soviet Union into weaknesses? Little known fact, they took a vote, should we dissolve the USSR or not? And the vote was overwhelming to keep it. And the vote to keep the USSR was actually higher outside of Russia. Russia, it was somewhat lower than it was in the other Soviet republics. And when the Soviet Union fell, a lot of these countries like Ukraine, they were just ruined economically. It was bad in Russia, but it was really bad in those countries that just lost everything because being tied to Russia is what had given them economic growth. These countries didn't have electricity before the Soviet Union. They didn't have running water before the Soviet Union. They didn't have universities before the Soviet Union. And, the fall of the Soviet Union in like Central Asia, Kazakhstan, places like that was just a nightmare, economically speaking.
Harpal Brar, who I've interviewed before, communist writer in Britain, I interviewed him, and in one of his speeches, I remember he said that when the bourgeoisie talk about communism, they stop sounding historical, and they start sounding hysterical. And it's totally true. And as weird as it is, Hitler is widely hated. The majority of the human race recognizes how horrendous the Holocaust was and how horrendous Hitler's crimes were. So we all know how evil, Hitler was. But for some reason, we're allowed to acknowledge that in order for Hitler to do all the evil things he did, he must have been effective in some ways, but not with communists. You can't acknowledge that with communists. With communists, oh, no, they're pure satanic evil. And if you say anything, oh my God, it's the weirdest thing. It is the weirdest thing. I remember sitting there in school, the way they described communism, it's idiotic, it's stupid, only an idiot would believe in communism. They want to divide up everything actually absolutely equally, and everyone gets paid the same wage. That's retarded. They don't believe in God. Communism is pure stupidity, pure idiocy. But fascism, it's like, well, Hitler was a very good speaker and he made the trains run on time. It's like fascism is an understandable mistake. And communism, you just have to be an idiot. U.S. society is really, really slanted to the right. It's really, really slanted to the right. If you don't think there's a right-wing bias in U.S. society, I'm sorry. It is utterly ridiculous. Fascism and Nazism are, that's an understandable mistake. And communism is, you have to be an idiot to believe in and it's like, no, and again, there's not intellectual honesty here. I'm not a fascist, but I understand the appeal of fascism. I understand the arguments that fascists made. I understand what they believe. I understand the effectiveness that fascists built their organizations with. Because I'm honest. I can admit that, look, there was a reason that the fascists were able to take power. In order to actually understand things, you have to be honest, right? You have to put aside your bias and understand things. I think fascism is abominable. I hate fascism. I'm appalled by fascism, but I understand it, right? With communism in the United States, you're not allowed to understand it. Communists are just these stupid people who think that everyone should get paid the exact same wage no matter how hard they work, and human nature, duh. And it's like the way people talk about communism is so, you look at the 20th century. How many millions of people fought and died for communism? How many people, intellectuals, Albert Einstein, John Stein, all these people believed in communism, but they're all just fucking idiots. They're all just not smart enough to watch Jordan Peterson videos. Are you kidding me? There's a lack of intellectual honesty. So I just want to throw that out there, right? Try to cancel me all you want, but I'm telling you, with Stalin, right? Stalin was obviously somebody, like him or hate him, who knew what he was doing, right? He was a very, very effective organizer. So I'm going to tell you about Stalin and his personality. Stalin, he was not Russian. Did you know that? Everyone thinks Stalin was Russian. He was not Russian. Stalin was from Georgia. And no, I do not mean Georgia in the southern United States. He was not from Atlanta. He was not from that state right next to Alabama and right above Florida. No. Stalin was from Central Asia. And Stalin's mother has one of the biggest personalities that you can ever read about. Stalin's mother is, and by the way, one of the best biographies I've ever read of Stalin is called Young Stalin. And it's by Simon Sebag Montefiore. It's called Young Stalin. And it's, again, Simon Sebag Montefiore is so right-wing and so conservative. He's from the British aristocracy. He went to one of these elite British private schools, Eton or whatever. And so because he's so conservative and he's so wealthy and all of that, they let him write a book that's kind of admits Stalin's effectiveness. And, Stalin, he's from a little village in Georgia. I think it's called Gori. He's a little village called Gori. And his mother, Stalin's mother, has a really strong personality. She's somebody who can do anything, practically, if she sets her heart on it. She can make anything happen, right? He's from a very poor family. But Stalin's mother is just this very forceful person who can just get things done. And there are different perceptions about why.
With countries from the developing world having more prominence and importance in international affairs, do you feel that the United Nations could be restructured in a way that would give more representation to developing countries?
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Compassionate, I think the UN and its mechanisms. I will reiterate that the UN and its mechanisms need to be revised so that it can fulfill its role of enhancing peace, security and justice. And if the UN, the Security Council and the various UN branches are not revised, then I think that with the new centers of power that have emerged in the world, with the global coalitions and the developing countries, the role of the UN will diminish day by day, and it will certainly not be able to fulfill its role as before. And in our view, its position and condition of functioning will inevitably come to naught. We definitely need to reconsider its position, structure and condition of functioning.
Now, Your Excellency, my question to follow up from this is that as Iran has such a vibrant and beautiful history as a civilization, what do you foresee as the future of your country and its role in international affairs being?
Iran has a great past, a civilization, and this culture permeates the heritage of our country and our entire nation with its strong faith and religious beliefs. The rich civilizational past of the Iranian people, on the one hand, and their faith and the way they relate to divine values, on the other hand, has given birth to hope. And this hope will make the future brilliant. Today, this hope has emerged in the life of the Iranian people. The Islamic Republic is now following the path of progress, significant progress, despite the threats and sanctions that Iran's enemies have imposed and continue to impose. Today, with its faith and hope, the Iranian nation has been able to make the enemy falter and retreat. In my opinion, with this faith and hope, with Iran's past and its civilization, we can take confident steps towards growth and prosperity in the future.
Now, Iran is one of the 6 countries that was just invited to join the BRICS. And I'm curious as to why you believe this development occurred and what it is that Iran can offer to the BRICS nations.
Iran is a country with great potential. Iran has an extremely important geopolitical position. First, relations with the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. On the other hand, relations with Central Asia and Central Asian countries. The presence of many neighboring countries gives Iran certain opportunities. In addition to its geopolitical position, Iran has significant domestic potential as an energy and communications hub. Iran as a junction can interconnect the East and the West, the North and the South. Iran is a country with great capabilities and potential, the most important of which, however, are its people, full of faith and determination. Thanks to that, today it has been able to position itself, not only in the region but also in the world, as a leader of resistance against enemies. In fact, over these 40-plus years, the Iranian nation has shown that it can make an impact in the region and in the world. In the new world order that is now emerging, Iran is considered a key player. Iran occupies an important place in the emerging world order because the resistance movement in the region is linked to the name of Iran. Therefore, the potential that Iran possesses on the one hand and the potential that BRICS possesses on the other hand are coming together to form a powerful movement. I believe that the BRICS countries are just as important to Iran as Iran is important to the BRICS countries. This group is being formed to play a role in various fields, both regionally and internationally, especially in the field of trade and economy.
Iran has faced widespread criticism for its stance on the Ukraine conflict, with Kiev and its partners lashing out and criticizing Iran. What would you say to those who look on at this and it appears to be some kind of double standard? What do you have to say on this point?
Look, we are convinced that the war between Ukraine and Russia needs to come to an end as soon as possible. Most decisively, it will be good for all the parties. If we want to understand what had caused this war, it is NATO's desire to expand its influence on more countries and establish its presence and set up military bases not only in Ukraine, but in many other states. Naturally, what we observe now happening is Ukraine seriously increasing its capacities thanks to America and Europe, above all in terms of the military aid it receives. Naturally, this only pushes it to continue the war. Let's see who is to benefit from a prolonged war. Is it Ukraine? Is it perhaps Europe? Or is it those who are praying today for this war to go on? I am convinced that with regards to this issue, the Islamic Republic of Iran, above all, stands for facilitating the end of this war, playing a mediator's role between Russia and Ukraine if possible. However, all those who are today sending all sorts of aid, including financial and military aid to Ukraine, do not wish to end the war. They wish to protract it by any means possible. The Islamic Republic of Iran, due to the ample opportunities it now has at its disposal, has been blamed by the West, which is trying to throw in more accusations. We have given our response to these accusations on different forums. We said, if you have something to back up these accusations, please produce it. They have not been able to produce a single piece of evidence or proof of any kind. Today, we have no doubt that their strategy is to keep accusing the Islamic Republic in order to disparage it and set public opinion against it. But this trick, just like all the other tricks they have used against the Islamic Republic, won't help them.
Now, Washington recently arranged the unfreezing of billions of dollars of Iranian funds that had been frozen in South Korea. But now, Washington is threatening to freeze these funds once again because they disapprove of how Iran may be spending this money. What do you make of these moves from Washington? What is their intent? Does this seem like erratic behavior? Is there a strategy behind what they're doing?
You see, it wasn't fair when the funds were frozen, because they belong to the people of Iran. They shouldn't have frozen the funds. All the time the funds were frozen and the accounts arrested, this caused harm to the Iranian people. Now that the people of Iran again have access to these funds, we are spending them trying hard to take care of the needs of the Iranian people. But this American spirit of superiority, it was so typical of them to arrest our funds. Their sense of superiority allowed them to crack down on the Iranian people, to impose sanctions. Slapping nations with sanctions is so typical of the Americans and speaks of the uncurbed sense of superiority and tyranny that is at their core. Of course, Iran is a living witness of America's tyranny, both in terms of the American sanctions and in many other regards. I believe that our approach here and elsewhere involves perseverance, resistance, and standing our ground.
Now, I would like, if possible, for you to give us your assessment of the prospects and future of relations between Iran and Russia.
We have enjoyed long-standing relations with Russia in multiple areas, including politics, economics, trade, defense, and security. And our cooperation is developing every day. Even the war in the region couldn't slow down our cooperation in multiple areas. Quite the opposite. The political will that prioritizes expanding our cooperation, particularly in the areas of trade and economy, as well as our partnership in the International North-South Transport Corridor Initiative and regional cooperation, pursues the development of our relations. Today's issues have had no impact on the relationship between Russia and Iran and never will. Our relationship with Russia is of strategic importance, and no developments on the global scene can change that.
Now, we understand your time is limited and you have many affairs to take care of, so we have just one final question. It's been a year since Iran was marked by a huge amount of unrest. And it's pretty clear the United States was backing this unrest and that there was a huge amount of media demonization of Iran broadcast around the world in the aftermath and during this unrest. What would you say to those who have seen these reports in Western media and have a negative image of Iran in their mind as a result of these portrayals? What would you like them to know that they have not been told?
I think enough time has passed since then, a full year, so we can better see the situation, the setting, and what happened behind the scenes. Even those who had no information and were misled by the media and their false news can now see the facts and understand the essence of what happened. The United States and its European allies tried to ride the wave. They thought they could strike the Islamic Republic at that moment. On gender issues, for example, and on economic issues. They started a hybrid war against the Islamic Republic of Iran. But after a little while, we saw the Iranian people prevail in that war. So the Iranian people was victorious again. When I spoke at the UN, I said that the Iranian people had won this hybrid war and had been able to secure this victory in the situation created by Iran's enemies. The hostile media, psychological, economic and political pressures. As you can see for yourself today, all the opponents, all the enemies of Iran, although they made an attempt to bring back at least the memory of the events of a year ago, they did not succeed. They failed completely. And the people who had any doubts that the enemies of Iran were behind this, the enemies who sought to put the Iranian Republic through hardship, can now see clearly that the Islamic Republic of Iran is not a weak sapling, but a strong tree that will not bow under these blows. The roots of the Islamic Republic are very deep. They did not begin yesterday. Over the years, we have become accustomed to hearing what the United States, some other Western countries and detractors have to say to the Islamic Republic. Each time, they give us 6 months. Since the victory of the Islamic Revolution, every year they say that in 6 months, the situation in the Islamic Republic will change. I suppose it has now been about 80 times 6 months since they started saying that. It has been demonstrated to them that the Islamic Republic is a powerful state, a state that is now stronger than ever. In the meetings I had with some of the media and political pundits during my 2 days in New York, they admitted that it has been proven to everyone that the Islamic Republic, in the words of yours truly, will not bow. And this time, just like previous times, they failed. I hope that this time they've realized that the Islamic Republic is a powerful state, and most importantly, that God Almighty is looking after us. And with the faith of our people, with their hopes and trust, and what is important is that, as the leader of the Islamic Revolution has repeatedly emphasized, it is not lies that are the basis for the continuation of the revolution, but the faith and the hopes of our people. Indeed, the revolution continues because of the faith and hopes of the people, which I have shared with you and all the esteemed viewers today. And a nation that is beloved and faithful is indeed a religious nation, and a nation that has hope. And a nation that is beloved and faithful is indeed a religious nation, and a nation that has hope. There is hope for the future, and a very bright future.
Has to recognize that the Houthis are on the front lines against Israel, and the Houthis are inspired by Iran. They're Shia, and Hezbollah is also on the front lines against Israel. And so this strategy of dividing the Muslim world that Barack Obama was pushing, it's fallen apart. We have the emails of Hillary Clinton. This was said, Hillary Clinton even said in one of her emails that the strategy of a Sunni-Shia war was something Israel had predicted and had planned as in their interest. I mean, there's quotes from Hillary Clinton's emails where she talks about that, and that was the strategy. And I honestly believe having a president who had a Muslim middle name, Hussein, had gone to a Muslim school in Indonesia, was part of that. The Muslim world kind of trusted him a little bit more. I tell people Barack Obama was a 21st century Napoleon. Right? When Napoleon tried to take over the Muslim world in Egypt, he put up posters everywhere saying, "I'm a Muslim. I believe in your faith. Follow me, and I'll fight with you against the British." And of course, Napoleon was lying, and he laughed about it with his generals and stuff. But he said, "Look, if I can trick them into thinking I'm a Muslim, it'll work." Well, I think Barack Obama was a similar thing. Bush had alienated the Muslim world so much. They needed to kind of give U.S. Foreign policy a new upgrade with the Muslims of the world. And so they said, you know what, we're going to have Barack Hussein Obama, and we're going to have the conservatives constantly allege that he might be a Muslim and play up all the friendliness to Islam he might have. And that was the strategy. It didn't work out too well, though.
Let me ask you this. I did want to ask you this, since we're talking about this. I've listened to a lot of Malcolm X in my day, right? Because I'm a real kind of fight the system kind of guy, right? And unapologetic. And then I found out, I didn't know this, that the nation of, and I listen to X and I'm Malcolm X, I'm like, yeah, he's, screw it. I like the mentality that's unapologetic, that says, this is what I am, this is what I stand for, and I don't care who the hell likes it. I love that, right? And then as the more I started listening to leading Shia intellectuals, scholars, leaders, I realized that what I was listening to when I heard Malcolm X was the Shiite culture. You know what I mean? That what seemed foreign to me, and listening to Malcolm X saying, hey, this is what we stand for. We want to be nice to everybody. We want to be friendly to everybody. We want to love everybody. But if somebody puts your hand on or you put them in the cemetery kind of stuff, right? This turn the other cheek crap doesn't go, right? I realized that it sounded foreign to me because I'd only heard Western culture, but that Malcolm X, that what I was hearing was Shia. What I was hearing was the Shiite culture to some extent. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's interesting. The Nation of Islam has always fascinated me. And I actually got to spend a lot of time with leaders of the Nation of Islam in Iran. At a conference. That's where I first met your coworker, Dr. Wilmer Leon, was in Iran at a conference where the leaders of the Nation of Islam were there. The Nation of Islam is very uniquely American and very much so. I guess it was started by a guy from the Caribbean who may not have been black. He may have actually been white, and his name, or at least light-skinned or mixed race, and his name was, they call him Master Farad. And he lived in Detroit, and he read the Bible and the Quran, and he came up with a very unique interpretation that was very racial. And he argued that it was like a special message to black people. And he then, after a while, he'd been teaching his followers, and he taught them to eat in certain ways that were very healthy, where they only ate one meal a day, which is apparently a very healthy diet, and other things. And he was quite an effective leader. And then he recruited this guy who I guess went by Elijah Muhammad.
Right.
And then one day he took Elijah Muhammad aside and he said, "My work here is done." And he vanished. And the FBI spent millions of dollars trying to figure out whatever happened to Master Farad. And they couldn't find him. They don't know what happened. And they've spent all kinds of money and they never could find him. And Elijah Muhammad then became the leader. And in the 1930s, they became this very important religious movement among Black Americans. And they were very popular. And then during the Second World War, they said, look, the Japanese folks, they are not white, and we're not going to fight other non-white people. And so they were thrown into prison, basically outlawed. And then after the Second World War, there was that wave of anti-colonial movements that took place. And because they were opposed to white supremacy and colonialism and were fighting for Black people, they aligned with it. And Malcolm X had been in prison and was recruited. And their beliefs were very, very unique. Then, Malcolm X, had a falling out with them and he became a Sunni Muslim. And then Elijah Muhammad died. And after Elijah Muhammad died, his son became the leader. And his son went to Saudi Arabia and got some money from Saudi Arabia. And then he liquidated the Nation of Islam and they just became Sunni Muslims, right? So then, and this is where it gets interesting, Minister Farrakhan, who had been in the Nation of Islam before, he did not like the way the Nation of Islam was going. And so he went to Libya and met with Gaddafi, and Gaddafi gave him money, and he relaunched the Nation of Islam as the Nation of Islam, right? And that's the Nation of Islam that currently exists, right? And it's very interesting. And there are certain
beliefs
beliefs
with Iran now, right?
They're back from what I understand. They were in Iran and they're very anti-imperialist in their writing. Almost every issue of The Final Call, I buy it every time I'm on the subway in Harlem. There's somebody selling it. I buy it. Every issue has a Press TV article from Iran in it or an RT article, from Russia. They're very anti-imperialist. And when I was in Iran, they would ask them, like, are you Sunnis or Shias? And they'd say, well, we have our own kind of specific beliefs. And they do. Their beliefs are very much tied in with Black people and with the future of the African continent, etc. And they don't exactly fit in with being Sunni or Shia, but the aspects of the Islamic Revolution of 1979 and the anti-imperialism and all that, they very much identify with. I'll tell you that much. They certainly do. I remember, I think the first time I ever read The Final Call was when Ahmadinejad, the president of Iran, he wrote a letter to George W. Bush that was very powerful. And they republished it in The Final Call. And I remember I got my hands on it in Cleveland. And it was a very powerful letter opposing the war in Iraq, opposing the Bush administration. And, the Nation of Islam is a very, very fascinating organization with a lot of fascinating history. And, Minister Farrakhan has done so much. They were going to make a Netflix documentary about him. He's over 80 at this point. And then they decided, they couldn't do it because he's anti-Semitic or whatever. And it was just like, this is the man who led the Million Man March. Right? Like, this is the man who was a defining figure in American politics in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. Like, and you're not going to make a documentary on him because he said some things. I mean, come on. This is like, that would be like not making a documentary about about Beethoven or something. I mean, this is a really important figure in American politics. I mean, the Million Man March was a really big moment. I mean, there were like films about it, right? As Spike Lee had the film Get on the Bus and all of that. Like, that was, and, it was a pivotal moment. And if I remember correctly, in 1995, Bill Clinton, he was out of town that weekend and he was scared to oppose it because it was so big in the Black community. He was also scared to embrace it because there would be backlash. And so Bill Clinton just kind of took the weekend off and went on vacation so he wouldn't, take a position on it. And that the Million Man March probably saved the life of Mumia Abu Jamal, who was on death row at that point, right? He was on death row, and the government of Pennsylvania, this former Black Panther, who many people believed was innocent of the crime, he was going to be executed. But then 1 million men convened in Washington, D.C., organized by Minister Farrakhan, and the government said, okay, let's not push this button. Let's not do that. So, I mean, I really look up to Minister Farrakhan, and he is admired all over the world for the work that he does. And people want to focus on, you know, his position on homosexuality or some other things he said. And it's like, you have to understand, this is one of the most brilliant and important Black revolutionary leaders in American history. So that's my thinking there.
But after the coup in Chile, you had, you know, the populist leader Isabel Perón in Argentina. She was removed by a coup by her military. They brought in Chicago school economists. The military dictatorship in Brazil also started following. Uruguay followed them, and that was kind of widespread. It started out in the Southern Cone with Chile and then Argentina, and it started spreading all throughout Latin America in the 1980s. Now, you get an individual in 1985 named Jeffrey Sachs from Columbia University. And he's a little bit different than Milton Friedman. Now, Jeffrey Sachs, he is from Columbia University, and in 1985, you know, Bolivia has an election, and, you know, he moves in and he becomes an advisor to the new government. And they're able to carry out a lot of the similar policies where they privatize things very quickly, and by 1987, they're having 25% to 30% unemployment, mass layoffs, wages go down by 40%. The number of people with jobs with retirement pensions goes down by 61%. So they're getting rid of the pensions of people who were working. Eventually in 1995, the Bolivian president auctions off the state industries at a hotel, and it's kind of like a carnival atmosphere, and he's selling off the oil and the railways and the phone companies, and you know, the price of water goes up by 300%. But what's different about Jeffrey Sachs is Jeffrey Sachs was able to carry out Pinochet-style economic reforms without a big, brutal military dictatorship. There was no war in Bolivia. There was no, you know, military junta seizing power. He's able to carry out Pinochetism without Pinochet, right? And so that's why he's widely praised. And, you know, the economy does start to improve. The GDP is going up, poverty is increasing, wages are going down, but people are making profits. It's not a huge economic disaster. So Jeffrey Sachs, you know, he's kind of the superstar of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, and he becomes kind of the superstar. And he hangs out more with liberals, like, you know, the Democratic Party. He's not an extreme right-winger. He's more considered a liberal. And he makes friends with a Hungarian billionaire by the name of George Soros. People have heard of George Soros. Now, George Soros is a Hungarian billionaire, and one of the main things George Soros did was he funded protest movements in Eastern Europe against communist governments. You know, the Solidarity movement in Poland, a group of workers who were striking to the Roman Catholic dock workers didn't like the communist government. Well, they're being funded by Soros. Charter 77 in Czechoslovakia, various anti-communist artists in the Soviet Union. Soros is, you know, paying them. And Soros is a liberal. I mean, he's very liberal-minded, but, you know, he doesn't like communism. And he's working with the US CIA to help kind of coordinate these protests all over Eastern Europe to help bring down the Marxist governments. And we know the Soviet Union fell in the fall of the Soviet Union, and he's paying a lot of these protests and supporting them. And he's a friend of Jeffrey Sachs, and he actually pays for Jeffrey Sachs' travel across Europe. Whenever Jeffrey Sachs, as communist governments are falling, Jeffrey Sachs comes in, and his airline tickets are paid for by George Soros. And interestingly, in the mid-90s, George Soros actually starts to question. He doesn't believe in free markets and neoliberalism anymore. He starts to say, well, he's for more of a Keynesian model, and he backs away from all of this after he'd been the main sponsor of Jeffrey Sachs throughout the early 90s. And so then in 1993 in Russia, you have the constitutional crisis. The Soviet Union has fallen. They have their first election in Russia, and they elect a communist majority to the parliament. And the communist majority, it's Yuganov, the Communist Party of the Russian Federation. They're trying to stop Boris Yeltsin from implementing free market reforms, from selling off state industries, from privatizing things. So at that point, Yeltsin then uses his power in the Constitution to dissolve the parliament, right? And to just say, nope. So, you know, the communists who are elected to the parliament say, well, we're not going to leave. So at that point, you know, people pour out into the streets. There's a big mobilization of people to defend the parliament. The military is sent in to clear the parliament. 187 people are killed. It's just a mess, right? The constitutional crisis of 1993 in Russia. And now you would think, and I wanted to throw this in there, you would think that while something like this was happening in the former Soviet Union, while, you know, elected socialists and communists are being kicked out and are defending their right to be in the parliament, you would think that Marxists, especially all over the Western world, would be out in the streets supporting their comrades, right? That didn't happen. In fact, all over the Western left, this memo got sent out that because the Communist Party of the Russian Federation was aligning with a lot of Slavic nationalists and right-wingers,
that this was a, quote, red-brown alliance. And they were saying this is a fascist gathering, this is a red-brown alliance. And there was very little solidarity. There were a couple protests in support of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, but very little. And there was this saying that if this feeling among Western leftists that if you go out and support the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, you're supporting anti-Semitism, you're supporting fascism, you're supporting Russian nationalism, and there was very, very, very little solidarity with the Communist Party of the Russian Federation during the constitutional crisis in 1993. And so, of course, Jeffrey Sachs comes in, and he's the advisor to Boris Yeltsin. So he comes in, privatization, selling off state assets. 80% of Russian farms go bankrupt. 70,000 state factories close down. And what's interesting is a lot of these state factories, they're sold, and Western companies buy them, American companies buy them, and just shut them down. And what's that about? Well, because if they're producing, they're in competition. Right? And at this point, as the farms are going bankrupt, as the factories are going bankrupt, Russia starts importing huge amounts of products and food, especially from the United States. So the farms are going bankrupt and all that. So they're buying American food, they're buying American products. In 1989, before the fall of the Soviet Union, there were around 2 million people in the country that were in poverty. By 1996, that number is 72 million. A 70 million people go into poverty. 1 in 4 Russians are living in poverty at that point. 37 million are living in conditions described as desperately poor. The number of drug users, this is according to the Russian Ministry of Drugs, increases by 900%, right? The suicide rate doubles. And overall, they lose 10% of their population. Now, it's not just people dying, it's also people just fleeing the country and moving somewhere else. And economist Andrei Gunder-Frank calls it economic genocide, And actually, and this quote, I actually was in the room when he said it because he was speaking at NYU. Bill Bradley, the former senator, he was there and he was going over there with the Clinton administration, and he said 30% unemployment, rampant inflation, pensions gone, savings gone, 30 or 40 years it's all gone, no jobs, a few people doing very well who bought all the assets from the state, but the average person, no. That's how he described, this is U.S. Senator Bill Bradley, how he described what was going on there in the 1990s. But it's not just, it's not just Russia, it's all the former socialist countries. And a couple examples, in 1994, in the Ukrainian city of Lviv, you have running water and electricity for only a few hours in the morning and the evening, because they have so little money, they can't afford to keep the lights on, they can't afford to keep the water running. The average life expectancy in Russia goes down by about 3 years during this time. A 50% increase in the price of food in the city of Prague in 1989 to 1990. And what's interesting is, during the time of the Soviet Union was prevented from importing a lot of Western products, right? Like bananas and, Coca-Cola and all of that. And people, they tell stories about people in the Soviet Union. They would keep like a little Coke can, and it was like a treasure. This is, the glorious West. I've got my little treasure here. But now, all over Eastern Europe, you can buy Coke, and you can buy bananas, and you can buy all these products. When they're on the store, they're on the shelf in the store, but people can't afford to buy them. People don't have the money. And people are fleeing in big numbers. There was a huge rise in human trafficking, sex trafficking during this time. Heroin is all over there. It's just a disastrous time for Eastern Europe as they're implementing all these free market reforms. My name is Caleb Maupin. I'm the leader of the Center for Political Innovation. I'm the chair of the U.S. delegation that attended the World Youth Festival. Well, the first time I ever visited Russia was for the 2017 World Youth Festival, and then I have been to Moscow a number of times since then. I've also been to Yalta, and now I'm back here in Sochi. And I find Russia to be a very lovely place, full of kind, welcoming people, people that are very charming, people that want to help you have a good time and really would like to connect with the rest of the world. They tell us that Russia is an isolated country, and that's just a lie. I mean, Russia has many friends and deep relationships with countries all across the planet, in Africa, Asia, Latin America, etc. And I hope that Russia's relationship with the United States can improve, and that's why I'm here. I'd like to see better relations between the United States and Russia, and I don't like the direction our leaders are currently taking things. So I was asked to talk about stereotypes. One stereotype of Russia that we get in American media a lot is that Russia is a country full of criminals, that if you come here you'll be kidnapped, people will rob you at gunpoint, etc. I haven't seen any of that. I haven't seen any criminal activities. I haven't seen any guns the whole time I've been here.
I haven't seen anything related to crime or drugs or anything like that. I see a very safe place. I would bring my family here. If I had children, I would be happy to go on vacation here in Sochi, take my family to the beach. I'm not seeing criminal activity. I'm not seeing anything to make me afraid to come here. The image that we have of Russia and the United States is of some kind of, militaristic third world society where people are always engaged in criminal activities. I don't see that at all. I see a very modern, industrial, civilized country that has trade and diplomatic relations with a number of countries. I was also asked what parts of Russia I'd like to visit. I'd like to see more of southern Russia. I'm here in Sochi, this is southern Russia, but I'd like to see some of the regions that are in the southern regions, some of the more Islamic regions, how they differ from life in Moscow and St. Petersburg, etc. I'd like to get to know the different nationalities of Russia, the different republics. That's something I would like to do. I'd also like to see the new republics because, again, in the U.S. media, we're told that these areas are conquered, these people are occupied. Well, I know that that's not true because I look at alternative media, but I'd like to talk to the people. And at the festival, I had the pleasure of meeting people from Donetsk, meeting people from Lugansk. I've been to Yalta and Crimea, so I'd like to see the new republics as well. But I would really like Americans to see that this is a very civilized country. This is a country with a lot of wealth and a lot of cultural heritage, whether it's the music of Tchaikovsky or Shostakovich or the writing of Maxim Gorky. And the people here have a really deep knowledge of their history and culture. A lot of Americans can't even find their own country on a map, but you talk to Russian young people, they are very knowledgeable about where they came from, the history of their country, and they're also plugged into a project of national rejuvenation and growth. They're enthusiastic about what their government is doing. Their government is mobilizing them to be part of a project to raise up productive forces and develop a very different atmosphere from the West, very optimistic as opposed to the pessimism coming out of Western civilization at this time. I would love to travel around Russia and get to know the country better, get to know the soul of the Russian people, see the different regions. The potatoes are very good. The way you have your potatoes and you serve them with the spices and all that. Also, some of the stew that you make, the beef stew with potatoes and the different things, that's also very, very nice. The spices make it very, very tasty. Also, I will say I love your lamb because, I grew up in Ohio. My grandfather was a farmer, and he raised sheep, and we would eat lamb for Easter and for other holidays. And I had the opportunity to visit a restaurant at Sochi and have some of your lamb, and it's very well prepared. You prepare your lamb very, very well. So I love your lamb as good. And you can't get lamb as very much in the United States. It's more rare. We have a lot of beef in the United States, but your lamb here is delicious. My wish is that many foreigners will come to Russia and get to know the people here, and that this will strengthen the bond and the growth of the new economy that is emerging in the world with the BRICS countries, and that trade will prosper between countries, and growth and optimism and the belief that tomorrow can be better than today. This will be fostered and cultivated by what you're doing with your project with foreigners in Russia.
And the key to the CIA in helping their dupes and allies is connecting them to Wall Street-controlled non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and Rockefeller-controlled foundations. The CIA goes into a country, finds people to carry out its mission, and then the network of wealthy families that control the 4 biggest oil companies in the world, they pay them to do it. The National Endowment for Democracy, the Open Society Institute, a whole network of organizations controlled by George Soros, they are part of the effort to maintain the power of the oil bankers. You can find the money of the wealthy oil banking families in the United States. You can find their money all over the world. The oil banking dynasties, they use their money like sports gamblers, but like expert sports gamblers. They realize if you bet on both teams, you're almost guaranteed to win every game. If you want to find the people who run the world, quietly powerful global elite, you don't have to look for the Illuminati or the Freemasons or some secret society. Look at the major oil companies and the banks that are connected to them. The 4 major oil companies in the United States, the super majors, Chevron, British Petroleum, Royal Dutch Shell, that's owned by the Rothschilds, and ExxonMobil, controlled by the Rockefellers and the Morgans, they function as much like a trust or a cartel as is legally possible in the United States. So they set the prices of gasoline together. They discuss increases and drops in production among each other. There's a number of smaller corporations which are indirectly owned by the same people that own the big 4. For example, an oil company called Marathon is technically an independent company, company, but it's really just a subdivision of ExxonMobil, another descendant of Standard Oil, started by John D. Rockefeller. U.S. foreign policy cannot be separated from the big four oil companies. This should be obvious from a distance. What countries have been the biggest enemies and military opponents of the United States in the last 3 decades? Iraq, Libya, Venezuela, Russia, Iran. All of these countries are major oil exporters. Who pays for the Council on Foreign Relations? Who does business with the Pentagon? Who owns the banks at the center of the European Union? Who funds both the Democratic and Republican parties in the United States? Who funds the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, and the Liberal Democratic Party in Britain? The very ground on which the United Nations headquarters is built was a personal donation from the Rockefeller family. Henry Kissinger, one of the most influential figures in setting U.S. foreign policy, is a complete creation of the oil bankers. He worked for the Rockefellers before he worked for Washington. Look at the think tanks where decisions are made by powerful leaders. You'll see that roughly the same people work at all of them. The same people fund them also. The Asia Society, the Brookings Institute, the American Enterprise Institute, the Hoover Institution, the Heritage Foundation. It's not hard to find out where all of these policy-setting institutions get their money, and you can trace it to the oil bankers. So with that in mind, I'm going to answer the following questions. Why did the oil price drop in 2014? Why does it remain around $30 a barrel? What is the relationship between oil and development? And why is the global economy facing a crisis? Let's go back to the first years of the 21st century. Following 2001, the policies crafted by the Council on Foreign Relations and carried out by the Bush administration, they had a very obvious impact. They drove oil prices up. When Iraq was invaded on March 19th, 2002, the U.S. military destroyed the country's infrastructure with a torrent of missiles they called shock and awe. The country was destroyed. It was removed from the world market. Millions of Iraqis died, and the price of oil went up. And almost immediately after Iraq was destroyed, the U.S., Britain, and Israel began to escalate an international campaign against one of Iraq's neighbors. One of Saddam Hussein's biggest enemies, the Islamic Republic of Iran. A barrage of media propaganda insinuated that Iran was trying to develop nuclear weapons, and the international community was rallied to put sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran. The sanctions restricted Iran's ability to sell oil. Iranian oil was removed from the market, and the price of oil went up. In 2008, the U.S.-aligned regime in Georgia had attacked the Russian-aligned territory of South Ossetia. This sparked a war between Russia and Georgia. As a result of this war, the international community was rallied to put sanctions on Russia. Russia's oil was put on the market, taken off the market, and the price of oil went even higher. As Bush left office in January of 2009, the oil prices had reached the highest in world history, over $110 a barrel. The Council on Foreign Relations, the Pentagon, and the CIA, directly linked to the major oil companies, they had carried out a series of policies engineered to drive the price of oil up. You can't dismiss that as a mere coincidence. However, in the process of engineering U.S. foreign policy toward making astronomical profits, the four supermajors had created a problem for themselves on the international markets. In 2003, as oil prices were rising, Chavez drastically altered the nature of Venezuela's nationalized oil resources. He reoriented Venezuela's oil so that the proceeds would go almost entirely to the domestic budget. Chavez became amazingly popular as he provided free health care and free education and other services to the population with the oil proceeds. Russia also got stronger. During the 1990s, in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia was in an economic disaster. Mass unemployment, massive crime, the country was depopulating as people fled. But with the oil boom, Putin was able to restart the Russian economy. Putin was able to put the economy back in order by exporting oil, as well as natural gas. The booming oil prices enabled Putin to launch what he called the National Priorities Project. They vastly improved the state-run health services. They subsidized housing for low-income Russians. And they created an apparatus of anti-imperialist media. With state-controlled petroleum and natural gas, the industrial output of Russia increased by 125%. The wages of Russian workers tripled during the first 8 years of the Putin administration. The Russian state, centered around high oil and natural gas prices, aligned with the Russian Orthodox Church, it formed a new kind of anti-capitalist Russian nationalism. The Russian state apparatus is influenced by the legacy of the Soviet Union. It takes pride in the defeat of Adolf Hitler in the Second World War. People call it the new Russian patriotism. Russians are urged to reject Western concepts like individualism and selfishness and be part of a collective effort to build a strong country. In the Islamic Republic of Iran, the high oil prices strengthened figures in Iranian politics that they call principalists. In the US media, they derogatorily call them hardliners. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Basij, the Islamic University System, these are the networks that emphasize the anti-capitalist goals of the 1979 revolution. And with the high oil prices, they found themselves with a lot of money. So
Let me ask you this. So we see what's happening now. We've gotten some background in the Middle East. And in my opinion, what's going on now is the neocons are starting to realize that, they've tried everything they could with Ukraine. It's like, okay, we'll threaten the Russians, and the Russians pretty much yawned. They said, okay, well, we'll send people in and we'll make accusations and we'll do all kind of stuff. And the Russians like unveiled the Oreshnik missile, and they're like, holy crap, we better not screw with this. This ain't working out real well, right? And so it seems to me that after aborted try after aborted try to stir up trouble in Ukraine, that they decided to open a new front. And that this is about, okay, this can't happen. That this Syria thing was about, okay, that was what the ceasefire was about. Let's get the ceasefire going, because that's too much. We'll get the ceasefire going, which the Israelis are violating it constantly. And then we'll restart the war and we'll take over the Syrian government. That way we can kick the Russians out. It seems to me that the neocons are up to no good in Syria. And this is part of their global war on Russia or something. Your thoughts?
Well, look, I think this is a sign really about how unstable politics is getting in America.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And I mean, I remember I was young, but when Bill Clinton handed over the reins of power to George W. Bush, right? And so just to stick it to Bush, he pried the W's off of all the typewriters and all the computers in the White House. Well, that's a silly prank, right? It was George W. Bush, so it was like, right? And then the other thing that I remember is that Bill Clinton was going to free Leonard Peltier, the Native American activist who's in federal prison. And then FBI Director Louis Freeh got 300 FBI agents to come to the White House and basically say, no, you won't. And then Bill Clinton backed down. And Bill Clinton, pardoned Mark Rich, who is the biggest tax fraud guy in history, right? But he didn't pardon Leonard Peltier because the FBI basically told him not to. And then George W. Bush was president. And Bush to Obama wasn't a big deal. But then, when Donald Trump took office, you'll remember it was really dramatic. They put all kinds of sanctions on Russia right before Trump took office and blamed Russia for the elections. And then they came out and denounced Russia. And then you'll remember it was a very mysterious thing. Ambassador Vitaly Churkin, the UN ambassador, he suddenly died of a heart attack, like suddenly out of nowhere. And
yes, I remember that.
Yeah, and all kinds of people were like, what happened there? And there's all kinds of people that wonder that the timing of that was very, very odd. And then at the UN Security Council, the USA did something it rarely ever does and voted, refused to protect Israel from a resolution that was opposing it. And then John Kerry gave a speech basically calling out Israel, which was very weird because the US, but it was almost like they were blaming Israel and Netanyahu for Trump getting elected. And then Trump took office. And then we remember when Trump left office, January 6th and all of that stuff. Well, now we're getting ready for Trump to come back in. And it seems like the Biden administration is trying to start World War III because they're afraid maybe Trump won't. And they're trying to get in as much drama as they can before Trump takes office. Now, before Trump took office the first time, there was horrendous rioting in Washington, D.C. on Inauguration Day. A lot of cars were burned and a lot of violence took place. And that has me a little bit concerned because I know that there's all kinds of, woke progressive protests against Trump when he's taken the oath. And I really hope there's no violence in DC, but I kind of anticipate it. I think that Antifa and all of them will be out there in big numbers, trying to make trouble.
I think the feds the feds will be out there in big numbers, dressed like whatever kind of group. That's the other side too. I kind of feel like the game they're playing right now in Georgia, the regime change, color revolution, get people in the streets and cause lots of trouble. I feel like that will be part of a recipe that we'll see in January.
Yes. Yes, no question about it. I'll be at the inauguration. We're bringing our big banner with Trump and Kim shaking hands. Only peace can make America great again. We're getting a new banner, just as big, that talks about a bridge connecting Russia and Alaska over the Bering Sea.
Yeah.
The Peace Bridge, which now is the time to build it. If you want to talk about improving U.S. relations with Russia, pivoting away from NATO, you got to build that bridge over the Bering Sea. We're going to be there, and we're going to have an event afterwards. We've rented a nice hotel a couple blocks from the White House, and we're going to have a pretty nice reception afterwards with food and all of that. You're absolutely invited, as always.
Definitely be there.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of fun, and we're just going to try to engage with Trump supporters about the new possibilities of peace that Trump's administration brings. I expect that it's going to be a struggle. I don't think that everything's going to be a cakewalk when Trump gets in there. I don't like Marco Rubio. I don't think that guy has good intentions. But I do like a lot of what Tulsi Gabbard has said and done over the years. And I do like this new FBI director. Sounds like he's stuck it to the FBI quite a bit. And Matt Gaetz, I guess he won't be attorney general, but he's going to be a special counsel investigating FBI malfeasance. And I think there's a lot of potential.
Oh, really? I didn't hear that.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of potential for good things to happen under the Trump administration, but there's a lot of potential for bad. But this is what I'm trying to tell people, is that this is our opportunity. We can make a difference here, right? And that I see a lot of people that see that Trump appointed this person or that person. They just give up. Oh, we're all just going to get more of the same. Don't give up that easy. Don't give up that easy, right? We've got skin in the game. We can actually make a difference. I keep coming back to, there's an old meme from The Simpsons, old man yells at cloud. Right? It's got like Grandpa Simpson yelling at a cloud. Well, a lot of people have been reduced by social media to believing that's all they can be. They can just be old man yells at cloud, right? All we can do is complain about the world, and maybe we can do it in a way that goes viral or gets some attention. I'm telling you, we don't have to just be old man yells at cloud, but it's not easy. It is definitely not easy to make change, but we can change the conversation, and that there is enough of a popular mandate for moving away from regime change wars, for funding America and rebuilding our bridges and power plants and not sending all our money to Ukraine. I think there's a moment here. There's a moment where we could intervene. And that's my hope, is that we can intervene and nudge things in a better direction and educate people in the process about anti-imperialism and other things.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. It seems to me that what happens is people go in one direction or another, right? They come out with Trump is the be all end all. He's the greatest thing since pockets, and he's going to make everything perfect. And I'm like, yeah, no, you're very sadly mistaken there, right? Sure. Or, oh my God, he's the worst thing ever happened. He's going to be just as bad, probably worse than the Democrats. Well, the reality is, I think that Trump is something the same and he's something different. And as you said, maybe I'll say this. I think Trump does in some ways respond to the Trump supporters. And I think you, in saying that, look, if we can influence the Trump supporters, if we can get some kind of a peace movement going, you sure as hell ain't going to get it done with the Democrats right now. That's for sure. That's going to be an interesting dynamic, because if and when Trump says, look, we want to try to get a resolution to the Ukrainian conflict, that the Republicans, not the neoliberal Republicans, but I mean the Trump wing of the Republicans are going to say great, and the Democrats are going to be fighting against it. No, we don't want to end this war. Peace is bad. We want to continue war. They're going to put themselves in a bad position. Let me ask you this.
And to build, that's what they remember about communism. In Cuba, people don't remember Fidel Castro coming to power and executing lots of people from the old regime, and stadiums full of people cheering as the old regime is executed. People don't remember those as good years. The people who love Fidel Castro love him for building a healthcare system. They love him for paving the roads and teaching literacy. And they love him for the good things he did to bring people together. They love Fidel Castro for the Christian aspect of what he did, not for the libidinal release, the destructive aspect of what he did. And the strength of socialism around the world is its ability to construct and to build community and to bring people together. And the left, the libidinal release, that energy that comes out of the French Revolution that says, burn it down, tear it down, that gives people permission to be angry. You angry? You angry? You angry? You can be angry. Go tear something down. Go destroy. That wrecker energy, it's no longer in the hands of communists. That's in the hands of the imperialists. That's in the hands of George Soros. That's in the hands of Facebook and Twitter. They're the ones that have that wrecker energy. The left aesthetic is now the property of the imperialists. And the socialist countries of the world, in a way, you could argue that they're conservative because they offer stability to their population. They offer protection from the chaos and the turbulence of the market, from unemployment. The socialist countries of the world offer people a world where human beings matter, where people are not simply a mere financial calculation. And they offer a society where people feel an obligation to each other. They are standing up against the philosophical irrationalism that comes out of the West, which is really the logical conclusion of what called itself left. But communism has matured beyond that. Left was a stage communism had to go through. Because there was so much corruption that was there first, communism had to be left. It had to be destructive. It had to mobilize the peasantry against the landlords. That was necessary. But now the idols have been swept away. And now we can connect with the higher truth that was there. And now we can bring truth and justice back into the world. And socialism has matured beyond the left, while the dying, decaying old system does its best to hold on to what's left and use it to try and fend off the brave new world that's emerging. And those are my thoughts on the topic of faith and socialism, and I hope to hear a lot of interesting discussion after this.
And so amid that, yes, there was, on the one hand, there was this westernized wing. On the other hand, you had kind of a revival of conservative traditionalist ideas. So what you can call Nazbol, this term Nazbol, most people hear this word and they think it just means Nazi communist, right? It's Naz for Nazi and Bol for Bolshevik, so it's like Nazi communist.
These horrible social chauvinist, fascist sympathizing, quote unquote, communists.
Yeah. Well, what it was is there were two individuals, Alexander Dugin and a punk rock novelist named Edward Limonov. And they were both members of the Russian Communist Party. And after the Russian Communist Party kind of proved that it wasn't capable of like mobilizing an uprising. 1993, the parliament's dissolved. There was like some fighting in the streets, but the Russian Communist Party just didn't have the ability to bring people out into the streets and fight against austerity. They formed another party called the National Bolshevik Party. And Edward Limonov, he'd lived in the United States. He'd been part of the punk scene. He wrote novels like with gay characters in them, like gay sex scenes. He wore a leather jacket, and it was kind of this punk rock, tough aesthetics. And the idea was it would be hip and revolutionary in a way that the Communist Party wasn't. The Communist Party was this,
Right.
dodgy old party of old people and communist bureaucrats from the past. But Nazbol, they were tough in their leather jackets and their spiked hair, and they were going to go out and be tough and fight for the country. And they mixed it in with some Russian nationalism, right? Their logo apparently comes from a Sex Pistols t-shirt, right? Their logo, it looks like the Nazi thing, but it's got the hammer and sickle in it. And apparently that was first used by the Sex Pistols. I don't know why, but apparently the Sex Pistols used that on one of their albums. And they thought it looked kind of like edgy and badass. And so that's where they got the logo.
They ended up becoming nice conservatives as well over time. Johnny Rotten specifically.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He's a real, you can find him wandering London saying conservative shit if you want.
Interesting. I don't.
I don't either.
So the National Bolshevik Party was around for a while, but they were known for being a little rowdy. They were involved in a lot of street fighting and a lot of fighting on the streets. So the Russian government finally
really cool punks is all. Like they had skateboards and those neon like sunglasses and
yeah. So the Russian government ultimately outlawed them in 2007. So they don't exist anymore. And that's that. Now,
so that's how that ended, was with them being outlawed?
Yeah, basically, there were enough illegal activities and riots and crimes associated with them.
Too many spiked baseball bats and nose rings.
Oh my God, just let him talk.
And they were outlawed, and that's that. So if someone says you're a Nazbol, they mean that you're part of this like punk rock breakaway from the Communist Party. And I've never been that, and you've never been that, and I don't think any of us are.
No, you're a researcher and I'm a YouTuber.
Well, it ended when I was 11, so.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny because I've been in Russia, and what's interesting to me is that in Russia, the National Bolsheviks or the Nazbols were considered a left-wing party. They were not considered to be a right-wing party. They were considered to be a left-wing party that had elements of Russian nationalism in it, but they weren't conservative. And I mean, they were associated with punk rock and this guy who wrote novels about gay sex.
Gay stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were not considered a right-wing party, but regardless, they were outlawed. Now, Alexander Dugin, who's the individual that I met once, let me emphasize this, once in 2018, I sat down with him. Now, he runs a think tank called the Eurasian Movement, it's called. And he's written a lot about geopolitics. In 2014, he was very outspoken in support of Russia during the whole Ukraine crisis in 2014. He's now what you might call a traditionalist conservative. He frames Russia's history in this very conservative way, the history of the Russian Empire for thousands of years, et cetera. And I met with him simply because he's an anti-imperialist and he's critical of Western capitalism. He wrote a book called The Fourth Political Theory, which I don't agree with a lot of it. But I think it would be important if you want to understand anti-imperialism now. It's an important book to read. As I said when I met with him, Dugin appears on Chinese state TV pretty frequently. He appears on Latin American television. And so I had the opportunity to speak on a panel with him entitled Alternatives to Globalization. And so I took the opportunity and I spoke with him. And I think that I would do that. I'm friendly with the Nation of Islam, for example, right? That's the organization of Malcolm X and Minister Louis Farrakhan. Obviously I don't agree with a lot of the things they've said about Jews, about gay people, et cetera, but I see them as a group that is fighting for the rights of Black people. And so I feel as a revolutionary and as someone who's seen the work they do in the Black community in the United States and my work against police brutality, I respect them and I would like to have a relationship with them. There are forces in Latin America that are very socially conservative. Nicaragua, which is a great socialist society. I was just there. They do have some of the strictest anti-abortion laws in the world. Now, I don't agree with that personally, but if you're a real anti-imperialist, you have to be able to work with people who might have some conservative views. And that's kind of what Alexander Dugin is getting at in his book, Fourth Political Theory. And he tries to write this book basically summarizing, okay, so now the Cold War is over, but there's still all kinds of people all over the world that oppose U.S. imperialism. What do they think? What do they agree on? And that there is kind of this weird convergence in the developing world between social conservatism and economic leftism. And you can see this in Iran, for example, with, the Islamic Republic of Iran is very, very not capitalist. I mean, their slogan is not capitalism, but Islam, war of poverty against wealth, et cetera. But at the same time, they're also very, very Islamic and traditional and conservative, et cetera. And I think it's important to look at if you are someone who's serious about entering an alliance with forces around the world that are opposed to imperialism. It's an idea, and these are concepts you need to explore. And that's why I'm not ashamed to have met with Dugin. I would do it again if I ever got the opportunity, and the people who put the picture of me next to him and are like, aha, smoking gun, he's a Nazi. It's like, Dugin's not a Nazi, first of all. He's not a fascist, right? His book, Fourth Political Theory, has pages and pages and pages going against fascism, right? He's not a communist anymore by any means. He has pages and pages and pages going against communism. But he's just a Russian anti-imperialist intellectual.
It's funny with the, I was just thinking this sort of economic left ideas with, just at face value, socially conservative beliefs. That is how I was first introduced to the term Nazbol, was somebody with economic left beliefs and social conservative beliefs. And that's what a Nazbol was, because that's how BreadTube was presenting the idea.
Well, I think Nazbol is, at this point, it's kind of a myth. It's like a mythological myth.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, if you identify as a Nazbol, ultimately, you're probably not even going to share a lot of views with what the Nazbol party itself professed.
Yeah.
Right. The only self-identified Nazbol I've ever heard of is an individual I debated against named Eric Stryker, and he's a Nazi. If you listen to him, he's a Nazi. And I actually said that to him. I said, you're the only Nazbol I've ever met, and you're just a Nazi. So, it's like an urban legend, right? And it's this that Radlibs say in order to control the discourse, right? It's like, beware the Nazbol. There's this.
Exactly.
Well, that's kind of
you're in the corner of the internet and someone is defending China. They're probably a Nazbol. You better run.
Yeah, because China, the infamous national Bolshevik country.
You've been to Iran. We talked about that a little bit. You've studied Yemen, but you've been to Russia. You've been. Did you go to the east to the new territories, Donbass area, or any of those?
I've been to Crimea. I attended the Yalta Economic Forum in 2018, but I have not been into the Donbass. So yeah.
What was Crimea like?
Well, I'll tell you, Crimea is not a very big place, right? It's a little peninsula, a lot of pine trees there, and a lot of beautiful beaches. If you have a chance to go there in the summertime or whatever, it's really a nice place to vacation. A lot of Russian folks that are wealthier, they go there on vacation every year and such. And it's just, it's a nice vacation spot. And there's a huge Russian military base that's been there since like the 1700s, right? The reason that Crimea joined with Russia is because Crimea was always part of Russia until the death of Stalin. And after the death of Stalin, Khrushchev, he was Ukrainian, so he made a deal and he redrew the borders, but they were all the Soviet Union then anyway, so it didn't really matter. And he gave it to Ukraine. And then after the Soviet Union fell, they made a deal that Ukraine got Crimea, but Russia could keep their big, huge military base there, which made sense. But then after the coup in 2014, when the USA violently overthrew the Ukrainian government, at that point, it became a question, would that military base remain there? Because the new government that was fanatically anti-Russian, they weren't going to have that base there. Well, at that point, they took a referendum because everybody there either worked at the military base or was at a business that was somehow tied in there, and they all didn't want to lose their jobs. And they speak Russian there. And I mean, it's mostly Russian citizens that are living there, right? So they just took a vote and it was like overwhelming, like 93%, said, all right, we want to join with Russia. And it's funny because they always say, Putin annexed Crimea. That's the language. Well, if a country annexes or takes over another country, there's usually like a scene of like all the tanks rolling over the border and all that. There's no such scene, because the tanks were already there because the military base has been there since the 1700s. And I was in Crimea, and I will say being at the Yalta Economic Forum was an amazing experience because I met with Syrians. I met with people from many different African countries. I met with people from China and from Vietnam and from Singapore and from North Korea and South Korea, right? And there's this whole new economy happening in the world, and there's a lot of money to be made. And that's what I think the difference between Trump and the Democrats is when it really gets down to it, right? If you want to just look at it blatantly, Donald Trump wants to make a lot of money, and so do most rich people in this country. They want more money than they already have. But there is an ultra-rich faction, like an oligarchical elite, that they are more concerned with keeping stability and keeping themselves at the top and beating down the bricks and beating down this new economy than they are with just making money in the short term. When Trump went to North Korea and had that meeting with Kim Jong-un, his biggest supporter in doing so was Jim Rogers, the legendary Wall Street investor who now lives in Singapore. And Jim Rogers was very open about why he was going to North Korea and why Donald Trump was going to North Korea, which is that North Korea is going to give up their nuclear weapons one of these days, right? It's just a matter of when they feel that Russia and China have their back enough, they're going to get rid of their nukes. And when they do that, at that point, the United Nations sanctions on North Korea get automatically lifted. And it's going to be a boom in North Korea like you wouldn't believe, because North Korea, those mountains are full of minerals that are now very valuable because of cell phones and computers. Used to be worthless. Now they're really valuable. On top of that, they already make their own cell phones in-house because of the sanctions. They can't import cell phones. So they make their own sanctions in-house. So they've got all the factories that make cell phones and all that all set up. Plus, most North Koreans, almost all North Koreans, can speak at least 2 languages. Okay? So you've got a whole group of people there who can speak more than one language. You got mountains full of minerals, and you got cell phone factories that are in-house. Plus, there's a railroad that's already been constructed from South Korea up into North Korea, connecting it into China. Now, nothing can go on that railroad because of the sanctions, but there's a railroad already. So when those sanctions are lifted, when North Korea gets rid of their nukes, it's going to be an economic boom on the Korean Peninsula like you've never seen. And Donald Trump is smart enough to say, I want to make some money from that. I want there to be some Trump hotels in Pyongyang. I want some American cell phone companies to get in there and get some deals for those minerals, right? And Donald Trump is thinking, this is going to happen anyway. I want to make sure that America gets some of that money. And Jim Rogers thinks the same thing. But Mike Pompeo and John Bolton sabotaged the talks. John Bolton gave that interview where he said, that Libyan options were on the table, which is basically threatening Kim Jong-un's life. So that was sabotage. And then also in Spain, while the talks were happening, people tied in with the American CIA raided the North Korean embassy in Spain and trashed it, stole their computers. And they were trying to sabotage the talks. Why? Because, they thought, in the 70s and 80s, all these countries in Eastern Europe that were communist, they would adopt free market policies, and then the USA would get in there and they'd have a color revolution and they'd overthrow the government. And that worked all across Eastern Europe, eventually brought down the Soviet Union. But it didn't happen in China. In China, they adopted market policies. And now the Communist Party in China is stronger than it was before. It's actually more popular and more powerful, and et cetera. And in Vietnam, the same thing happened, right? In Vietnam, they adopted these free market policies in the 80s. And they thought that would lead to the overthrow of the Communist Party. Well, now the Vietnamese Communist Party is stronger than ever. And there's a fear that the same thing would happen in North Korea, which I think is very likely. I don't think that the economic boom that's going to happen in North Korea is going to lead to the people then overthrowing Kim Jong-un. I think they're going to love Kim Jong-un for doing it. And they're going to say, thank goodness he kept us going and he got us through the hard years and all of that. And it's going to lead to the North Korean government becoming stronger. And there's a fear on the part of the American intelligence apparatus of North Korea's international influence expanding, because North Korea, they supported Nelson Mandela and they gave military training to the Nelson Mandela, the ANC when they were fighting apartheid. They gave military training to the Palestinians. They provided the personal bodyguards for Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe. And they have a long record of just being tireless anti-imperialists, right? There's a number of Africans who live in North Korea who have fled there. People that were involved in various conflicts that were on the communist side, they lost, they moved to North Korea. There's a number of Arabs and Palestinians who live in North Korea. Senegal, when they declared their independence, the celebration of their independence, they built this beautiful statue and they hired North Korea to build this statue. Look at this statue to commemorate Senegal's independence. North Korea built it. It's just a beautiful statue they built. And there's a fear that if North Korea gets more access to the global economy, that their kind of anti-imperialist ideology will spread. They're terrified of like a North Korean version of RT existing, right? A North Korean Sputnik, that's what they're afraid of. And if those sanctions get lifted, something like that might happen. And they already are unhappy that the communists in Vietnam and the communists in China are still in power. So they were just not going to let it happen. But I don't think Trump cares. Trump just wants to make money. And I'm with Trump on this. It would be better for America to get in on that action. I'd like to see some Americans get jobs out of it. Going to war and occupying and having U.S. troops in South Korea, how does that benefit America?
So I wanted to talk about an issue I've been seeing on social media lately. They're making a big deal in the Democrat camp about the fact that David Duke, former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, former member of the U.S. House of Representatives, that he endorsed Jill Stein. Now, the whole thing is stupid because Jill Stein is of Jewish heritage. She's a good person. She's an anti-racist. Obviously, she can't control the fact that David Duke put out a statement on the internet supporting her. So the whole thing is just dumb. And the fact that anyone is using this against Jill Stein, anyone can endorse anybody. That doesn't make them responsible. I think Jill Stein is playing a very, very good role at this time. I was just with Jill Stein in front of the federal courthouse in Florida to support the Uhuru movement. And on top of that, she is leading the Muslim American community away from the Democrat Party because of the fact that the Democrats are blindly supporting Israel and its bombing of Gaza. The Council of American Islamic Relations has endorsed Jill Stein. I think Kamala Harris is a dangerous warmonger, and the idea that Muslim Americans won't vote for her, but would instead vote for Jill Stein is a great thing. David Duke is somebody who made a name for himself, kind of reviving the Ku Klux Klan in the late 70s.
What is your title?
Grand Wizard or National Director.
You are Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan.
Right.
He's such a nice-looking boy. You know what I mean. I don't mean to be flip about what
I know.
People are surprised, huh?
I guess so, because Hollywood's got this image that anybody who believes in their own race, if they're white, they've got to somehow be old, they got to have a big beer belly.
He's very open about the fact that his father was an intelligence officer, was involved in Air America, leafleting, propaganda, dropping propaganda leaflets into Southeast Asia for the CIA. And David Duke is a staunch anti-communist. Every anti-Semitic screed that David Duke has written begins with repeating the same old lies against communism and then saying that communism is something we should blame on the Jews. What I want to point out about David Duke is that he's very easy to control. David Duke is a gambling addict, and David Duke is a bit of a narcissist. He's had a number of plastic surgeries on his face. It seems to me like somebody called him up and said, "Hey, David, want to get your name back in the headlines again? Want people to be talking about you again? Well, endorse Jill Stein. That'll confuse them all." And he's got to be cynical. If he was at all serious about opposing Israel and their crimes against the Palestinians, he wouldn't let himself be used this way. David Duke has to know what's going on, and he has to know that he's being used, and he must not care. I saw this very same tactic be used against Charles Barron when he was running for Congress. The day before the election, David Duke endorsed him, and the mainstream media made a big deal about the fact that this black candidate for the U.S. Congress, a revolutionary anti-imperialist, was being endorsed by David Duke. As if you really want to talk about David Duke, look into the fact that he's not just David Duke, he's Dr. David Duke, and that he has a PhD. But where did he get it? Well, David Duke got his PhD in Ukraine. That's right, the same forces that are burning World War II memorials and saying that the Nazis were right in fighting the Soviet Union in Ukraine during World War II and outlawing the Russian language. Those are the same forces that gave David Duke a PhD. That should tell you all you need to know about who controls David Duke and why they might be using him to smear a candidate who wants to negotiate with Russia. I'm not concerned about Jill Stein and any alleged ties to David Duke. I'm sure she has nothing to do with him. I'm more concerned about the fact that Jill Stein has a lot of staffers working for her campaign that are tied in with a Trotskyite group called Socialist Alternative. I generally think Jill Stein is playing a very, very good role, but I have noticed that Jill Stein has said some things I don't agree with about Syria and about Russia. And many people have pointed out that's probably due to the fact that her campaign is heavily staffed by Socialist Alternative, a group of counter-revolutionary Trotskyites who were tied into U.S. color revolutions, who worked against the Soviet Union and worked against legitimate communist governments around the world, the same thing Trotskyites always do. So give Jill Stein some respect. The idea that David Duke is endorsing her is a completely manufactured, made for social media hubbub, bunch of malarkey. It's not a serious political scandal.
Have you ever asked yourself why we have had increasing trouble with discipline in our armed forces? Listen closely to the chairman of the American Servicemen's Union, and you will understand.
Okay, I'm going to run down some stuff tonight about the GI revolts and rebellions that have been going on in the U.S. Army over the last year, the organizing drive that we're undertaking. But before I do that, I got something real important here. Korean people have asked the American Servicemen's Union to send their greetings to the revolutionary young people in America. And they sent us a letter, which I'm going to read. Dear Andy, our thinking is that the ASU and the People's Korea will combine efforts in chopping the head off U.S. imperialism. We'll combine efforts in chopping the head off U.S. imperialism and tearing its limbs in concert with the revolutionary people the world over, in mutilating the U.S. ruling circles, fully supporting the ASU. You will readily agree with us in this respect, I believe. Yes, right on. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is the banner of freedom and independence of our people, and also a powerful weapon of building socialism and communism. Your contributions will greatly encourage the Korean people in their struggle to achieve an independent, peaceful unification of the fatherland, accomplishing the complete victory of socialism and communism. The ASU is playing a leading role in this fight, in this organizing drive. We have chapters of the American Servicemen's Union on 60 large military installations in the United States and 40 overseas. Just as the Bolshevik Party organized through the Soviets in 1917 against the Tsar and the oppression in Russia, the American Servicemen's Union is organizing Soviets within the U.S. Imperialist Army. The only line that's going to lead to victory, and revolution is a proletarian line in the Army. And they know that whoever can command the allegiance of the rank and file troops, that command is going to be decisive in revolution or counter-revolution. And right now, the American Servicemen's Union is building an army within an army, a workers' militia inside the U.S. Army. And along with the Panthers and others, we're going to make that revolution. Power of the people.
Let me ask you this. So one of the things that they're talking about, that the Trump was talking about, is something that, if you're let's start here. Well, North Korea has to give up their nukes, right? And then, of course, the sanctions are dropped by both. However, the North Koreans are smart enough to know right now that these bastards will overthrow them yesterday. You know what I mean? They know right now that if the neocons are in power in the United States or come to power, and if they don't have their nukes, they'll get Gaddafi'd. But the Russians are strongly aligning with the North Koreans. And Russia and North, a lot of people don't know it, they've got about a 100-kilometer border. They've got a more significant border with China, but they still have a border with Russia. What do you think about that alliance, the Russian-North Korea alliance? I think the Russians are pretty wise as far as international geopolitics. And I think they have a very strong reason for saying we're going to go be, tight with North Korea. Now, in theory, the North Koreans could say we're going to give up our nukes so that the sanctions will come off. And then the Russians could say they're under our nuclear umbrella. If anybody attacks them, they get nuked. It's like attacking us. They're getting close to there. Do you think that's kind of maybe the directions? And let me add this. In the same way that Germany has nukes, but it's not a nuclear power, but it hosts American nukes, right? Recently, the Russians said if the Americans put like nukes in Japan or wherever, they said, well, we'll put nukes in Asia. We'll put missiles in Asia. They didn't say nukes. But I thought, yeah, that means North Korea, right? That means some hypersonic or whatever the heck, or, Oreshnikovs or something. That's an option for them. But what do you think about the Russians' alliance with North Korea and how maybe that could be used to mitigate the issue of the North Koreans not giving up their nukes, or else they'd be, cooed by the maniacs in Foggy Bottom?
Well, the thing is, the reason that Russia and China have cooperated with sanctions against North Korea to some degree or other is because North Korea left the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. They had signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And then in the 90s, when their economy was crashing because they weren't having Soviet assistance and they couldn't get oil to run their tractors, the Soviet Union had supplied them with oil and they couldn't get any oil, and the petrodollar, and people were starving. At that moment, they said, look, we don't want to get overthrown. We're going to get nuclear weapons. And then Bill Clinton ran to them and made a deal and said, look, if you don't get nuclear weapons, we'll give you blah, 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 blah. And they gave him some of it. And then Congress didn't fund the deal. And then the Axis of Evil speech from Bush happened. And they said, okay, well, we gave you your chance. And they got nuclear weapons at that point. Russia and China have had to go along with that because they don't want the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty to go away. right? Because if the nuclear nonproliferation treaty goes away, then America gives all of its friends nuclear weapons. Then they have to give all of their friends nuclear weapons. And that's really not a safe thing for the world to have, like, the whole planet nuked up, not a really good idea. So because of that, they've had to cooperate. But that said, I think the reason Russia and North Korea are getting closer is because North Korea is a military country. I mean, that country is locked down and loaded. They remember the Korean War when 4 million of their people died at the hands of the United States, and they are ready to protect their country. And they got through the 1990s when things were really bad. I mean, any other government in the world would have collapsed under what they went through in the 90s, but they got through it because they have such loyalty from the population there. And things have really improved. People say they're starving in North Korea. That's in the 90s they were starving. Now things are a lot different now. Things have really improved. They can make deals with Iran and Russia, and they've got oil, and their economy is much stronger than it was. But that said, after Putin went to North Korea, you'll remember that things really escalated, and Biden sent nuclear submarines to South Korea, and all these provocations happened. And then what happened? Right? At first, South Korea was kind of going along with it, and then it stopped. And then the Department of Justice charged the top Korea advisor to the Bush and Biden and Obama administration, Sumi Terry, charged her with being an unregistered foreign agent under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Her name is Sumi Terry. Right. And it's ridiculous. It's just like the Uhuru case. It's that level of stupid. They said that North Korean spy or South Korean spies, not even North Korean, South Korean spies had taken her shopping to her favorite store and bought her handbags. Right. And that made her a foreign agent, and that she was doing favors for South Korea. And they charged her. She could go to prison for 15 years. She's facing these criminal charges. And then after she was charged and arrested, then what happened? Well, the president of South Korea offered peace to North Korea. And he gave a speech basically offering peace to North Korea, doing exactly the opposite of what the Biden administration wanted him to do. The Biden administration wanted them to go all in against North Korea, and the South Korean government didn't. And I'm telling you, South Korea, they're saying, look, if there's going to be a war with North Korea, that happens on our soil, and a lot of our people die. And no, we're not doing that. And South Korea is saying, look, we trade with China, we trade with Russia. No, United States, yeah, I get it. You're mad at Russia, you're mad at North Korea. No, we're not doing this. And the Biden administration was furious. And so they grabbed the top friend of South Korea in Washington, and they, indicted her, and they're losing their grip. I mean, and South Korea is saying, look, we're just not going to go along with this. I mean, we don't benefit from escalating against North Korea. And, I've talked a lot about how North Korea has been, oppressed at the hands of the United States, et cetera. Let's talk about South Korea for a minute, because South Korea, they have actually gotten pretty badly treated over the years, too. Little known fact, their president in the 70s was kind of the military dictator. The strongman was a guy named Park Chung-hee. And Park Chung-hee, he's kind of the guy who made, South Korea prosperous. He built their modern industries. He used the military to build their telecommunications and build their steel industry, et cetera, right? All these South Korean companies, Samsung and Hyundai, I mean, he built them with the government. It wasn't the free market. It was the military built them. But that guy, Park Chung-hee, he didn't want U.S. troops in South Korea. And so he had this idea that South Korea would get their own nuclear weapons. So then at that point, North Korea didn't have them, and then the U.S. troops would leave. And the U.S. government was furious about that. They said, that is absolutely crazy. South Korea cannot have its own nukes. And so the French government put sanctions on them, and the Carter administration condemned them. And then Congress started the Korea Gate investigation, where they dragged all kinds of Korean businessmen before Congress, accused them of bribery and all kinds of things. And then the president, Park Chung-hee of South Korea, died under crazy circumstances. He was having dinner with the head of the Korean CIA, and the head of the Korean CIA shot him in the face. And then other Korean CIA agents killed him before he could ever say what his motive was. Right. So it was very mysterious. Park Chung-hee, the kind of military dictator who was the father of modern South Korea, was killed. And South Korea, they are basically not allowed to assert themselves. And there's all kinds of U.S. troops all over all over the place. And every so often, the U.S. troops will, rape somebody or drive, kill somebody in a hit and run accident. And then the people of South Korea will go out and riot against those U.S. troops being out there. In the 90s, there was a hit song in South Korea that was all over the radio. And I don't know if we can use 4-letter words here or not, but I guess, I guess, okay. The name of the song was in English. It was "Fuck the USA." Did you know that? There was a hit song, "Fuck the USA" in South Korea, right? In English. And it was just a popular thing that people sang. And, and that also, that the military bases that the U.S. has in South Korea are centers of human trafficking, right? And people know that, right? That's where, there's brothels and people get trafficked and all of that. And that there's a lot of anger in South Korea at the United States, a feeling the United States doesn't really respect them, doesn't really respect their culture, etc. So there's always been kind of a push and pull, and that, the military of South Korea was brought down by kind of mass uprisings that were led by communists and socialists, but also just kind of people who wanted democracy and basic human rights. And it took like popular protests among the students in the 80s to actually bring down the military dictatorship. But they still have this crazy law called the National Security Law, which has been condemned by Human Rights Watch and everybody, that says you can't say anything supporting North Korea and South Korea. It is illegal. You go to jail. And it's a vaguely written law. If you say anything pro-communist, pro-North Korean, you go to prison, right? And there was actually a young man in 2013, I believe, and he went to prison for tweeting. He tweeted, ironically, he thought it was a joke. He retweeted some North Korean stuff, 2 years in prison, right? So there's all these polls where they'll say, oh, the people in South Korea, they love America and they hate North Korea. Those aren't real polls, because if you give the wrong answer, you go to jail. You know what I'm saying? And beneath the surface, you look at these strikes that they have, you look at these protests, you look at how governments have been brought down, and the labor unions there are very powerful. It's a very volatile situation in South Korea. South Korea needs Chinese investment. They need Russian investment. And the United States kind of gave them this ultimatum: you go all in against North Korea to punish them for getting close to Russia. And they said, no, not interested. And now Trump has said that he wants to resume talks with North Korea, which is very interesting because the Wall Street Journal repeatedly attacked Trump on the campaign trail during the campaign. They said Trump needs to stop bragging about meeting with Kim Jong-un. He needs to stop bragging about it because it didn't go anyplace. He needs to shut up about it. And Trump kept bragging about it. He kept bringing it up. I was at the Libertarian Party convention in D.C. back in April. And I was there, and I was in the room when Donald Trump said, I met with Kim Jong-un. It was a great thing. And all the libertarians applauded for him, and Donald Trump, he thought that was one of the best things he did. And the Republican Party didn't agree with him, but the people who voted for Trump agreed with him. So I think we're headed for some very interesting times. There are very clearly big divisions among the rich and powerful. And that's why all these crazy things are happening before Trump takes office.
Appreciate those words by Eugene Debs, and I try to live by them. And, one way you can tell that I'm not a grifter is that if I were a grifter, I would tell you what I think you want to hear. And I often don't tell you what I think you want to hear. I tell you what I think you need to hear. And there's a difference. There's a difference. You have to be real with people. You have to tell them things. Sometimes there are things that I say that are not intended to make me popular, but actually intended to have the opposite effect. I often will say things that need to be said in the socialist movement, that need to be made clear to the broad masses of people that are getting interested in socialism, that need to be clear to the folks that are getting involved in socialist activism, things that will not make me popular. I don't care. I'm here to tell you what you need to hear, not what I think you want to hear. One thing that I've been absolutely clear about. I will never forget that when I was a small child, I remember I was reading a book about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I read about how when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement was organizing and protesting, there were obviously many people who disagreed with them for various reasons. And sometimes these people who did not agree with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., they would assemble and they would have manure and feces and they would throw them at the civil rights marchers. Did you know this? This happened. The Southern racists, go away and would throw literal feces at them. And I remember reading that as a kid and thinking, my goodness. Now, imagine one of those people was sitting in front of me. What would they have to say to me today? So you threw feces at Dr. Martin Luther King. You threw feces at the civil rights marchers. How do you defend yourself? What would they say? Well, everyone else was doing it. Well, Martin Luther King he was bad. He was like opposed. They would have no defense. They would feel despicable, right? How can you look yourself in the face having done such a thing? And it's with that understanding that you should never join the mob. You should never just go along with popular sentiments. It's with that understanding that, as someone who works in the press, I will never throw shit at Russia. I will never throw shit at Iran. I will never throw shit at Venezuela. I will never throw shit at China. I am not going to join a campaign to lay the case for war. I will never do it. I'm not going to spread lies about weapons of mass destruction. I'm going to question their allegations about Uyghurs, their allegations about chemical weapons. I will never be involved in a shit-throwing campaign when they try to whip up the hysteria to justify another one of their wars. I'm not going to do it. I don't care if it makes me unpopular. Furthermore, I'm going to be honest about what a human being is. And this is something that we need to be very clear. What is a human being? The way we're taught largely in our society to think about human beings is that they're just another animal. Well, they're wrong when they say that. Because if you look at ants, ants have been building their ant farms the exact same way for millions of years. And beavers, they've been building their beaver dams the exact same way for millions of years. But in just about 7 or 8,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. That is not just another animal. We are constantly changing the way we interact with our environment. The human being is the tool maker. It is constantly shifting and moving toward a higher stage. And growth and innovation and creativity are what defines human beings and separates human beings from animals. We reinvent ourselves. We rise to a higher plane. We want to have a better life than we already have. We want our children to have a better life than we have. That is the nature of human beings. Human beings are all about growth. Human beings are all about expansion. That is the nature of the human being. So when people come out and they say, well, the answer to climate change is we just have to have less. We just have to degrow. I say no. The first ecological crisis in human history came about 7 or 8,000 years ago, when we, with our ability to make tools and sticks and rocks, we got too good at hunting and gathering. We got too good at it. We were killing too many animals. We were gathering too many fruits and nuts. There was a scarcity of fruits and nuts to gather. There were too many animals. We killed too many of them. So as a result of that, what did we do? Did we degrow? Did we say, all right, everyone's got to have less children? Oh, we all got to eat half as much? No. Well, what did we do? We changed the way we interact with our environment. We developed agriculture. We started growing crops. Right? We started domesticating animals. And the first economic, political, and social revolution was human beings responding to an ecological crisis. The old way of interacting with our environment was unsustainable, so we moved to a higher mode of production. And the current crisis that's spawning climate change requires the same response. Fossil fuels is not sustainable, right? Fossil fuels is not going to work. Climate change is a reality. And furthermore, the fossil fuel-based economy is what keeps the world poor. It's, look at Wall Street. The big banks and big corporations on Wall Street are also tied in with the big oil monopolies. We got the big 4 super majors, ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron. And in addition to them, it's like, BP, that's basically HSBC Bank. Chase Bank, that's pretty much ExxonMobil. It's JP Morgan and the Rockefellers. And the Wall Street global order is based on having an oil-centered economy. We need to get beyond an oil-centered economy. That is the solution to climate change. We need to change the way we interact with our environment, not to have less, but to have more in a sustainable way. And one concept that we've developed, and we're in the process of further developing it with the Center for Political Innovation, is that because of the situation around climate change, because this is an emergency facing humanity, because the fossil fuel-based global order is holding back economic development, it is time for a global combined effort for fusion energy. Instead of having it be a competition where China is working on fusion energy and South Africa is working on fusion energy and India is working on it and there's a lab in Boston and there's a lab in New Jersey and there's a lab in California, Instead, we need a combined global effort. We need all of the countries around the world, all of the foundations, all the scientific institutes to combine their efforts into a single effort, a united global crash program to get fusion energy. That is the idea. We should have one place in the center of the heartland of the United States of America, one international territory, a new UN, a climate change fusion UN in the center of the United States of America called Fusion City. That is what we have developed, a global combined effort to save humanity from the nightmare of fossil fuels. We call for Fusion City now. 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 Fusion City now! Fusion City now! Fusion City now! Fusion City now!
And that makes me think that we may be able to see some good changes. I believe you should always be optimistic. You know, you should always try your hardest to push for good, even if it doesn't come out of it, right? You're better for having tried than not. And I urge people, don't fall into the trap of old man yells at cloud. Let's try to push Trump to do good things to whatever degree that's possible.
Well, you know, when I was a kid, there was a cartoon called Gulliver's Travels. And every week, you know, they were on the island with the Lilliputians and something would happen. They'd have some danger. Somebody was coming there to kill them or whatever. And they'd have to come up with a plan to deal with this new threat. And whatever they came up with, there was one guy in the crowd, in the back of the crowd, who always said one thing, no matter what it was always this: it'll never work. We're all doomed. That was his, no matter what happened, that's the only thing this guy ever said every week. And it was always just like that. They're like, yes, we're going to do this, that, blah, blah, blah. And he'd go, it'll never work. We're all doomed. And I always thought, I don't want to be the it'll never work, we're all doomed guy. So I'm with you there, Caleb. Let me ask you this. Trump's coming into a different world now. You could push around some countries that bottom line is in the time since Trump has been there, a stronger and more cohesive I don't know if I want to call it anti-imperialist, I'll call it at least anti-US hegemon bloc is grown, and it's gotten much more tighter and cohesive, right? So the time when you could throw rocks at Iran, Iran could throw rocks back. Okay, let's start there. But B, I was reading the Iranians and the Russians were meeting. President Putin was talking with, I guess, the president or some leaders in Iran, and they're saying, yeah, we ain't letting this happen in Syria. So there was a time before when the Iranians sent in a lot of people to fight and sent in fighters, and Hezbollah and Russia joined together. But Iran has even much more technological power. And when the Iranians and the Russians and Hezbollah come in to fight these, US and Turkish head choppers, they got a lot more horsepower. They got a lot more technology. They got a lot more firepower than they had in the past. Your thoughts? I don't know if you've been reading any of that stuff, but I've been reading that the Iranians, in fact, do I have it here? Let me do this. Let me put this up here. I think it's important for us to look at this. Let's go here. Iran, Russia pledged support for Syria in battle against terrorists. The presidents of Iran and Russia have pledged support for Syria in its battle against terrorism. They had a phone conversation. They said it's a serious threat to stability. We believe that the recent incidents are part of a dangerous plan by the U.S. and the Zionist regime to disrupt the region's political geography in favor of the Zionists. Yeah. Putin said Russia agrees with Iran, that this undermines the country's national sovereignty. He noted that Russia would make use of its utmost capacities and the existing diplomatic channels to prevent the spread of terrorism in the region. Russia has proposed an emergency meeting within the format of Astana peace. The pair expressed unconditional support for the actions of Syria's legitimate authorities to restore order. Bottom line, it looks to me like the Russians are, I understand they've assigned some more military leaders there. They're sending horsepower there. I read that the Iranians now got their mitts on Su-35s. Interesting times. I believe that the neocons have misjudged in Syria, that they think that they can do what they did before and get away with it. But I think that their adversaries got a lot more power, fighting skills, et cetera, than they had before. And let's face it, they only got.
Sometimes in life you need a push. Sometimes people have to come along and get you out of your comfort zone. Sometimes they have to shake you awake. It's something that has to happen sometimes. Now, you can argue about different ways it might happen, but sometimes you have to get people out of their comfort zone to get them to do what needs to be done. Those two guys certainly knew that. I want to take time in this presentation to point out something that perhaps isn't the most scientific Marxist thing ever to say, but women are better than men, okay? And we don't believe in biological determinism. We don't believe in the inherent superiority of any genders and sexes, but women are better than men. Women are better organizers than men, okay? Let's be real. We men, we like to get up here and give speeches, and we're always competing with the other guys, but women know how to hold groups together. They know how to get stuff done. But women are so much better than men. Men have problems. We do, okay? And especially now, it's a very hard time to be a young man. We talk, obviously the oppression of women, sexual assault and battery and all the things that women go through, doesn't compare. But this is a hard time to be a young man also. And, I see so many young men out there, and it's like every day they feel like they're on trial, right? And they're desperate to prove themselves because there's so much judgment poured on young men right now. Why don't you have a good paying job, that pays for everything? Why aren't you married? Why don't you have a house? So many young men, they've been told all their life that they have all this obligation. And then the society around them is crumbling and they don't find a place in it. And I meet so many young men, and we are an overwhelmingly male organization. We are. There's no way to deny that. Look at this room, We are an overwhelmingly male organization, and I love all the men here. And I want all the men here to know that you're not on trial in CPI. No one's judging you. No one is judging you here in this organization. We're happy to have you here, and we love you. We love you, and we support you, and we want you to make the best contribution you can ever make, and we want to empower you to make that contribution. That's what we want to do. And I say that because I want you to let your guard down. I want you to just let your guard down and give yourself to this, because it's hard. In a world where everyone seems to be attacking you, where no one seems to ever give you a break, where everyone seems to be judging you and rating you, I want you to take a deep breath and say, this is the group I'm in, I'm committed to it. I want you to go all in, and I want you to let your guard down, and I want you to do your best. And it's hard. It's hard to trust in these kinds of times. Social media is so good at making everyone terrified of everyone else. Everyone's afraid. Everyone feels like they're being judged and put on trial every single minute. I want CPI to be a place where people don't feel like that's the case. I want CPI to be a place where people feel like they are free to be who they are and they can let their guard down, because it's hard. It is so hard in these times. So absolutely hard. And I'll say this. I know why Maduro is still in power. It was this country. Maduro was the leader of Venezuela, and the United States, especially right after Chavez died, they did everything to take Maduro out of power. I know why Maduro is still in power. I know why the United Socialist Party hasn't been defeated. Because when I went to Venezuela in 2015, when the opposition in Venezuela had a sweep and won the elections, after that election, they took us to a commune in central Caracas. And in central Caracas, we sat down with a woman, 21 years old, was wearing army pants, and I can guarantee you she knew her way around an AK-47. I can guarantee you that. And she said to us, they will never come back. And she told us her life story. She'd been a homeless young woman on the streets of Caracas, didn't even speak Spanish, only spoke indigenous languages. She'd been an orphan, and there was a priest who was a socialist, a liberation theology priest, who took her in.
And she grew up in an orphanage run by this liberation theology priest. And Hugo Chavez was the president, and they watched him on TV, and he taught them about Marxism, and he read them what is to be done on television, and she learned about socialism and revolution, and she told me, she said, I'm a communist, but I'm also a Christian. And she said, I believe God put me on this earth to die for communism, and that is what I intend to do. They will never come back. That's what she told me. And I also know why the Islamic Republic of Iran is not going to fail. Because I've been there, and I had the opportunity of being one of the only Americans, or not one of the only, but one of the few Americans to ever be in the presence of Iran's supreme leader, which is quite an experience. It was the supreme leader of Iran. He speaks every year on the anniversary of the death of Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic. And I was in this auditorium with 20,000 people, and he walks out, and he can only use one of his arms because of a bombing, and he puts his arm up, and that room just goes crazy. They just go crazy, crying and screaming, and the men extend their hands, and they say, the blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. The blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. And, when I was in downtown Tehran and going to these conferences, I was talking to people who work in media in Iran. I was talking to wealthier folks who support the revolution. But when I was in that auditorium, in that mausoleum of Khomeini with 20,000 other people, I was talking to the working class of Iran. I was talking to people who wouldn't have running water and electricity if it weren't for the Islamic Revolution. That's who I was talking about. And there's a reason they were screaming in adoration for Khamenei, the supreme leader, because he was the one who could stand for them against the rich and powerful. He was their champion, to stand with the oppressed. That's what they talk about. It's part of the Shia revolutionary tradition. And that was real politics. That wasn't leftism. That wasn't LARPing. That wasn't internet debating. That was real politics, that auditorium of 20,000 people. And in that speech, I was standing there. I was wearing my suit, no ties, because in Iran you don't wear a tie, but I was wearing a suit, and I'm standing there with a lot of Chinese diplomats and diplomats from African countries. And we're standing there, and he's making different remarks about different things. And at the time that I was there, in Iran, there was a controversy about whether or not to call America the Great Satan. And some people were saying, well, maybe we should stop calling America the Great Satan. I was standing there as the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people where the supreme leader stated his position on the issue. And he said, even though we signed a nuclear deal with the United States, we do consider America to be the Great Satan. But we don't consider the American people to be the Great Satan. We mean the system of imperialism, the system of war and death and destruction. That's what we consider to be the Great Satan. And we will never compromise on that. And though we may negotiate, we will never surrender to the Great Satan. And then I was the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people who began chanting, "Death to America," and pumping their fists like this, "Death to America, death to America." And tears rolled down my face. And it is an experience I will never forget for the rest of my life. To stand there. And I said death to America, burned American flags as a leftist before. But in that moment, everything meant something different to me because I was with those people. I was with them against the US imperialists. But I also knew that so many of the American people would have something to gain from destroying not America as we know it, but the America of the bankers and the billionaires and the war hawks and the monopolists. And there's millions of Americans who would be in that room with me if they knew the truth. If they knew the truth, they'd be in that room with me. And that we have a responsibility to take this seriously. We have a responsibility to try and communicate this in a way that'll win people over. We have a responsibility to not burn the American flag, but to wave the American flag. We have a responsibility to not advocate death, destruction, and chaos, but a 4-point economic plan that would improve people's lives. This isn't a game. This isn't a joke. This is serious. And it is our job to do the best that we can do here in the center of the empire, to get working people to understand who their real enemy is and why imperialism is the enemy of all humanity. That is what our responsibility is. It's not a joke. And I couldn't unsee what I saw in that room. And that was the beginning of my trip out of the Workers' World Party. The day I walked out of that room was the day I was beginning to leave the Workers' World Party because I couldn't unlearn it. And then when I went back When I went back to the United States and went to leftist protests, something was off. I felt sick to my stomach. I was frustrated. I was like, guys, people are losing their homes and jobs in Ohio. This is not a joke. Can we mature? Can we take this seriously? It's not about doing what's trendy and hip. It's about actually trying to win. And I saw that something was off. And then Donald Trump ran for president. And I saw Donald Trump saying a lot of things that I agreed with about the wars and about the elite. And I saw a left that didn't want to engage with these people. They're all racist. They're all, and just dismissed. Basket of deplorables, like Hillary Clinton said. And I said, we got to do something about this. CPI is a result. CPI is a result of my revelations internationally and my understanding and my frustration and my desire to take this seriously. And that's why CPI is still here. And that's why I will continue to do this. I will say, I won't say who, but I got multiple messages that really all traced back to one particular leftist personality who said to me, Caleb, you should stop organizing. You should stop organizing. Just be a social media commentator. And I heard that and I said, I don't know what that means. And I said to the person, honestly, I don't know what that means. For me, being a communist is about building an organization. It is about building a group. It is about getting things done. If I was just a writer or just a speaker or just a commentator on the internet, maybe I'd comment on science fiction novels. Maybe I'd comment on basketball or football. But if I'm talking about communism, I'm doing it because I want to change the world. I'm doing it because I want to build an organization. I read the literature I read communist literature, William Z. Foster, Gus Hall. It's all about building an organization. It's not about, getting points on social media. It's not about having the best edgy take that everyone retweets. It's about actually building an organization. That is the point. Karl Marx said that philosophers have long sought to analyze the world. The point, however, is to change it. Also in the 1990s, you have the rise of what you might call globalist institutions. The World Trade Organization is founded. So the World Trade Organization is a trade deal that essentially the economic laws that you pass in your country are subject to review by the World Trade Organization. So there's a group of people appointed by corporations. And if you want to raise the minimum wage in your country, or if you want to regulate spending or whatever, you have to go to the World Trade Organization, and they can approve or disapprove of it and fine your country if you do it in a way they don't approve of. The International Criminal Court is set up in 2002, something Soros really campaigned hard for. They've so far indicted 39 people. Every single one of them is African. Among them are a number of the leaders of the Libyan government of Muammar Gaddafi that have been indicted. Every single one of them has been indicted. And the International Criminal Court is set up in the aftermath of the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia. And it's set up in which they're, after the destruction of Yugoslavia, they're bringing in all the leaders of the former socialist government there and charging them. Interestingly, now the UN Charter is adjusted to include the phrase responsibility to protect. The UN Charter allowed no violations of the sovereignty of any country. But advocates of neoliberalism worked very, very hard, including Samantha Power and others, to get added to the UN Charter this phrase, responsibility to protect, where if people's lives are in danger, it's okay to infringe on the sovereignty of the country, right? Libya, that's a sovereign country, but they said Gaddafi was killing people, so NATO was allowed to go and bomb the country and overthrow the government. Serbia was the first example of responsibility to protect being implemented, but it's been used all around the world. Humanitarian intervention is now allowed according to the UN Charter under this change. And we've had our share of neoliberalism here in the United States. There's the Taft-Hartley Law, for example. That was passed in the aftermath of the Second World War, 1948. Solidarity strikes. If you're in a workplace and you want to go on strike, by law, it must be about something in your workplace. You can't have a solidarity strike with people in other workplaces. It used to be unionized, they had what they called card check, which is that, if half the people, 51% of the company, people working there, agreed to be represented by a union, the union represented them. Not anymore. Now they have the National Labor Relations Board process where it can take up to 2 years, and it's a long process. This also, interestingly, allows the president, the Taft-Hartley Law, to order striking workers back to work for a cooling off period. So there's a strike at a company, it's extreme, so he says, you know what, the president can just say, well, you all have to go back to work for up to 2 years for a cooling off period. We're going to let things cool off, right? Basically allows the president to prevent strikes. It's a very, very anti-labor law, and there's been a lot of talk of repealing it. There was proposals. Obama said he was going to passed what he called the Employee Free Choice Act, which was going to repeal the Taft-Hartley law. He seemed to have forgotten about that as soon as he took office. But we also have, private prisons and military contractors and charter schools. This is a big point that Milton Friedman really pushes in his book Free to Choose and his miniseries. Why have the government do something? Because a private corporation can always do it better, right? So why, when we have prisons, right? When criminals get arrested and put in prisons, why have them be run by the government? Why not have a private company that gets paid, money to lock people in jail? What could possibly go wrong with that, right? Or schools, right? You have education. Schools aren't good. Why don't we set up schools for profit where private companies get paid per student to send people to schools? Or, we send the army to go out and fight our wars. Why don't we have these private companies that get guns and weapons and send people into conflict zones, right? And one example of this privatization is, the Metropolitan Transit Authority. A lot of people think the subways in New York are government. They're not. The MTA is a public beneficent corporation. Banks make profits of it. And you see kind of the rise of, people like to talk about crony capitalism, where things are private, but the government is facilitating a monopoly. So private companies are set up that make profits for corporations and for investors, but the government is facilitating it. And that seems to be almost a staple of neoliberalism. It's different than classical liberalism, which is the government does nothing. It's things that are done by the government are handed over to private corporations to make profits off of them. You have the deregulation of lending and the famous housing bubble, 2007, 2008, where it suddenly became legal. All kinds of lending practices that had been completely illegal were being legalized in the lead up to the financial crisis, where you could take a mortgage on your house and it would be a certain amount for 2-3 years, and then the payment would be triple that, all of a sudden. And of course, people lost their homes in big numbers. Student loans, for example. Most industrialized countries allow, the government provides education. In the USA, the government facilitates the lending of money for people to get into student debt for the rest of their lives to pay for their education. So that's neoliberalism in the United States.
So as Congress makes up its mind on whether to take military action against Syria, anti-war groups are getting ready to stage protests in Times Square today. Rosa Flores joining me live now from New York. So Rosa, tell us more about the protests unfolding there in New York.
Yeah, well, those protesters are making their way here to Times Square, and I'm actually here with one of the organizers, Caleb from the International Action Center. And I know that you guys are expecting dozens, if not hundreds, of people here. But first of all, explain to us kind of what is your mission? Why are you guys here?
The last thing we need right now is a new war against Syria. Right now, they're cutting food stamps, hospitals are closing, schools are being shut down. There's a budget crisis in this country. We do not need more money for a new war against Syria. Every one of the cruise missiles they would send would cost over $1 million. That could be teachers that could be hired. That could be hospitals that could be opening. But instead, it's blowing up and killing people in another country, and that's not right.
Now, let me ask you about the support that you're getting, because from what I understand, lots of organizations are coming out of the woodwork and asking to be involved. Tell us a little bit about the involvement of other organizations that perhaps would not be, in this case, participating in something like this.
Well, 89% of the U.S. public is opposed to this war. People in this country overwhelmingly oppose an attack on Syria. But that won't mean anything unless people do something about it. If people aren't in the streets and organizing and demonstrating and making clear to the government that they will not let this war pass, that won't mean anything, because we've seen so many times the government not listen to the people and go to war. I don't believe what's coming out about this chemical weapons attack. I have a lot of questions about it. There are a lot of facts that just aren't adding up. And we've heard about weapons of mass destruction before. There's so many lies to take us into war. We don't need a new war. We need jobs, schools, education, and not a new war against the Syrian people. And these rebels that our government and our tax dollars are paying for, they're not good folks, and they're doing awful things there in Syria, and we should not be supporting these rebels in Syria.
Right now in this city, hospitals are closing, schools are closing, all kinds of resources that people in this city use to survive are being shut down. Well, what are they talking about doing? They're talking about a new war against Syria. How much money is every single one of these missiles going to cost? At least $1 million. That could be teachers, that could be nurses, that could be doctors. But instead, it's going to a war. Do we want that? No. And now, there have already been 100,000 people killed in this war in Syria. And they've been killed because our tax dollars are going to fund the Syrian rebels. A lot of these Syrian rebels aren't even from Syria. They're from places like Qatar, places like Jordan,
places like Libya, and they've been shipped in. Syria was a peaceful country, and now there's a civil war going on. And the United Nations has reported that these rebels in Syria, funded by our tax dollars, are recruiting children as young as 11 and 12, and they're recruiting them and using them to kill people in Syria. Chemical weapons have been used by the Syrian rebels. They've used them. Carla Del Ponte from the United Nations has confirmed that. They're using sarin gas, and they're killing innocent people in Syria with our tax dollars. And the reason that they're talking about striking Syria right now, the reason they're talking about striking is because those rebels are losing. Why are they losing? They're losing because the people of Syria don't support them. They don't support foreign importing insurgents trying to tear up their country. And that is why Obama wants to send the missiles to do what the rebels can't do, because they don't have support on the ground. We want the people of Syria to run Syria. We want money for jobs and schools and education, not a new war. I'm with FIST, Fight Imperialism, stand together, and you can check us out. Thank you.
Popular story, which again we cannot confirm, is that she had many miscarriages before Stalin was born. So she made a promise to God. She said, if I can have one, if you can let me give birth to a son, I will make him become a priest. That's one version. That's not confirmed. For whatever reason, Stalin, which was not his name, right? Yosef Yugashvili, right? His mother was determined for him to become a priest. And so, even though he's from this tiny little village, even though, his father's a bootmaker and an alcoholic, Stalin's mother goes around raising money to get Stalin to go to seminary school to become a priest. And so she does it. And that in and of itself, people have talked about how that is like next to impossible at that time. For a little town in Georgia, an impoverished person whose father is a drunken bootmaker, a drunken guy who makes boots, and it is like next to impossible for somebody from a little tiny town in Georgia to go to seminary school and become a priest. So Stalin's mother somehow going around and raising the money to get Stalin into seminary school is kind of amazing. It is like, it's huge. And that shows how kind of fanatical his mother was. And his mother lived well into the time when he was leading the country. And I know Stalin at one point banned any interviews with his mother because she was spending a lot of time doing interviews for newspapers and in the media. And Stalin was sick of hearing his mother talk on the radio and stuff. And he actually banned her from speaking in the media, which is kind of funny. Stalin's mother had this big personality, very religious woman. And she determined that Stalin should become a priest. So she somehow got him to go to seminary school. She got the money together to fund Stalin going to seminary school. And so Stalin went to seminary school, right? And at seminary school, Stalin was apparently one of the worst behaved students they had ever had. He was constantly getting into mischief, constantly getting into trouble, constantly breaking the rules. Stalin was apparently a horrendous student at seminary school. He was constantly getting in trouble, constantly breaking the rules. He was like a juvenile delinquent, at seminary school. One of the things, and this is fascinating, they had a rule at this seminary school that Stalin was at, that you could only read religious books. You could only read religious books. So Stalin went to the local village and he got a subscription. You could do that at the bookstore in this village. He got a subscription. So they would send him every single book they got. And he then made money selling those books secretly to all the other boys in the seminary school. He had an underground book smuggling conspiracy. He ran a book smuggling ring at the seminary school, right? And they weren't communist books from what I understand. That's been romanticized later, but they weren't communist books from what we understand. They were just, stuff like Victor Hugo and, just novels and stuff. But he was getting punished and he was making money doing it, right? It was kind of his little hustle, as Girard says. That was Stalin. and is constantly getting in trouble. Not a very good student. He's getting low grades. Right? He doesn't get very good grades. He's not very focused, but he does learn to read and write. And that puts him ahead of a lot of people in Russian society at that time. In the Russian Empire, we're talking the Russian Empire in the 1890s, 1900, that puts you pretty far ahead of a lot of people if you can read and write. So finally, his mother just stops paying the bills. She's like, I worked so hard to send you to priest, to learn to become a priest. Worked so hard to do this, and you're screwing around and you're breaking the rules. Screw you, and his mother stops paying the bills. So Stalin goes to the nearby village, the village near where, his seminary school is. And there he joined the Bolsheviks, and he became an organizer of industrial workers, of factory workers, of union. He becomes a union organizer after he's kicked out of the village. But there's another aspect of this too, which is that Stalin's mother and father were not together. That Stalin's father wanted him to be a bootmaker, like he was, not a priest. And so frequently, throughout Stalin's childhood and teen years, his father would kidnap him. Right? I mean, this is one of the saddest things. So his mother wants him to go to priest school, maybe because she made a promise to God, or maybe not, we don't know. His father, who's an alcoholic, wants him to become a bootmaker. And so frequently, Stalin will, go home to visit his family or whatever. And from what we understand, the father would show up and take Stalin away with him and start teaching him to be a bootmaker. And then the mother would go back to, wherever the father was and say, no, Stalin's coming with me, and have him become a priest at seminary school. You want to talk about a confused upbringing, right? Your mother is, moving heaven and earth to get the money together to send you to school, seminary school, to be a priest. Your father, on the other hand, keeps showing up, kidnapping you and taking you, and basically taking you against your will back to his home somewhere else to try and get you to become a shoe or a bootmaker. Do you imagine how confusing that would be for a young man? I mean, the parents were not together. They were not living together, right? The parents had split apart. So, and Stalin's mother, and again, you want to talk about the force of Stalin's mother. Stalin's mother, the more you read about Stalin's mother, the more you read that she's this dynamic person, right? I mean, this is not a society where women are encouraged to take on leadership roles or her ex-husband is showing up and taking her son away, and then she's showing up and taking her son back from the ex-husband and sending him back to seminary school. This is like, again, you want to talk about an interesting thing, but the thing is that everywhere Stalin goes, and this goes right up to the time of his death, Stalin is very much a man's man, right? Stalin is very much an organizer. Stalin is very much he is popular everywhere he goes. In seminary school, right? He's running this underground book smuggling club. And, he may not be getting good grades, and he may be the class clown, and he may be always in trouble and all that, but he's popular. All the other kids think he's the coolest guy around. And that's one thing that Stalin kind of has going for him. Wherever he goes, people love him. Later when he's a revolutionary organizer, he goes to prison. And the other Bolsheviks are in the prison, and they're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? And Stalin makes friends with the other prison inmates. And he's really popular in the jail. And the other prisoners, they think he's really badass, and they think he's really cool. And that Stalin has a way of just kind of getting people to like him, right? He's charming. And he can tell jokes, and he just knows how to get along with people. He's the kind of person that people like, right? He's a very charming, charismatic individual. When he's in the jail, right? A lot of these Bolshevik organizers are intellectuals. They're from a wealthy background. You put them in a jail cell with robbers and criminals and murderers, and they're sitting there, oh my God, this is terrifying. Stalin, somehow, all the other prison inmates like Stalin. This happens over and over again. Later, in Stalin, in his revolutionary years, he's deported, right? This is a thing they used to do to criminals and revolutionaries in Russia, is they deport you to Siberia. Russia, they would deport you to Siberia. So they deport Stalin and Lenin, Bukharin, a lot of these great revolutionary leaders, they deport them to Siberia. So they're in Siberia. right? Little, Siberia. Look at a map. Look how big Siberia is, right? It's a big, vast amount of territory, but not a lot of people there. It's very spread out, and they talk about how a lot of these revolutionaries are sitting there. Oh my God, what are we going to do? Well, Stalin, he goes to the local village. He makes friends, with some of the local villagers, and he's so popular that they elect him the president of the hunting club. Stalin could get along with anybody. Prison, workers, factory workers, seminary school. You send him out to Siberia in the middle of a village. Stalin, in the Siberian village, he makes friends with all the local Siberians. They like him so much, they make him the president of the hunting club. Right? Stalin, and he likes to drink, right? He likes to drink. He likes to, he's a manly man, kind of, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he had a deformed foot. One of his feet were deformed, if I'm not mistaken. But Stalin knew how to charm people. That's really who Stalin was. He was a man's man. He was an organizer. He was a popular guy.
A couple of months to do things the way they want to do them, and then Trump will be in to do things. We don't know if it'll be the same, if it'll be worse, it'll be different, but whatever plans they have, it better be a short one, because January 20th, the people who came up with this plan ain't going to be in power most likely anymore. Well, some of them anyway, the deep staters will. Your thought on the Iran-Russian partnership, as it were, and how it will affect what's going on here?
Well, Iran and Russia have always had Syria's back. What I think is a more decisive factor is the fact that the Arab countries are not lined up against Syria like they used to be. Right. The Syrian Arab Republic has been readmitted into the Arab League. Saudi Arabia is friendly to them again. China, brought Iran and Saudi Arabia to the table and made that deal. And now Saudi Arabia is much more distant from the United States because they have to maintain a relationship with Russia. Biden, basically told the Saudis they needed to go all in against Russia. And the Saudi monarchy says, look, we have to be able to get on the phone with Putin and negotiate oil prices, right? We have to do that, right? Because those, Saudi Arabia and Russia are the two biggest oil producing countries in the world. And the amount of oil that they put out makes the price go up or makes the price go down. And they have to have a relationship. They have to be on the phone with each other. If they don't have that ability to negotiate, the world economy is going to spin out of control because they won't be able to coordinate oil prices. And so when Biden said to the Saudis, you better go all in against Russia, they were just like, no, we can't do that for you. And that was the beginning of Saudi Arabia starting to drift. And then China brought Iran and Saudi Arabia to China, and they made a deal. And now, especially since October 7th, now the Arab countries are not on the bandwagon against Syria like they once were. I will say this, and this may be naive on my part, and I'm saying it's a long shot. It's a real long shot. The chances of this happening are slim, but it has to happen. If things are going to get better between the United States and Iran in the next 4 years, Donald Trump needs to apologize for murdering Qasem Soleimani. There's no way to avoid that, right? If that doesn't happen, things between the USA and Iran will never improve. And I know that's a long shot. Donald Trump is not, the apologetic type. But he needs to just say, look, Mike Pompeo and John Bolton both stabbed me in the back. Mike Pompeo, once I got out of office, he supported the prosecution of me for leaving some documents in the bathroom or whatever. John Bolton turned against me while I was even still in office. I had bad information. They told me this guy was a terrorist. They didn't tell me the truth about who he was. And I was misled, and I apologize. Now, Donald Trump needs to do that. And if Donald Trump can do that, there's actually a chance things could improve between the U.S. and Iran.
Let me throw this at you too. One of the things that I think is interesting now, this is a unique dynamic because Donald Trump being, very pro-Israel, right? Which means that, okay, Iran's the enemy. However, Donald Trump is very, very tight with the Saudis. right? Interesting dynamic changing here. The Saudis despise Joe Biden. Joe Biden comes in and he says, oh, the Saudis, you know, basically they're a bunch of beasts and fiends and animals, and the leader is illegitimate. I mean, he just said terrible things about the leader of Saudi Arabia. Regardless of what you think of the guy, he's the leader of Saudi Arabia. And as far as international protocol, you should respect the leader of a country, right? But no, so the Saudis hate him. However, another dynamic that's different now is that Trump is tight with the Saudi leadership, right? Real close with the Saudi leadership. And the Saudi leadership have now see the way things are going in a different direction internationally as far as BRICS are concerned. They're tight with the Russians. And my understanding is the Russians kind of were the ones behind the rapprochement, the détente between Saudi Arabia and Iran, and the Chinese brought them in there and signed the final documents, but the Russians were the ones that made it happen, but they didn't really need to take credit for it, right? The Chinese got credit for it, they had a part of it, but the Russians were, you know, they were the ones that were doing the heavy lifting on this. At any rate, what do you think about that with Trump being tight with the South?
Now, when I talk about how people in the United States are unhappy about things, I mean, you look at the economy right now. We're being told now to accept $5, $6 a gallon because, oh, Russia's so bad. We're being told to accept this inflation and the rising cost of food. And I would say that there's a lot of Americans right now who are saying, we're tired of this shit. There's a lot of Americans right now who are looking at years of student debt just for going to college, and they're saying, we're tired of this shit. And there's a lot of working class Americans who are looking at their communities with crumbling roads and crumbling infrastructure and empty foreclosed homes, and they're saying, we're tired of this shit. There's a lot of Americans who are looking at this prison-for-profit system and this opioid epidemic created by doctors being pushed to overprescribe dangerous medications. They're saying, we're tired of this shit. They're seeing their relatives come home from wars overseas, scarred with trauma for the rest of their life. They're saying, we're tired of this shit. And then, when they hear our politicians come forward, and instead of offering us real solutions, offering us more of their political pornography, they're saying, we are tired of this shit. We're tired of it. Are we not tired of it? You go to a gas station right now, in any working class community in this country, you're going to see something. You're going to see a car pull up. And there's going to be a woman driving the car, and there's going to be kids in the back seat. And that woman will pull up the car, and they'll go to the gas pump, and they'll very carefully stick that nozzle into the gas tank, and they'll just put $10, $12 worth of gas in. They're not filling up the tank. They're just putting $10 or $12 worth of gas in. Why are they doing that? They're doing that because that $10 or $12 worth of gas, it's not going to get them very far, but it'll get the kids to school. It'll get them to work that day. They're budgeting. They're trying to get by. They tell us this is the greatest country in the world. This is the greatest country in the world. How often have we heard that, right? You ask, well, why? I mean, what measurement? Are you saying we're the richest country in the world? Are you saying, and they look at you and they say, you don't think it's the greatest country in the world? You must be brainwashed because clearly it's the greatest country in the world.
This is a very important book. It's not got a good name, but it's an important book to read. Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky by Vladimir Lenin. This is a very, very important book because they said the same thing about the Bolsheviks. They said the exact same thing about the Bolsheviks, right? What we have to understand is that pure democracy, real democracy, like absolutely pure, free democracy, is only going to be possible once you have total socialism. Until then, those who control the means of production, those who own the banks and the factories and the industries, are going to defend their control over it, and they're going to use their control over the means of production to rule. And the only way you'll ever get a pure democracy is when you have full socialism. Okay? And that's what people don't get. And that yes, you know, the Soviet Union was not a pure democracy. It was not, right? They had one party, the Communist Party. They tried to have other parties, but eventually they had the Communist Party. In the Soviet Union, they didn't have total free speech. I mean, the Soviet Union was not a pure democracy, but there won't be pure democracy. And that's the point this book is making. There will not be pure democracy anywhere until you have total socialism in the world, until the working class completely, until you have eliminated the rule of profits, until there's enough wealth and abundance, until you have global socialism moving toward that ultimate stage of communism, there's not going to be pure democracy anywhere. There's an element of dictatorship in all societies. However, under capitalism, that dictatorship is whoever has the most money. In anti-imperialist and socialist societies, it is the revolutionary working class forces. Okay? And that's what you have to understand. And that's what Kautsky did not understand. And that's what social democrats do not understand. Social democrats believe that we're just trying to make democracy come true. That's what social democrats believe. They say that, you know, America claims to have a government of, by, and for the people. And, you know, they're lying, but we're going to make it come true. No, you're not going to make it come true. You're going to bring the working class and the revolutionary organizations to power to establish socialism so eventually it can come true. But you're not trying to perfect the system that currently exists, right? You're not trying to perfect the system that currently exists to make it true to its principles, right? You are waging class warfare. And that this is hard for a lot of people to understand, right? That Iran is not a pure democracy, and they do not claim to be a pure democracy. The Chinese system is not a pure democracy, right? It is a revolutionary democratic dictatorship, they call it, meaning that it is the Communist Party leading the Chinese people, right, to enact their will through the leadership of the Communist Party, but there are undemocratic elements to it, right? And that as long as there are different classes in society, those classes are going to contend for power. And as those classes contend, the idea of having a pure democracy that is just a completely open, free democracy is an illusion. And this is something that a lot of social democrats don't understand. And that's, and again, they say that it's pure democracy when they win. And then they look at countries that admit they are not pure democracies. Iran is not a pure democracy. Cuba is not a pure democracy. China, North Korea, these are not pure democracies. These are countries that are guided. Their democracy is guided, but it's not guided by just whoever happens to have the most money. It's guided by the forces that have led the revolution, that have driven out the foreign invaders, that have built a society based on their principles. But yes, those forces are guiding the democracy, and that the only way we will ever get pure democracy is when we've completely eliminated poverty in the world, when we've completely eliminated any form of class antagonism, when there's enough wealth to go around. At that point, inequality will start to fade away and we can talk of pure democracy. But as long as you have class society, and as long as some people own the means of production, as long as there's mass amounts of inequality, you are not going to have democracy, right? And this is the myth of bourgeois democracy. And this is really important to understand. And I always use the Iranian Guardian Council as a great way of explaining that, right? Iran is more democratic than the United States, even though the United States in form is more democratic. On paper, the USA is way more democratic than Iran, on paper, right? In the United States, there's no Guardian Council. Anyone can run for office. Whoever has the most votes wins. But we all know that the people with the money rule. In Iran, it's not as purely democratic on paper. In Iran, they say, look, our democracy, we are led by the Islamic Republic. We are led by the supreme leader. This is not pure democracy. However, they are led by a revolutionary government that is constantly under the attack of the imperialists and relies on a very well-organized population to have their back. They have Basij councils in every neighborhood. They have these revolutionary committees that back them up. And that government, right? That government in Iran desperately depends on having the support of the population. And so even though it's not purely democratic, it's way more beholden to the people than our government is. The Islamic Republic bends over backwards to get average people on the street to have their back and support them. And if they didn't have that, they would lose in a minute. Our government doesn't give two shits about whether we support them or not, because they just, but the only way the Islamic Republic can stay in power is through this network of people in Iran called Basij councils that are loyal to them, that carry out their goals on the community level, that teach classes on their ideology, that are walking through the neighborhood and trying to make sure that everything is being carried out according to their Islamic teachings. The only way they can stay in power is by having a huge millions and millions of people who go out and their mission is to keep them in power and carry out their goals. That's the only way they can stay in power. Whereas our government doesn't give two shits about whether we support them, because the people with the money support them, and they can do whatever they want, right? And that's the difference, right? So what is democracy? Democracy is the rule of the people. And no country anywhere in the world is democracy. And the only way you're going to get a real democracy is when you ultimately have a world without poverty, when you've eliminated scarcity, etc. But if democracy is rule of the people, even though these countries are not as democratic on paper as we are, they are more democratic because the government has a much closer relationship with the population and is so dependent on the people having their back. And the population is so heavily involved in the process of governing, it's more democratic. And that is a hard thing for a lot of people to understand. Just because you have free speech doesn't make it democratic. Just because everyone gets to vote doesn't make it democratic. Democracy means, are the people ruling? And in many countries like North Korea, like Iran, like Cuba, there is way more democratic participation. There is way more dependent on a loyal population. The people are ruling way more than they are in the West. And that is something that it's very hard for people to understand. But you all are smart. You're a smart audience, and you're learning from me. And we've engaged with all these ideas together. And so we're learning.
Ignited a fire. They were aware that it was a fire. From the very beginning, they saw the smoke coming out. They were made aware of it. They made a conscious decision not to put the fire out. The fire commissioner, William Richmond, said himself that it was what you called an incipient fire in the very beginning stages, and it could have been extinguished at that point with no trouble. They made a decision to let it burn. They let it burn out of control. When we realized our home was on fire, we immediately tried to get our children, our animals, ourselves out of that blazing inferno. We didn't know it was a fire at first. They did. And I cannot think of another example where firefighters know that there's a fire, know that there are men, women, babies, and animals inside the dwelling, and make a conscious decision to let it burn. That is unconscionable and makes it very clear that their intent was to kill, not to arrest. Anyway, we made several attempts to get out of that building. We were immediately met with a barrage of police gunfire, directly aimed, deliberately aimed at us to try to prevent anybody from escaping. The third or fourth time that, I attempted to come out, I was able to get out, although bullets were flying all around me. I was able to get a little boy, Birdie Africa, out, and he later described the bullets that were flying all around us, so it's not something I'm making up. We were both first taken to the hospital, then I was taken to the police station and charged with everything that they did. I went on trial, and what people need to understand, every single charge without fail listed in the warrants that they came out there with claiming to be attempting to arrest us on, they were all dismissed as invalid, having no foundation, meaning they had no valid reason to be out there. But they charged me with everything that they did, everything that happened after they came out there. Now, if they didn't have a valid reason for being out there, then everything coming from that was invalid. I mean, that's common sense. But they were not about to have me back out on the street, and they have to take responsibility for what they did, the murder of babies, you know. So I went to trial. I was acquitted of most of the charges. The other charges, I was found guilty of riot and conspiracy. Now, how I rioted in my own house when we're surrounded by hundreds of cops armed for war trying to kill us, you know, how I conspired with my own family in our house. We didn't go to Wilson Good's house. We didn't go to any cop's house or firefighter's house. They came out to our house attacking us, you know, but I conspired. I was convicted and sentenced to 16 months to 7 years in jail. When my 16-month minimum was up, I was told by the parole board that they were willing to parole me, but only if I agreed to sever all ties with MOVE and have absolutely no contact with any MOVE member. They told my other sisters and brothers that same thing who became eligible for parole. Not one of us would accept that. Not at all. It wasn't even a thought to accept that. So some of us did our maximum sentences. I did my whole 7 years. My sister Alberta and my brother Mo Africa did their full time, 7 years and 5 years respectively. My sister Sue Africa, one of our white members, did 12 years, her full 12-year sentence. We did our full sentences. Two of my family members, because we would not compromise, you know, and give in, we kept the pressure on the parole board. They were forced, pressured to parole two of our family members without that stipulation. And now the rest of the MOVE 9, two of my family members have died in prison, two of the MOVE 9, but the rest of them are still serving their sentences, even though they're like 7 years over their minimum, and the parole board keeps refusing to parole them, saying that they refuse to accept responsibility for the crimes of August 8th of '78. My family is saying, we did not commit any crimes, you know, and we're not going to lie and say we did. But the parole board keeps saying that they won't take responsibility for their crimes, and they show no remorse. How are you supposed to show remorse for something you didn't do, you know? So that is our focal point right now, you know, focusing on getting them home, getting them out of prison. And we just went, me and my sister Alberta, just went to Geneva, Switzerland, to the UN to advocate for our family, to put out information. We weren't so concerned about meeting all of the delegates from the different countries because we have no faith in that process. We went there and we focused our energy on talking to the people. We talked to people from Kuwait, Pakistan, Morocco, South Africa, just all over. We spoke at 2 open forums. So we got to put out a lot of information and raise awareness about our family. This year marks 30 years since the bombing. And what we really want people to understand is that we were not bombed because neighbors complained about us. We were bombed. This government wants to annihilate MOVE, to silence our unrelenting protests. for the release of our innocent family members. That's what people should really understand. We encourage people to come to Philadelphia and join us on May 13th of 1985. You can go to our website, www.onthemove.com, to get more information about it, to get our phone number, email address, so that you can contact us, if people want to. We usually tell people, we have told people over the past 30 years, do something where you're at if you cannot get to Philadelphia. This year, we started back in October. We told people, come to Philadelphia. You have plenty of time between October and May to raise funds, do what you need to do to come to Philadelphia. We want Philadelphia to feel the heat from what they did in '85. We want Philadelphia officials to understand that people have not forgotten, people don't agree, and people will never forget what happened in May of 1985. It will mar the city of Philadelphia forever.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Okay, so we're going to stay for a little bit of the program and film some of that.
Saudis, but the Saudis now seeing the value of a relationship with Iran that is, maybe, I'm not saying it's perfect, but certainly, I'll put it like this. They understand the importance of having that relationship with the Iranians because they really need the Russians to be their partners. I think two reasons. Number one, the Russians can really control oil prices. Number two, three reasons. The Russians have a very powerful military, and as they see the U.S. weaken, they probably think if the U.S. really falls apart and they can't be there, the Russians have the kind of military horsepower that they can keep us afloat if there are any threats. Anyway, your thoughts? Russia, Iran, Trump, Saudi Arabia, interesting mix.
Well, Saudi Arabia is a great example of what you might call state capitalism, right? Because it's very much a government-controlled economy, but it's set up to maximize profits for the royal family, right? They own everything in the country. Technically, other people, like they can kind of rent it from them or get, assigned ownership, but they don't really own it. The king owns it. And then it's all centered around oil. And about a third of the people in the country are guest workers who are basically slaves. They have no rights whatsoever. They come, they take your passport, and you're there, you're a guest worker, right? And the economy is centered around maximizing money for the Saudi royal family. And the way it generally works is they hand it out to keep everybody happy, right? And the closer you are to the king, the more of the oil money you get. And the further down the ladder you are, the less you get. Like the lowest people in the country with the worst rights are the oil workers who are Shia Muslims, right? They're oil workers, and they're considered, because they're Shia, they're not real Muslims, and they get persecuted. And the king's family members, the closer you are to the king, the better you are. Like, little known fact, in Saudi Arabia, your social status is determined by your license plate number. And the king, his license plate number is 1. And he drives a car with the number 1 on it, right? And the lower your number is, the higher your social status is, right? So, people judge you by, do you have car number 400, 4,000, or whatever? I mean, it's very much like that, and it's that oil money being handed out. And for a long time, they just kind of handed out money, but around 2013 and especially 2014, when the oil prices dropped, Saudi Arabia entered a big crisis, because the reason the oil prices dropped so dramatically was because of fracking. Now, America, for years, that was the talking point, right? Is, if we just had energy independence, there wouldn't be any wars in the Middle East. We have energy independence now. America exports more oil than we import at this point because of fracking. But it hasn't ended the wars in the Middle East because it's about profits. It's about profits. It's not about the oil itself. But the USA isn't dependent on Saudi Arabia the way it once was. It used to be the Saudis could get a lot out of America because we needed their oil. We don't need their oil as much anymore. Now, we'd like to maintain control of the markets and keep the profits, but we're not reliant on them. For a while, Saudi Arabia, they didn't believe in paper money, right? Little known fact. In the 50s and 60s, they insisted on getting paid in literal gold because they didn't believe in paper money. And the USA kind of had to go along with it because they had the oil, right? They can't make demands like that any longer, right? And they kind of had a crisis. And you'll remember around 2014 when the oil price drop happened, the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, he had a crackdown and he turned the Hyatt Hotel in Riyadh into a temporary prison. And all kinds of members of the royal family got rounded up, arrested, tortured. Some of them got released. Some of them got their heads cut off. And there was a big crackdown on a lot of the corruption and the malfeasance that was going on with the oil money. And the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has kind of asserted control. He says, look, guys, if we're going to keep our country going, we have to change things because they don't need us. We can't just kind of have this relationship with America that we used to have because they don't need us in the same way anymore. And then you'll remember that when the pandemic happened, the oil price went negative. Do you remember that? Like at the beginning of the pandemic, the oil price was like negative because the metal of the bottle of oil cost more than the oil. And yeah, I mean, it was like it cost you more to barrel oil than the oil was worth. I mean, it was like the oil price went negative. And at that point, Saudi Arabia did a double take and said, what are we doing here? And there has been kind of an existential issue in Saudi Arabia. Now, after the 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran, the Reagan administration, they famously came out, they said, we will never allow a revolution in Saudi Arabia. And that was like a promise they made to Saudi Arabia. We'll never allow a revolution in Saudi Arabia. And then there was like some kind of uprising among the Shia Muslims. There was a standoff and it ended in like a very brutal massacre. And ever since then, the Shia Muslims in Saudi Arabia, they've been kind of oppressed, but a lot of them look to Iran for inspiration and they keep their heads down, but they're kind of oppressed, etc. And well, things could head to the point that, when Barack Obama was president, his wife refused to wear a headscarf when she went to Saudi Arabia. You remember that. And Michelle Obama was just like, you know what? That's their law, but screw them. I'm just going to wear a headscarf. I'm not going to wear a headscarf. Now, Trump went to Saudi Arabia and made them all these promises about an Arab NATO and all of that. Biden got back in and demanded they go all in with him against Russia. They won't do it. And honestly, I think, and this is where it gets really complicated and tricky, I think that there's probably a section of like the George Soros color revolution apparatus that is thinking about the controlled demolition of Saudi Arabia. Not because, that they're just concerned about human rights or something like that, but they're thinking, look, this is a huge oil producing country that we used to have control over. They used to do whatever we want, and now they won't do what we want. And they've got a lot of oil and they're making deals with the Russians and they're friendly with the Iranians. And maybe it's time to just take apart Saudi Arabia. And you can be sure that Saudi Arabia is thinking, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to have a color revolution in Saudi Arabia. We're not going to have Saudi Arabia turn into the next Libya or the next Syria, where, it would be the Sunnis and the Shias would fight each other. There's Al-Qaeda groups that are embedded in Saudi Arabia. It would be a bloodbath. You got all those guest workers from all across the world. If Saudi Arabia imploded, the result would be civil war like we've never seen. There's already a war in Yemen. Imagine what would happen if Saudi Arabia imploded, right? But it seems likely that there is already discussion, I think, among, the Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris faction. They're thinking about maybe we'll just blow up Saudi Arabia just because we can't trust them anymore, because we don't need their oil anymore, because they could potentially move in a bad direction. And, I certainly hope that people in the Trump administration think about what the implications of that would be. Saudi Arabia is a brutal autocracy. People get their heads cut off. I mean, I'm not endorsing that government at all, but I'm saying that blowing them up for geostrategic reasons would be very negative.
Yeah. I agree with you on that. And, I think between now and January 20th, is going to be a very dangerous time. I suspect that the neocons, I think maybe the old Oreshnikov maybe cooled their heads down for a little bit in maybe hopefully in Europe. But I suspect
While Chevron, BP, Royal Dutch Shell, and ExxonMobil were making record profits, their hired analysts were warning them that the world's situation was slipping out of their fingers. And it was beyond Russia, Venezuela, and Iran. The Islamic Socialist government of Libya grew more powerful due to high oil prices. Gaddafi was elected as president of the African Union. Ecuador saw significant economic growth. In this country, your government-controlled oil company called Petrobras, it became the third largest corporation in the entire hemisphere. Petrobras, a company that is not controlled by the big Four oil corporations. With the majority of the shares in the hands of the Republic of Brazil, was larger than BP and ExxonMobil, and larger than Microsoft. Publicly controlled natural resources all over the world were becoming the basis for economic independence. The Eurasian alliance between Russia and China became essential. Countries did not need to do business with Wall Street as they once had. And not only on the global stage was there a new slew of opponents and competitors, but within the United States, because of shale gas and hydraulic fracking, the competitors with the big four oil companies, they got stronger as well. The big four oil companies, the super majors, we can call them big oil. What was getting stronger was what you can call little oil. Because of the boom in oil prices, started accessing oil and natural gas in the shale of the United States, and their profits started going up. ExxonMobil, the Council on Foreign Relations, the entrenched old money oil bankers, they began to move into the Democratic Party around 2007 and 2008. This is a rational decision for anyone who closely follows U.S. politics. Demographics are shifting. The white middle class of elderly conservatives, the traditional base of social conservatism, it's dying off. A much larger percentage of the U.S. public is black or Latino, and young white people tend to vote for Democrats and have liberal views as well. As big oil moved out of the Republicans, fracking companies, little oil moved in. Now, big oil is sophisticated in its politics. Huge think tanks studying trends in global economics, but little oil isn't so sophisticated. Sarah Palin, the governor of Alaska, she was nominated as the vice presidential candidate. She would scream, "Drill, baby, drill." What she was really saying was open up Alaska to the small oil corporations. She brags that she fought against big oil as governor of Alaska. There's a little bit of truth in that. For a long time, her husband wasn't even a member of the Republican Party. He was aligned with the Alaskan State Independence Party, the John Birch Society, the Constitution Party. This isn't the neoconservative politics that was carefully constructed by ExxonMobil in the 1970s and 80s. This is ideological right-wing paleoconservatism. These are forces that were driven out of the Republican Party in the 1960s. People who think President Dwight Eisenhower was a communist. People who think that the drinking water has communist poison being put in it. People who say that Abraham Lincoln was a dictator and that the slaveholders of the South were somehow justified in rebelling. There's a big difference between the politics of new money and old money. The new money deeply resents the power of old money. They see themselves caught between two great chasms. And you have the power of the big oil bankers that seeks to put them out of business. On the other hand, you have the rising people's movement for justice around the world, which threatens to redistribute their wealth to the people. They oppose both. They look to the past. Some people call this politics emerging from little oil fascism. I don't know if that's completely accurate. The Democratic Party hates two men in particular. They've become kind of the symbol of little oil. Their names are Charles and David Koch. They are the inheritors of a company called Koch Industries. They're constantly being denounced by the Democrats because they're rising competitors with the big four oil companies. And if you can look at where Koch Industries came from, you can learn something about the role that oil plays in development. The father of the Koch brothers, his name was Fred Koch. He invented a new method of thermal cracking, the process by which crude oil is transformed into gasoline. The big oil bankers tried to put him out of business, and they took him to court 44 times. In one instance, they actually were proven to have bribed a judge to rule against him. Fred Koch was nearly ruined in the United States, but this was 1927, and there was another place to turn, the Soviet Union. Prior to the Bolshevik Revolution, the Russian Empire had been one of the leading oil exporting countries. 150 different oil companies had invested in the Baku oil fields of Azerbaijan, part of the Tsarist Empire. The Baku petroleum output was larger than the entire domestic output of the United States. Half of the oil in the entire world was being produced in areas controlled by Russia. As a result of its important role in the world economy, Baku was one of the few areas in Russia to even have electricity. 95% of electricity was used for industrial purposes. The working peoples of Baku, half of them Turkish Muslims, the other half Christian Armenians. They lived in shacks and they made poverty wages. All throughout the Russian Empire, people were living in extreme poverty. But Russia was supplying the world with oil. The victory of Britain in World War I was dependent on the Russian oil. A famous incident occurred in 1901. There was an oil refinery in part of the Russian Empire called Georgia, city of Batumi. The oil workers at this refinery went on strike. They were demanding better conditions, and the leaders of their union were arrested. So a crowd of oil workers, armed with guns in their hands, ripped down the walls of the prison. They freed their comrades. The leader of that crowd that broke open the jails in Batumi and freed the oil workers was a 23-year-old seminary school dropout. At the time, he went by the nickname Koba, who would eventually be known to the world as Joseph Stalin. The peoples all throughout the Russian Empire, they knew in their bones that they were supplying the modern industrial economy of the 21st century with oil. They were making a lot of bankers rich, but they themselves were poor. In the aftermath of the Russian Revolution, the British armed forces were sent to seize the oil in Baku. It was a hotly contested area. In 1928, as Russia began to rapidly industrialize, this is when Fred Koch came from the United States to the Soviet Union. He watched as in a few short years, this third world country became an industrial power. Between 1928 and 1936, the Soviet Union became the biggest producer of steel in the entire world. The Soviet Union also produced more tractors than any other country in the world. Of course, oil production went through the roof, and the country was lit up with electricity. The huts of rural villages where Soviet peasants had lived were replaced with modern apartment buildings. Running water was provided to the entire country as well. Illiteracy was wiped out. And this was the 1930s. The rest of the planet was having a Great Depression. Now, the Soviet Union was not the workers' paradise many of the Marxists and communists had expected. It was clearly not heaven on earth. It was a society with many big problems that eventually played a role in its destruction. But what the Soviet Union did between 1928 and 1936 was go from being an impoverished country, controlled by Britain and France as a semi-colony, to becoming a superpower. This doesn't require Marxism-Leninism. This doesn't require Soviet-style command economics. It requires economic independence. It requires mobilization of the people. It requires a leadership that loves the homeland, not the international bankers. Fred Koch. His sons certainly hate communism, cooperation and solidarity, and now they represent a faction in U.S. politics that is competing with the four major oil corporations.
And a lot of people don't know this, but, right, in Lenin's book, What Is to Be Done, he pitches the idea of an all-Russian socialist newspaper. It's called Iskra, which means spark. Iskra was not widely read. The Iskra newspaper, the Bolsheviks, it was an ideological paper for people that were already in the Bolshevik Party. However, there was another newspaper that was very widely read, that everybody read. It was all over the Russian cities. It was called Pravda. It means truth. The truth. It was a newspaper called The Truth, Pravda. After the Russian Revolution, it became the official government newspaper. But before the revolution, Pravda was this daily agitational newspaper that the Bolsheviks distributed throughout St. Petersburg. And it was this daily newspaper, Truth. And Stalin was the editor of Pravda. Not Iskra, not the ideological, theoretical journal. He was the editor of Pravda, of Truth. And a lot of what was in Pravda was what they called worker correspondence, letters to the editor. And it was just people complaining about their conditions. And it was anonymous. A lot of it was anonymous. Anonymous letters from people. Hey, at my factory, they're making us work this long. It's bullshit. I don't like it. Thank you, John. Hey, at my factory, they just got this new machine and it doesn't work. And it was just people, average people, often not signing it with their real name because they didn't want to lose their job and they didn't want to get in trouble. It was average people, writing letters, and that was most of what Pravda was. It was worker correspondence. And Stalin was the editor of Pravda, of the daily newspaper that people could read. It was this daily newspaper that agitated. It was the agitational newspaper. Iskra was the ideological paper. It was the propaganda newspaper. But Pravda was the agitational newspaper that just kind of stirred people up to a greater confrontation with the bourgeoisie. And Stalin was the editor of that, along with Kamenev. So, Stalin, the more you look at Stalin, the more you see this is kind of a man's man. This is kind of a mass organizer. This is a popular guy. A lot of testosterone there. Definitely, definitely a bro. You know what I mean? Definitely, but this is a guy who knew how to get along with people. He could tell jokes. He could tell stories. And he just was very, very charming, and that's how Stalin was able to do what he did, right? That's how he was able to do what he did, and put all of your thoughts about what happened when he was leading Russia aside. This is who he was, right? I just told you about how Lenin, was the very nervous person, the very nervous guy, and all of that. Well, now I'm telling you who Stalin was, right? And again, if you want to understand Stalin and the role he played in history, you have to understand the personality there. Now, one of the best stories I ever heard about Stalin, and again, if you go to Barnes & Noble, you'll find a million biographies. They're all full of unverified stories of him doing monstrous atrocities. But one of the best stories I ever heard about Stalin, which people say checks out, most likely probably did happen, right? It's not just a rumor, it's not just something, is that supposedly one day when Stalin was leader of the Soviet Union, he was walking with his daughter, right? And his daughter saw a propaganda poster with him on it. And his daughter said, "Oh my God, Daddy, are you Stalin?" And Stalin said to his daughter, supposedly, right? This probably happened. This is not, doesn't fit the horror story. This is, something that most likely happened. Stalin said to his daughter, he said, no, that's Stalin. That's Stalin. I'm your father. Meaning that Stalin himself knew that the propaganda, and that's true. I mean, as much as I'm critical of the books that we all get spoon-fed about Stalin, where he comes across as this atrocious monster, the Soviet biographies of Stalin are junk. I mean, they're just so, sappy propaganda. The cult of personality around Stalin, the cult of personality around him wasn't very honest, right? That he was presented as this, superhuman, infallible, godlike father figure for the nation or something. It wasn't really who he was. And he knew that. And that story, that anecdote where he says to his daughter, he says, "Oh, no, that's Stalin, I'm your father." It's sweet, right? I mean, and it shows you that on some level, again, just like the cult of personality around Lenin, the image you get of Lenin is very different than who Lenin really was. The image that we get of Stalin, that the Soviet government made of Stalin, was very different than who he really was. And the image that we're now presented with Stalin, where, and we're presented with the image of Stalin as being Satan, Satan incarnate, that's not very accurate either.
That they're up to no good somewhere in Asia also. In the same way that they're doing this crap in Syria, I suspect it's almost like this last gasp, like, oh my God, we're not going to be in power in a couple of months. Well, we've got to do this and that. Oh, wait, in Syria, we got to start a war there. Oh my gosh, we got to do something. I suspect there'll be more in Ukraine. This to me, this is just a second. This is purely a second front against Russia because, though some people don't know it, Russia has two very important military bases. I think it's Hamam or Hamim, whatever it is. They have their Air Force base, and then they have a very important naval base there. So I see this definitely as, okay, doggone these darn hazelnut missiles. Maybe we made our cool our jets just a smidgen here in Eastern Europe, but maybe we can go over here to Syria and make some noise. And maybe they've given up on Asia for the time being, or maybe they think Trump's on board with them. I don't know, but I suspect that the neocons are going to. Let's just say we haven't heard the last of their miscreant activity for the next 2 months.
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember your tweet that was heard around the world about Taiwan. You remember that? I mean, that was crazy. Remember that? That was wild. But it was, you were pointing to the reality that if Taiwan lets itself, be used against the Chinese mainland that way, they'll go the way of Ukraine. And no sensible leader, no matter how much they hate some country, would want the Ukrainian fate to happen to their country. And that was an important moment. And, I worry about, they talk about the old China lobby that was based on Taiwan, right? And I worry about, that the Trump administration seems to really, really like a lot of people that are very, very hostile to China, right? There are some people that say good things about Russia, but then play up demonization to China. Russia and China are economically connected. And I mean, unfortunately, among people in the Trump camp who want peace with Russia, a lot of them seem to have this illusion that somehow they're going to pull Russia and China apart. I got news for you. That's not going to happen, right? Russia and China are economically tied in with each other. China needs that Russian oil and that Russian natural gas. Russia needs somebody to sell oil and gas to, especially since all of the sanctions imposed by the United States and all that. That's just not going to happen. You're not going to pull Russia and China apart. the USA has been so hostile to both countries, it's not going to happen. And so that makes me a little bit worried that, you know, if it becomes clear that's not going to happen, there may be forces in the Trump camp that are talking a good game about Ukraine now that back away. And I certainly hope that that doesn't happen. But I think we just need to come to terms with the fact that there is a new economy in the world, and that new economy is full of economic growth and opportunity. But in order for the USA to really embrace it, we need to realize that there's going to be multipolarity. There's going to be other centers of power in the world. And if we can come to terms with that, and if we can restructure our economy in a way that we can have win-win cooperation with Russia and China, we can have a very prosperous economy. But that would require us to just admit, you know what, we're not going to be the big bosses. We're not going to sit at the top of the world. And that's something that if you've been in power for hundreds of years, I mean, how long has it been since colonialism emerged? I mean, 1700s or whatever. It's very hard to just say, you know what, I'm going to share power now. But that's what they need to do. And I think that there's many people in the United States, we have a strong domestic economy, you know, that would be fine with that. I think, you know, a lot of the Trump coalition are lower level businessmen who just want to make money, like the My Pillow guy, right? Mike Lindell, My Pillow, right? And who else? There's Bernie Marcus, the owner of Home Depot. He's a Trump supporter. There's the Hobby Lobby, the craft stores. They support Trump. There's a lot of wealthy people that support Trump. Elon Musk. And I think that there are folks that are just like, look, we can make more money if we pivot toward, you know, becoming friendlier to these countries around the world. We can make more money. And that it's not worth it to just play this, you know, end game, this, you know, all in, we must stay at the top long term. But I do think there is a very, very entrenched faction when they talk about the Eastern establishment. Carroll Quigley, who was a mentor to Bill Clinton, he wrote a very good book called The Anglo-American Establishment. And the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the Carnegies, the Atlantic Council, the Council on Foreign Relations. There's a whole apparatus set up in the United States that is tied in with the British Empire. You know, I mean, look how many people that you see on television, how many members of Congress were Rhodes Scholars, right? Rachel Maddow was a Rhodes Scholar. Bill Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar. And the Rhodes Scholar program was set up by Cecil Rhodes, the colonizer of Africa, for whom Zimbabwe used to be Rhodesia after Cecil Rhodes, right? And he was this big colonizer, and he left his estate. He wanted to build a network of people that were loyal to the ideals of the British Empire, including free trade, etc. And that the British mindset, I'm not talking, it's not like a conspiracy. It's not like the Queen of England secretly rules the world, but that, you know, British mindset, that British Empire mindset, we're going to dominate the world and make the rest of the world our vassals and all of that. That has a lot of influence in America. But our country was founded with a revolution against the British Empire. And the British were the main ones keeping slavery intact in the South because they needed that cheap cotton for their textile industry. But Abraham Lincoln, the Second American Revolution, the Civil War, that was also against the British Empire, right? And that there are different aspects of America. You know, in Russia now, they talk about Atlanticism versus Eurasianism, right? This is the school of geopolitics, right? And that there are two models of civilizations. You have thalassocracy, which is an empire of the sea, and you have turgocracy, which is an empire of the land. And that the peoples on the Eurasian world island, the mainland, have always been more collective in their worldview because they trade with each other on the land. And if you trade with a country on the land, you got to build roads, you got to build up infrastructure, right? Whereas the British have always dominated the world by the sea, which is just about controlling the trade routes. And that there's kind of two models of civilization that have clashed for the last thousands of years. Empires of the sea versus empires of the land. I believe that the American Revolution started because the people, the colonists, for a wide variety of reasons, they wanted America to be a civilization of the land, not a civilization of the sea. And that's why the Russians supported the American Revolution. That's why the Russians sent their navy to New York City's harbors during the Civil War to, you know, deter the British from interfering on the side of the South. And that I think America, we can be a civilization of the land. We've got vast territory, we've got a huge population, and we've got a strong economy. But the Atlanticists, they want to make the United States, New York City, and Southern California, and just a trading hub in their global financial empire that's about keeping the world poorer. And what I think we need to do is we need to basically come to terms with the fact that the future of America, the whole reason our country was started, was so we could be a civilization of the land. That's what Abraham Lincoln fought for in the Civil War. And that ultimately we need to build an anti-monopoly coalition against that Eastern establishment, against that British Empire mindset, and break free from imperialism and restructure to be a continental civilization, a civilization of the land. We're not Eurasians, we're not in Eurasia, but we can be a continental country. And part of that is building a bridge connecting Alaska to Russia. That Bering Sea Bridge, that was first proposed by Abraham Lincoln's economic advisor, Henry Charles Carey. He came up with the idea, we'll build railroads connecting Alaska to Russia, and we'll do that, and that will connect us to Russia, and we can join, the civilization of the land. We can declare independence economically from the British and their free trade system. I think we need to push the peace bridge more than ever. And a lot of people have pushed the peace bridge. A lot of people, all kinds of different political forces have pushed it. And they were even going to build one in the lead up to World War I. And then when World War I happened, they called it off. But I think we need to push Trump to build that bridge. And we need to see ourselves as people of the land, a civilization of the land. We have more in common with the Russians, with the Chinese, than we do with the British Empire and with the NATO countries. That's my opinion.
Here's something interesting. One of the people that the Democrats push now, you keep hearing this name, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, right? I'm here in Maryland. Here's something interesting. Let me show you this. This is Wes Moore. What's the first thing you see about Wes Moore? Blah, 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 trouble, Rhodes Scholar. Oh, what else is he? An investment banker. So the Democrats, so what do we got? His father was a journalist and broadcaster who come from Jamaica. Strict military environment from New York. Boy, that sure sounds CIA-ish, doesn't it? But at any rate, it's interesting because you look at this guy and the Democrats are like, yes, Wes Moore, that's who we got to go with next. And as soon as you look, it's like, yes, we've got to do something different. Oh, really? What are you going to do this time? I say we go with a diverse investment banker who is a Rhodes Scholar. Total different direction than we're going now. But I don't think it's an accident that every time you hear somebody's name for the Democrats, let's go with the next person, they're always a Rhodes Scholar and some kind of investment banker or something like that. Do you think that, I know that the parties or various factions of the ruling elite are tied with certain political factions.
I'm Penny Yarkos, and I'm a member of Center for Political Innovation. Why did I join CPI? First of all, because it makes sense when they explain that it's the falling rate of profit under imperialism that's leading us into all these wars. And I do not want my son to become cannon fodder in some rich man's war. Second of all, CPI does anti-imperialist work like supporting the Uhuru movement. Lastly, CPI is a group of like-minded individuals that gathers together regularly to plan anti-imperialist, pro-growth activities using our creativity. So join CPI today and become a part of building a better future together.
That's right. That's right. We love this little warrior here.
All right, on the move. Long live revolution. That's what we all better be about here. The times are serious, and we better be serious. We're being killed in the streets, killed by diseases, killed in these hospitals, killed in these prisons. Things are serious, and we better be serious about putting an end to it. We better be. I want to bring my whole Move family up here. I want everybody to come on up. Everybody that performed and didn't perform, everybody, come on up. Come on, y'all. Don't be shy. Ain't no time to be shy. Come on, y'all. On the move. This is the family, the warriors, the disciples of the legendary John Africa. A force that they tried to stop in the early 70s, tried to kill off in August of 1978, tried to kill off again in May of 1985, but as you see, we are still here, still strong, and still fighting to bring this rotten ass system down. That's the work that we're committed to. Now, we're committed to this work and we ain't gonna stop. We ain't going to stop even when we bring our family home, which we intend to do, because that doesn't end our work. Our work is not done until this system is felled and put in the dirt of correction. That's the only time our work will be done, and we're committed to it. We all know who we were and what we were before John Africa, before encountering Move's belief and getting strong, getting cleaned up. And that's why we're still committed, no matter what this system have come at us with. They can't stop John Africa's Move organization because they can't stop life. And that's our belief. They ain't got enough cops, they ain't got enough guns, they ain't got enough jails. They ain't got enough bombs, judges, politicians. They ain't got enough to stop John Africa's Move organization. No matter what they come at us with, we come back at them that much harder. And we're committed to it because they're the ones that got everything to lose. We have nothing to lose. That's right. Nothing to lose. And we know that, and that gives us the advantage. That gives us the advantage, and we know it, and we use it. Ready?
1, 2, 3.
In law we trust.
All praise to the Lord of light. The power to fight. Long live Move. Long live John Africa.
Long live John Africa. Long live All right. Thank everybody for coming out. I want to thank John.
Hey friends, I was recently in Russia, and I got to attend a forum sponsored by the Valdy Discussion Club. That's a very important think tank in Russia, located in the city of Sochi, kind of in the mountainous areas. And at this event, I was able to hear from Jack Ma. Now, Jack Ma, who was one of the speakers at the event, he is the CEO of Alibaba, which is probably the biggest internet company in China. He's probably the richest man in China. And Jack Ma gave a presentation, and I was sitting there in the audience, and what struck me was how many Marxist or Marxian concepts were in Jack Ma's presentation. And I kind of smiled because I realized, a lot of people, they don't understand what Karl Marx was all about. They don't understand Marxism. A lot of people have this kind of caricature of Marxism. They think, hey, Karl Marx said, all the people should get together and have a violent revolution and impose utopia on the world and try to create utopia. That's not really what Karl Marx was about. That's not really what Marxism is. But if you listen to Jack Ma,
Jack Ma explains some concepts that are very key and can be found in Karl Marx's writings. So let's take a listen to some of the comments that Jack Ma made at the Valdi Discussion Club, and then I'll explain to you how these are understandings that you can really get from Karl Marx. There's a real Marxist influence on Jack Ma. Take a listen.
Where other people worry, we try to figure out the way how to solve the worries. Today, many things have changed, but people still worry about the internet. They even worry more. And it reminds me the early days, people worry about the cars. When automobile was designed, people worry more about the car accidents rather than the great things that a car would bring to the human lives. And I noticed that people worry about data. People worry about privacy. People worry about security. And I think the most things we should worry about is the worry itself. A lot of countries, because of worry, they lose a lot of things. European today, we don't see a lot of big internet companies. One of the reasons they worry too much, I think. And the worry will stop us from being more creative.
Right, so Jack Ma is basically saying we shouldn't be afraid of technology. At one point, when capitalism was beginning to develop, there was a group of people called the Luddites, and they went around, burning looms because they saw that the looms were, eliminating jobs, and, this new social order of capitalism and factories and production was the problem, and they just wanted to hold back history. They were the Luddites, and a lot of times people will say that technology itself is the problem. Well, Karl Marx, as he saw capitalism emerging from feudalism, said, technology is not the problem. The problem is how technology is organized and how production is being set up. And there was this understanding that human beings, what separates them from animals is actually their ability to create technology, and that human beings are constantly marching forward. There is human progress. That is a key Marxist concept. So when Jack Ma is telling people not to be afraid of the internet, he's articulating a concept that was very key in Karl Marx's teachings. Now, let's listen to another part of what Jack Ma says.
IT technology will kill a lot of jobs, but most of these jobs are stupid jobs. Those jobs are not supposed done by computers, are not supposed done by human beings. Past 100 years, we make people like a machine. Now we are making machine like a people, and we are doing the other side. But the right way to do it is the next, I think, 10, 20 years. We'll make machine like a machine and people like a people. Machine will never be able to conquer human beings. Machine is smart. Machine is stronger. Machine is faster. But machine does not have a soul, does not have a value, does not have a belief that people have. So we should not make machine think like human beings. We should make machine learn like human beings. So this is what we believe. And we think in the future there will be no made in China, no made in America, no made in Russia. It's going to be made in internet. Whether you like it or don't like it, the technology revolution is coming. Nobody can stop it. But the way we teach our kids, the curriculums we teach our kids, the subjects we teach our kids, will stop our kids from getting jobs. Because one thing for sure, computer is going to be much smarter than human beings. If we keep on teaching our kids the way we're creative, we should teach our kids to be more innovative. We should teach our kids to be more constructive.
Pointing to another Marxist concept. Karl Marx in his writings talks about how under capitalism, human beings are basically reduced to being what he calls the appendages of machines. Essentially, the capitalists are trying to churn out as many products as they can so they can make products, and they want to hire as few people as possible, and they want to eliminate jobs, and they want to reduce human beings to just kind of cogs in a machine, and hire as few of them as they can, so to produce as much efficiency as they can, pay as low wages, make the workers that they do have as replaceable as possible, and that this really affects people's lives. Human beings are kind of reduced to being cogs in a machine and taught not to use their brains and taught to be obedient, and that this is kind of what has happened, that workers, the working class workers, they've kind of stripped away of their creativity and their individuality and kind of reduced to being cogs in an industrial machine that the capitalist is always trying to make more efficient
and trying to kind of eliminate their humanity, eliminate their need, and make them easily as replaceable, pay them as little as they possibly can get away with. This experience, the alienation of labor from production, this is a key Marxist concept that Jack Ma is hinting at and talking about how artificial intelligence is taking it to a whole new level. And basically what he's calling the stupid jobs are being eliminated, and that the only thing human beings have left is their intelligence. Now, I wanted to go on because, you know, one of the other great thinkers that is associated with the Marxist movement is Lenin. And if you listen to this selection from Jack Ma's remarks, you can also hear a Leninist concept, or a Marxist-Leninist concept being articulated.
So, about globalization, I think globalization has nothing wrong. But globalization today is not perfect. It's only a baby. 1,000 years ago, the global trade is determined by few kings and queens. Last 30, 40 years, the globalization is determined, is benefit only 60,000 big companies. 20% of the countries succeed. 80% of the time 80% of the countries don't have chance. IT is 20-80, but the DT is 80-20. We have to care for those 80% of the countries, developing countries, young people. And globalization can never be stopped because the world is movable. And the other thing is that we can never and we should never stop trade. When trade stops, world starts. So I think the very important thing is the world should not only need a G20, we need a G200. The world should not only have a B20, we should have a B200. And the world and trade, of course, the trade formality, the way we do trade is going to be totally different. And I always say that the DT time, the world will be different. We can make the world more fair. We will make the technology to empower more young people.
Well, Vladimir Lenin wrote a book called Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, basically showing how this works, how the Western countries, as they developed, the billionaire capitalist elites in those countries basically started carving out parts of the world as spheres of influence. They went into Africa, they went into Asia, they went into Latin America, they went into different parts of what is now called the Global South, or people like to call the Global South, or the Third World, and were holding back progress and using it as a place to kind of dump their commodities onto, and that these billionaire bankers in the Western countries were keeping the Third World poor. The problem wasn't globalization, the problem is the way it was set up. And Jack Ma, in his remarks, he's advocating something different. He's saying we need a global economy. We need countries trading with other countries, but we need to do it in a different way. We need to have a global economy that's not imperialist, a global economy based on win-win cooperation. And this is the Chinese understanding. We need countries trading with other countries. We can't isolate countries from each other and put up a wall, but it needs to be fair trade. It needs to be win-win cooperation. Very, very interesting. You know, Marxists have never been opposed to globalization. They've been opposed to imperialism and countries being held down and kind of repressed, by one global international system. A very interesting observation from Jack Ma. He's pointing out that we live in a world where certain countries are being held back, and that the way that these financial and global institutions operate, they keep countries from developing. Now, there's another selection from Jack Ma that I think is also very interesting.
So this is what I want to finally say. Technology is scary. The first technology revolution caused World War I. Second technology revolution caused directly or indirectly caused World War II. Now we are in the third technology revolution. What is the Third World War? If the human beings do not have the same enemy, we're going to fight among ourselves. The enemy should be against poverty. The enemy should be against the environment. The enemy should be against the disease. And I think all those countries, China, Russia, USA, European, we should share the technology, unite together to fight this war. And this is the war that if we fight it together, young people are going to be much happier.
Now, Jack Ma is essentially saying here, look, technology is advancing and there's nothing we can do about it. However, it's up to us to try and make the best of it and try and make it so that technology doesn't create a big disaster. And when he points out that the Second World War and the First World War both came after leaps in technology, he's again alluding to a Marxist understanding that that what happened in the lead up to the First World War was that industry had taken on some new gigantic leaps. Production was more efficient than ever before, but there was an economic crisis because as they were advancing technology, they were paying workers as little as they possibly could, and as a result, workers couldn't buy back the products. There was a financial crisis, and in that financial crisis, these imperialist countries, these Western countries that were dominating the world economy, they started fighting with each other, and pretty soon you had this huge world war. And in the lead up to the Second World War, again, you had huge leaps in technology. You had capitalists eliminating jobs. You had poverty created by abundance. Capitalists, not needing workers, workers not being able to buy back the products. This is what Marx called overproduction. As a result, you had a global financial and economic crisis, the Great Depression, and soon that created political problems. You had the rise of fascism, and eventually you had the Second World War. Jack Ma understands this. World War II was not caused by those evil Germans. World War I was not caused by, just one event here, one figure being assassinated. The First and Second World Wars were caused by a crisis in the global capitalist economy. This is a very advanced understanding. What Jack Ma is saying, he's using Marxist concepts. I mean, this is somebody who is very familiar with Marxism. I mean, China is a country that is ruled by a communist party. Every person in the universities in China studies Marxist-Leninist ideology as well as Mao Zedong thought and Deng Xiaoping theory at the universities. He's applying these rules and trying to tell us what to do about the computer revolution. And when it gets down to it, technology is basically laying the basis for a need to get beyond profit-centered economies. If we continue to have an economy based on profits, the technological revolution is only going to result in disaster. Under capitalism, as long as production takes place to make a profit for a group of capitalists, the result is greater poverty. People can't buy back the products they produce, and pretty soon you have an economic crisis. And Jack Ma is kind of alluding to the fact that we need human-centered development. We need economies that are set up to serve the people and serve society at large, not profits. So yes, Jack Ma may be a billionaire. Jack Ma may be the owner of a private company, but he has an understanding of how capitalism works. This is somebody who's studied Marxism, and he's warning us. He's applying the Marxist understanding of history to what's going on in the world today with the computer revolution and warning us about some of the dangers that are on the horizon. But he's also telling us to be optimistic because history is like a train and it keeps marching forward and we can't stop it. The only thing we can do is try to just make the best of it and try to fight for a rationally organized society in which profits are not in command. Jack Ma is a very, very smart man, and Marxism definitely has an influence on him. There is definitely a Marxist influence on Jack Ma's message, and if we are going to make the best of the world that we live in, we need to get beyond economies based on profit. If you've been watching this video, you now have an understanding of Marxism, and that came largely from Jack Ma. In 2014, the high oil prices that had been engineered by U.S. foreign policy came to a sudden, sharp end. Without any real justification, any logical reason, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia began putting oil on the international market. Started putting tens of millions of barrels a day out onto the markets. This huge influx of oil caused the price to drop. But the Saudi kingdom did not stop. They continued putting petroleum onto the international markets, taking out loans and expanding their oil production apparatus. By today, the price of oil has dropped so much that the Saudis are laying off workers in mass. They are having huge internal problems. At this point, the Crown Prince, King Solomon's son, he's saying that he wants to move Saudi Arabia away from oil. Now, this is a strategy that might work in Russia or Venezuela, but not in Saudi Arabia. This country is a desert. It has two things, oil and sand. So why is Saudi Arabia doing this? Why are they bankrupting themselves? They're doing it because their bosses and the four major oil corporations are ordering them to. Since the 1940s, when U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt established a relationship with the House of Saud. Since that time, the oil has never really belonged to the Saudis. The Saudi oil corporation Aramco They're just vassals. They're just middlemen. They're just agents. The Saudis now have the 4th largest military budget of any country in the world. They purchase their weapons exclusively from the United States. Saudi Arabia is just an extension of the power of the big oil bankers in the U.S. They are getting their orders from the Council on Foreign Relations to drop the oil price as low as they can in order to cash starve Iran, Russia, and Venezuela, as well as the Koch brothers and the little oil in the United States, and restore the monopoly of the big 4. We actually have a confession of this from the son of Ronald Reagan, Michael Reagan. He says, quote, I'll read it to you. Since selling oil was the source of the Kremlin's wealth, my father got the Saudis to flood the market with cheap oil. The lower oil prices devalued the ruble, causing the USSR to go bankrupt. Now Obama is doing the same thing. This is the son of Ronald Reagan. The oil price drop of the 1980s also served political purposes, and it was also carried out by Saudi Arabia. At this time, the Soviet Union was reorienting its economy. It was trying to export more oil. They constructed a huge pipeline. It connected an oil field in Siberia with France. They put billions of dollars into this. But when it was completed in 1984, the CIA and the Saudis had dropped the oil prices, and it didn't even pay for itself. In the United States, we call this a Walmart scheme. The company Walmart, it goes into a town, lowers its prices, puts all the stores out of business, and it raises the price back up again. However, there's a danger in this, because the oil price drop, it's taking place in the context of a bigger crisis. You'll notice a lot of Walmart stores across the United States and around the world are closing. President Obama likes to talk about how cheap gasoline is. But if you go to any gas station in the Midwestern or southern parts of the United States, if you wait there all day and watch, you'll see a mother with children pull up. She'll very carefully put $2 worth of gasoline into a car. You can't do much with $2 worth of gasoline. There's an economic crisis in the United States, and it's a global crisis. It's not just the price of oil that's down. The price of steel is down. The price of copper is down. The price of gold is down. The price of all the commodities are down. What's causing this? Well, this is a result of the computer revolution. The process of production has become so efficient that there isn't room for millions of people on the global assembly line any longer. People are fleeing Africa for Europe. People are fleeing Bangladesh. People are fleeing the Philippines. People are fleeing Central America. The global economy has become so efficient that they don't have room to employ millions of people. In the United States, after the Second World War, the working people, at least the white ones, and the wealthy and the rich and powerful, we had kind of an agreement. The agreement was that they got to go around the world, they got to carry out their coups, they get to murder people in Korea and Vietnam, they commit these horrendous crimes, and we do nothing about it, and we wave the flag like patriots, and in exchange we get a house, and a car, and a TV set, and the American dream. But the Soviet Union is gone. They don't need the American dream any longer. This agreement has been terminated. At this point, production is so efficient. Let me give you an example. At one time, there were these places called bookbinderies. Hundreds, thousands of people would be employed. They would spend the whole days just binding books. Well, now they have a machine where a single book can be published, can be printed, by simply uploading a computer file and pushing a button. As my friend, the brilliant economist, as he explained, the capitalism of the United States, it has moved into a mode that they can call accumulation through destruction. Why is it that the U.S. is the center of the world economy? It's because Western Europe and so much of the world was destroyed in the Second World War. And with the rest of the world reduced to rubble, the big bankers and billionaires of the U.S. could get rich selling things to the rest of the world. We have militarism in the United States, the kind of vulgar Keynesianism. In order to keep the economy going, you have to constantly be spending on the military. These bankers, they've even turned the prison system in the United States into a way to make profit. Sometimes in life you need a push. Sometimes people have to come along and get you out of your comfort zone. Sometimes they have to shake you awake. It's something that has to happen sometimes. Now, you can argue about different ways it might happen, but sometimes you have to get people out of their comfort zone to get them to do what needs to be done. Those two guys certainly knew that. I want to take time in this presentation to point out something that perhaps isn't the most scientific Marxist thing ever to say, but women are better than men, okay? And we don't believe in biological determinism. We don't believe in the inherent superiority of any genders and sexes, but women are better than men. Women are better organizers than men, okay? Let's be real. We men, we like to get up here and give speeches, and we're always competing with the other guys, but women know how to hold groups together. They know how to get stuff done. You know, we love our president, Elizabeth Young, who's done so much to hold this organization together this year. And we also love Jeddah, and nobody messes with Jeddah. Let me just put it that way. Jeddah's awesome, and she's also done so much to hold this organization together. And we're also very proud to have the top communist woman in Britain joining us today. So we'll be hearing from her tomorrow. I'm very excited for her presentation about the fight in the global communist movement. But women are so much better than men. Men have problems. We do, okay? And especially now, it's a very hard time to be a young man. We talk, obviously the oppression of women, sexual assault and battery and all the things that women go through, doesn't compare. But this is a hard time to be a young man also. And, I see so many young men out there, and it's like every day they feel like they're on trial, right? And they're desperate to prove themselves because there's so much judgment poured on young men right now. Why don't you have a good paying job, that pays for everything? Why aren't you married? Why don't you have a house? So many young men, they've been told all their life that they have all this obligation. And then the society around them is crumbling and they don't find a place in it. And I meet so many young men, and we are an overwhelmingly male organization. We are. There's no way to deny that. Look at this room, We are an overwhelmingly male organization, and I love all the men here. And I want all the men here to know that you're not on trial in CPI. No one's judging you. No one is judging you here in this organization. We're happy to have you here, and we love you. We love you, and we support you, and we want you to make the best contribution you can ever make, and we want to empower you to make that contribution. That's what we want to do. And I say that because I want you to let your guard down. I want you to just let your guard down and give yourself to this, because it's hard. In a world where everyone seems to be attacking you, where no one seems to ever give you a break, where everyone seems to be judging you and rating you, I want you to take a deep breath and say, this is the group I'm in, I'm committed to it. I want you to go all in, and I want you to let your guard down, and I want you to do your best. And it's hard. It's hard to trust in these kinds of times. Social media is so good at making everyone terrified of everyone else. Everyone's afraid. Everyone feels like they're being judged and put on trial every single minute. I want CPI to be a place where people don't feel like that's the case. I want CPI to be a place where people feel like they are free to be who they are and they can let their guard down, because it's hard. It is so hard in these times. So absolutely hard. And I'll say this. I know why Maduro is still in power. It was this country. Maduro was the leader of Venezuela, and the United States, especially right after Chavez died, they did everything to take Maduro out of power. I know why Maduro is still in power. I know why the United Socialist Party hasn't been defeated. Because when I went to Venezuela in 2015, when the opposition in Venezuela had a sweep and won the elections, after that election, they took us to a commune in central Caracas. And in central Caracas, we sat down with a woman, 21 years old, who was wearing army pants, and I can guarantee you she knew her way around an AK-47. I can guarantee you that. And she said to us, they will never come back. And she told us her life story. She'd been a homeless young woman on the streets of Caracas, didn't even speak Spanish, only spoke indigenous languages. She'd been an orphan, and there was a priest who was a socialist, a liberation theology priest, who took her in. And she grew up in an orphanage run by this liberation theology priest. And Hugo Chavez was the president, and they watched him on TV, and he taught them about Marxism, and he read them what is to be done on television. And she learned about socialism and revolution. And she told me, she said, I'm a communist, but I'm also a Christian. And she said, I believe God put me on this earth to die for communism. And that is what I intend to do. They will never come back. That's what she told me. And I also know why the Islamic Republic of Iran is not going to fail. Because I've been there, and I had the opportunity of being one of the only Americans, or not one of the only, but one of the few Americans to ever be in the presence of Iran's supreme leader, which is quite an experience. It was the supreme leader of Iran. He speaks every year on the anniversary of the death of Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic. And I was in this auditorium with 20,000 people, and he walks out, and he can only use one of his arms because of a bombing, and he puts his arm up, and that room just goes crazy. They just go crazy, crying and screaming, and the men extend their hands, and they say, the blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. The blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. And, you know, when I was in downtown Tehran and going to these conferences, I was talking to people who work in media in Iran. I was talking to wealthier folks who support the revolution. But when I was in that auditorium, in that mausoleum of Khomeini with 20,000 other people, I was talking to the working class of Iran. I was talking to people who wouldn't have running water and electricity if it weren't for the Islamic Revolution. That's who I was talking about. And there's a reason they were screaming in adoration for Khamenei, the supreme leader, because he was the one who could stand for them against the rich and powerful. He was their champion, to stand with the oppressed. That's what they talk about. It's part of the Shia revolutionary tradition. And that was real politics. That wasn't leftism. That wasn't LARPing. That wasn't internet debating. That was real politics, that auditorium of 20,000 people. And in that speech, I was standing there. I was wearing my suit, no ties, because in Iran you don't wear a tie, but I was wearing a suit, and I'm standing there with a lot of Chinese diplomats and diplomats from African countries. And we're standing there, and he's making different remarks about different things. And at the time that I was there, in Iran, there was a controversy about whether or not to call America the Great Satan. And some people were saying, well, maybe we should stop calling America the Great Satan. I was standing there as the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people where the supreme leader stated his position on the issue. And he said, even though we signed a nuclear deal with the United States, we do consider America to be the Great Satan. But we don't consider the American people to be the Great Satan. We mean the system of imperialism, the system of war and death and destruction. That's what we consider to be the Great Satan. And we will never compromise on that. And though we may negotiate, we will never surrender to the Great Satan. And then I was the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people who began chanting, "Death to America," and pumping their fists like this, "Death to America, death to America." And tears rolled down my face. And it is an experience I will never forget for the rest of my life. To stand there. And I said death to America, burned American flags as a leftist before. But in that moment, everything meant something different to me because I was with those people. I was with them against the US imperialists. But I also knew that so many of the American people would have something to gain from destroying not America as we know it, but the America of the bankers and the billionaires and the war hawks and the monopolists. And there's millions of Americans who would be in that room with me if they knew the truth. If they knew the truth, they'd be in that room with me. And that we have a responsibility to take this seriously. We have a responsibility to try and communicate this in a way that'll win people over. We have a responsibility to not burn the American flag, but to wave the American flag. We have a responsibility to not advocate death, destruction, and chaos, but a 4-point economic plan that would improve people's lives. This isn't a game. This isn't a joke. This is serious. And it is our job to do the best that we can do here in the center of the empire, to get working people to understand who their real enemy is and why imperialism is the enemy of all humanity. That is what our responsibility is. It's not a joke. And I couldn't unsee what I saw in that room. And that was the beginning of my trip out of the Workers' World Party. The day I walked out of that room was the day I was beginning to leave the Workers' World Party because I couldn't unlearn it. And then when I went back to the United States and went to leftist protests, something was off. I felt sick to my stomach. I was frustrated. I was like, guys, people are losing their homes and jobs in Ohio. This is not a joke. Can we mature? Can we take this seriously? It's not about doing what's trendy and hip. It's about actually trying to win. And I saw that something was off. And then Donald Trump ran for president. And I saw Donald Trump saying a lot of things that I agreed with about the wars and about the elite. And I saw a left that didn't want to engage with these people. They're all racist. They're all, and just dismissed. Basket of deplorables, like Hillary Clinton said. And I said, we got to do something about this. CPI is a result. CPI is a result of my revelations internationally and my understanding and my frustration and my desire to take this seriously. And that's why CPI is still here. And that's why I will continue to do this. I will say, I won't say who, but I got multiple messages that really all traced back to one particular leftist personality who said to me, Caleb, you should stop organizing. You should stop organizing. Just be a social media commentator. And I heard that and I said, I don't know what that means. And I said to the person, honestly, I don't know what that means. For me, being a communist is about building an organization. It is about building a group. It is about getting things done. If I was just a writer or just a speaker or just a commentator on the internet, maybe I'd comment on science fiction novels. Maybe I'd comment on basketball or football. But if I'm talking about communism, I'm doing it because I want to change the world. I'm doing it because I want to build an organization. I read the literature I read communist literature, William Z. Foster, Gus Hall. It's all about building an organization. It's not about, getting points on social media. It's not about having the best edgy take that everyone retweets. It's about actually building an organization. That is the point. Karl Marx said that philosophers have long sought to analyze the world. The point, however, is to change it.
And I think when I keep seeing investment banker and when I keep seeing Rhodes Scholar, particularly with the Democrats, it's telling me something. John Conyers, as you knew, I was good friends with Mr. Conyers. He used to come on my radio show all the time. And he got hell on, he told me they gave him hell on Capitol Hill because at the time, his chief of staff went to Howard University Law School, not Yale or Harvard or one of the acceptable places. And that was like they hassled him every day. There were meetings where she would come into the meeting and like the people wouldn't speak to her. Other staff members and other people wouldn't speak to her because, she didn't go to the right. It's stuff's interesting, Caleb.
Well, you mentioned John Conyers. I will never forget. It is burned in my memory. In 2008, the summer that Barack Obama became president of the United States, I was 19 years old and I was an intern for a group in Detroit that was fighting for a moratorium on home foreclosures. And there was an anti-war group in Detroit called MCOWI, the Michigan Emergency Committee Against War and Injustice. And every Wednesday they had their meeting. And so we were having our weekly meeting. There were 10 or 15 people in this little, leftist office, where they got Marx books and, posters of Che Guevara or whatever. And out of the blue, somebody walks in. It's Congressman John Conyers, right? And he gives a vote for Barack Obama pitch. But it was a very interesting one. What he said, there's an economic crisis here. Our economy is falling apart, but it's also falling apart in the Middle East. And, in a lot of these Middle Eastern countries, America is backing dictators. And with the economy getting worse, there's going to be a lot of young men who don't have jobs, and they're going to go out in the streets and overthrow those dictators. And so we need a man who can relate to those Middle Eastern countries in office, and that Barack Obama can do it. And I didn't think much of that at the time. I thought it was kind of a weird thing to say. John Conyers was basically telling us the Arab Spring was going to happen. Right. And I mean, he was a member of Congress. He had intelligence briefings, and that shows you that kind of talk was around there. Now, I think John Conyers is an anti-imperialist, a good guy. I'm sure he didn't want the Arab Spring to go the way it did, but he had probably read some briefings and some information about what they were planning to do with this new invention called Facebook, this new invention called Twitter and such. And he had some inside information. And I remember sitting there and hearing that. The other thing about John Conyers that I understand, if I understand correctly, his parents were members of the Communist Party USA, right? They were, in the 1930s, they were leaders of the Communist Party, but then they left when the Khrushchev revelations happened in the 50s. And then his claim to fame, he was known as kind of a radical young lawyer. But then I guess when the rioting happened in Detroit, after the death of Martin Luther King Jr., he went out into the streets with a bullhorn and created peace or something. Is that's where his career
I've heard
came
that.
from.
I've heard that stuff. That
yeah.
Also.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Detroit was one of the only cities where the communist groups of the 1970s really gained a foothold. Right. There was something called the Dodge Revolutionary Union Movement, which was auto workers that were there was black auto workers. At first the UAW wouldn't hire any black people. But then after the rioting, they said, OK, we can hire some black people. And they hired black people. But those workers were not being respected by the union. So they formed something called the Dodge Revolutionary Union Movement, or DRUM. And they led wildcat strikes. They would go on strike without the permission of the union. And there was a lawyer named Ken Cockrell. who became very popular. And eventually Coleman Young became the first black mayor of Detroit. And Coleman Young was a good friend of the Communist Party USA, was a good friend with different Maoist communist groups. And, you know, it was like Detroit in the 70s was a very, very radical place because it was really, you know, the black community was rising up against racism, the Black Panthers, et cetera. But there was like an economic downturn that went with it, and it was Motor City. And so industrial unions were a big part of it. It was part of it. It was a perfect storm. There's a book called Detroit, I Do Mind Dying, which goes over that history. In Detroit, I mean, John Conyers comes out of that political atmosphere. And, you know, I spent some time in Detroit, you know, in my 20s, you know, doing political organizing there, and that the labor unions have a lot more influence in Detroit. And even today, you can kind of see when I was living in Detroit that summer, the mayor, he was Kenneth Cockrell Jr. He was the son of that communist lawyer who had led all those strikes back in the 70s. He was just a regular Democrat, but you know, his family namesake was that everyone knew him because he'd been related to this radical lawyer, right? And Detroit is an interesting place, right? In the 1970s, there was a big effort to build a communist movement in the United States, people that had been involved in the civil rights movement, people had been involved in the anti-Vietnam War movement, but it wasn't successful, largely because you had this big middle class of well-paid industrial workers who didn't want to hear it. But in a couple places, they did have modest success. Detroit was one of those places. It's kind of an interesting story. And so I'm particularly interested when you say the name John Conyers. I think of that radical history. And I think about my time in Detroit. Yeah.
Well, you know, people know my history. Know when I was with the governor, I was a police official in Maryland, and one of the things I used to do was that used to happen. I would go around the country, various jurisdictions would. I'd go into deal with their promotional help to oversee their promotional the rules and regulations, and sometimes the process to make sure that it was fair and stuff like that. And in the year 2000, the city of Detroit brought me in to do that. I was there for, 2 or 3 weeks working with their promotional process of the police department. And I learned that a very interesting city. Very different and unique. It's a very, very unique culture. One of the things that was interesting was this was 2000, and like you saw cars from all over I'm in Maryland, DC, everything Mercedes or Toyota or whatever, Datsun, whatever back then. When I went to Detroit, I saw nothing but American cars. And all the people had Vets and Cadillacs and everything, because if you worked for the car company that made Vets, the workers got them for next to nothing, and they just like got another one every year. So all these people in Detroit are driving around with the sweetest American cars you can have. But there were also like these classic American cars, like 1970 something station wagons, things like that people have, that were beautiful. I mean, they were factory beautifully kept. And so you could really see the cultural effect of the auto industry there. And in talking to the people, you could just tell that there was something really, really different and unique about Detroit. But a big part of it was, as unions were dying, the auto industry still had that UAW. And so the UAW had power. And the UAW was so big, there was these gigantic buildings. I remember I stayed at this hotel called like Greek something or other. It had like the largest indoor waterfall in the world in this beautiful Greek hotel, right? And this hotel, it was in Greektown or whatever it was. But near it, there was this huge complex of these giant buildings. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And they said, oh, that's, I think, like Blue Cross Blue Shield. It was the buildings for the medical benefits for the UAW workers. And so the medical benefits were handled through these buildings. And so there was an unbelievable amount of people that worked there, and you just saw, what I saw in Detroit was industrial America. That's what I really saw. I saw industrial America in a way that I had never seen industrial America concentrated in an area, and also in the cars and the things that were made there, where everything around you screamed, there's an industry here. People are making money. People are getting paid. People, working class people are living well. They're proud of it. They got benefits. And then, of course, Detroit, neoliberalism, Detroit with the bloody hell. But Detroit was a very interesting town. People who didn't get to experience it during the period when it was in its heyday really missed something.
Yeah, well, I mean, at one point, their right to have an elected mayor was taken away from them. They would impose like a city manager on them because they were in debt, right? And that was a big thing, that this kind of austerity government was imposed on them. And that more recently, they were turning off people's water. And there were whole sections of the city where people didn't have water. And the United Nations got involved and said, you got to stop this. This is a violation of human rights. And that was pretty wild. I mean, the other thing about Detroit in this most recent election is that there's a lot more, Dearborn, Michigan, which is the suburb of Detroit that was created by Henry Ford as his like model city. There's more Arab Americans there than in any other part of the country. It's like the highest concentration of Arab Americans. The mayor of Hamtramck, which is like another suburb of Detroit that is now majority Muslim, used to be majority Polish, now it's majority Muslim. The guy's an Arab Muslim. He endorsed Donald Trump in the election this time, and that the Muslims of the Detroit area overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump, largely because they don't want their kids to get LGBT education in the school, right? And I think it's about something more than that. Somebody who's been there and talked to people there, I think it's about something more than that, which is that the Democratic Party in that city is very much an African-American party. And there is tension between Arab Americans and African-Americans. And I think that the Arab American community doesn't appreciate African-American control of the Democratic Party. So there's kind of an ethnic thing going on. So the Muslims there don't like the Democratic Party because it's controlled by, another ethnic group. I think there's something ethnic related to it. But you saw there were protests by Muslims against the LGBT books in school. We all knew about like the Tea Partiers going out and doing that, but everyone was kind of surprised when the Muslim community of Detroit went out and protested, and was going to town hall meetings against the LGBT books and stuff like that. And then Donald Trump, when he was in Detroit, he brought the mayor of Hamtramck onto the stage with him. And he said, look, I think Donald Trump is more likely to make peace in Palestine than Kamala Harris is, and I'm voting for him. Now, the big thing was that nationally, especially in Minnesota, Illinois, places like that, Muslims voted for Jill Stein, not Kamala Harris, right? The Council of American Islamic Relations voted for Jill Stein, but in Detroit, they voted for Trump. And that's big. That's big. I mean, we're going to have to see what that means. The Republican Party is in a really weird spot. My prediction has been, and I think it's going to take some time, right? I mean, this is generational. I think that, during the Cold War, the Republican Party was like the hardline party of America, right? And then the Democrats were like the liberal opposition. It was like, if you don't fully agree with the wars, if you're critical, then you're a Democrat. If you're a hardcore believer in the military and all that, you're a Republican. Now it's flipped. Now the Democrats are the hardcore party of American imperialism. And the Republicans, I think, are going to gradually turn into kind of a catch-all populist party. If you're against the establishment in any way at all, you're going to be a Republican. The Democrats, with this kind of wokeism is the new line. It used to be we invaded countries to stop communism or whatever. Now we invade countries to spread human rights and all of that in the name of this like progressive stuff. So that's the Democrat Party line. And if you're a conservative who doesn't agree with that, if you're a libertarian who doesn't agree with that, or I think if you're a Bernie kind of person, a Bernie Sanders kind of person, social democrat, whatever, if you don't agree with that, I think the Republican Party is going to be your new home, right? Because increasingly the rhetoric of the Democrats has become, it's not left, it's just kind of believe the establishment. If you don't buy what the mainstream media is saying, you're spreading conspiracy theories. If you question U.S. foreign policy, you're repeating Russian propaganda. That's how the Republicans used to talk. That's McCarthy-era Republican talk. And the Democrats are becoming the establishment party. The Republicans will be the kind of catch-all anti-establishment populist party. And I think this Muslim shift is a sign of that. Because during the Bush years, could you have ever imagined Republicans voting for Bush? They never, Bush, like, hating Muslims was what he was all about. And there's still plenty of that in the Trump camp, no question about it. But I see a shift coming.
One last thing I'd like to ask you before we go.
Yes.
Putin says he does not believe Trump is safe after assassination attempts. Now, this is in Reuters, and it goes on for Putin to say this and that. He cited the uncivilized methods used to battle against Trump up to and including an assassination attempt more than once. By the way, in my opinion, he is not safe now, says Putin. You know, do you get the feeling that Putin's saying that because his intelligence leaders are saying to him, Trump's not safe? That, I don't know. I mean, let's face it, these intelligence agencies have ways of getting in.
Is because I interacted with somebody. There was somebody I came across, and they had worked with Kamala Harris's father, Donald Harris. And they told me about that. And so I started doing research because, you remember when Barack Obama was running for president? We learned everything there was to know about, his mother, Ann Dunham, his father from Kenya, his grandparents, and everything, Jeremiah Wright, and the school in Indonesia. But no one knows anything about Kamala Harris. Nothing. I mean, we know nothing. We know that she was in Congress. She gave some great speeches, and now she's potentially the next president. We know nothing about her. Well, her father is Donald Harris, who is a Marxist economist who taught at Stanford University. He was an advisor to the government of Michael Manley, the kind of socialist president of Jamaica, kind of a Bernie Sanders president of Jamaica for a long time. And he and her are not on speaking terms. He denounced her presidential campaign in 2020. And there's a story there. There's a lot there. And no one wants to talk about it. I dug into it and did the research.
And why did he? Now, it had something to do with her disparaging Jamaicans as pot-smoking potheads, right?
Well, yes. So what happened was she was on a radio show called The Breakfast Club. And she was asked if she'd ever smoked marijuana. I don't know if you remember this. And she said, oh, yeah, that she smoked weed when she was in college. And then they asked her what music she listened to when she smoked weed. And she said Snoop Dogg. And that was interesting because Snoop Dogg had not yet released an album at the point when she was in college. So that's interesting. But regardless, she then said, half my family's from Jamaica. What do you think? And Donald Harris heard about this, and he didn't particularly care for it. And he published an essay called Reflections of a Jamaican Father. And in that essay, he reveals that it looks an awful lot like Kamala Harris lied in her autobiography. In her autobiography, The Truths We Hold, she says that when her parents divorced when she was a small child, the only thing they fought over was the books. Oh, doesn't that sound nice? They only fought over the books. Well, Donald Harris reveals they actually fought over who got custody of Kamala and her sister. There was a custody battle. And in that custody battle, they played up the stereotype of Jamaican men and black men as not good fathers, as pot smokers, as lazy, etc. And that stereotype that she invoked of Jamaicans as, joy-seeking, I forget the language he exactly used, but, that was used to deprive him of the ability to see his daughters. So he particularly took issue from it. He denounced her presidential campaign. He called it a travesty of identity politics, and he said he speaks for her entire Jamaican family. He did not attend her inauguration as vice president. Her mother is deceased, and Kamala Harris talks about her mother endlessly. Her mother is like a saint. But her father, nobody talks about the fact that she has this father who taught Marxist economics at Stanford University, etc. And there's a lot there if you dig into it. That is particularly surprising. If Barack Obama had a Marxist father, we would have heard about it endlessly. But nobody wants to talk about Kamala Harris and her estrangement from her father in Jamaica.
The thing is, we talked about this yesterday or the other day. It would be a mistake for Trump to come at her as being some kind of far left Marxist radical, because she's not. She's not. She is a very much an authoritarian enemy of black people, lock 'em up cop, and a tool of the military-industrial complex and Wall Street, along with Big Pharma. So she is a corporate puppet. She's all the bad things you would think of. I used to equate with being right wing, but now things are flipping around. So I don't know, those terms don't mean anything anymore. So, but yeah, she's not a far leftist. Ed, would you consider her a far left? You wrote the book.
No, not at all. I mean, what is interesting, though, is that, her parents certainly were on the far left when they met each other.
Right.
They met each other at the free speech movement in Berkeley. They were part of, left-wing protests. They were most likely in some kind of communist organization at that time. We don't know exactly, but her father was a Marxist economist. They were both attending protests. But what's interesting, and I talk about this in the first chapter of the book, is that, Berkeley in the early 60s was not only the center of, protest movements for civil rights, the free speech movement at UC Berkeley. It was also the center of all kinds of CIA programs intended to manipulate left-wing politics. Starting with the downfall of McCarthy in the late 50s and early 60s, the U.S. government started covertly funding various leftist and communist groups while manipulating and crafting their politics to serve a different agenda. The Bay Area was the center of Project MKUltra, where the CIA was distributing LSD, throughout civilian areas, just handing acid to people, etc. And there was all kinds of manipulation of the politics of the Bay Area. And her parents were heavily involved in that. And that is particularly interesting when you look into it. Kamala Harris talks about how when she grew up in the Bay Area, she attended a cultural center called Rainbow Sign. And it was a cultural center connected with James Baldwin and I believe Ralph Ellison and some other black intellectuals who were being promoted by the CIA as an alternative to the communist wing of black liberation. This was the time when you had the Black Panthers that were rising, Huey Newton in Oakland and others. And so this was a cultural center that was being funded and promoted to kind of push black radicals in a direction that was less dangerous to the establishment. And that's particularly interesting when you look into it. There's a lot there if you look into Kamala Harris and her background. And the fact that no one wants to talk about her father. And when it really gets down to it, the fact that the most epic political knockout was delivered in 2020 by Tulsi Gabbard. Do you remember that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
We played
why
on...
did
I was there when that happened.
Yeah, it was amazing. I've never seen, she just used her very limited time on the debate stage. Hey folks, so we've all heard about the Berlin Wall. We all know how the Berlin Wall is discussed in American media and American discourse. The idea is that the Berlin Wall was this big, huge wall in order to cage people in East Germany because socialism and communism are so evil that everyone wants to escape and everyone wants to get out. And they had to build a big, huge wall in order to keep people in. And that's why America is the greatest country in the world and Western capitalism is the best system ever. And if you don't think that, you're crazy and brainwashed. That's what we've all heard about the Berlin Wall. And it's not exactly accurate. And if you actually understood the Berlin Wall, and if average Americans actually understood the Berlin Wall and what was really going on there, they would be furious. Folks, we need to understand what brain drain is, right? In the United States, if you go to the doctor, you go to a company that has engineers, very skilled people, often you'll notice that those people are not from the United States. Those people are from India or Russia or China, or many countries around the world. And why is that? The United States has a policy of working very, very hard to import doctors, engineers, technicians, scientists. This has been a long-standing aspect of the U.S. economy. We bring skilled people from developing countries to the United States. And of course, we were doing this during the Cold War. In fact, this policy really got going during the Cold War. And it was very, very effective because it was a way to drain these socialist countries of Eastern Europe, East Germany, Romania, Czechoslovakia, the Soviet Union, China. It was a way to drain them of the intellectual capital they needed In order to build up their countries, they needed engineers, they needed doctors, they needed scientists. So the United States went out of its way to start recruiting those people from socialist countries, offering them very, very large salaries, giving them, guaranteed visas, doing everything they could to strip the socialist countries of their intellectuals. Most people living in East Germany did not want to leave. Most people living in East Germany, factory workers, for example, teachers, people in communities, they were happy with the job security. In fact, polls show that all across Eastern Europe, Romania, Czechoslovakia, Poland, people say life was better under socialism. People were not clamoring to leave, clamoring to adopt free market capitalism. The people who wanted to leave were the skilled folks who were being courted by Western capitalism. And the Berlin Wall was erected as a mechanism for keeping those folks from leaving because the rest of the population depended on them. If you didn't have engineers, you couldn't build new power plants. You need electrical engineers. You didn't have, doctors. People couldn't get the medical care they needed. And it was an effort to strip those Eastern European and socialist countries of these skilled professionals and highly educated people that they needed. It was an effort to strip these countries, to conduct brain drain that motivated the socialist government to build the Berlin Wall. And what more, right? This brain drain effort has not just been bad for people in countries around the world, and it still continues. It's not just socialist countries. They do it to countries like India, countries like Nigeria, countries like, all kinds of countries. Modern Russia has a big problem with brain drain. And they do it, and not only is it bad for countries in the developing world because they're stripped of their highly skilled and high-performing people, often people that they educate at the national expense. These governments spend lots of money to educate engineers and scientists and doctors, and then the United States, pulls them out. But on top of that, it's bad for us here in the United States. Folks, our education system in the United States sucks. Let's be real. Our education system in the United States is an epic disaster. Americans cannot find their own country on a map. Our math and science scores in the United States are horrendous compared to other countries. And you know why that is? Well, it's okay. We don't need engineers and scientists in the United States. We can import them from India. We can import them from Czechoslovakia. We can import them from Russia. We can import them from China. We don't need to train our engineers. So our politicians have let our education system crumble because it's understood that we can take the intellectuals and scientists from developing countries. So this has been bad for us, and it's also been bad for the people in the developing countries. The people in the developing countries don't have the engineers and scientists they need, number one. And furthermore, right, we in the United States have a crumbling educational system where people aren't learning basic facts. It's a disaster. And that's what the Berlin Wall was really about. I'm not saying it was the right thing to do. I don't know what I would have done if I were the leader of East Germany. I don't know if I would have built the Berlin Wall or the anti-fascist protection wall like they did. I'm not saying it was necessarily the right thing to do. But what I'm telling you is that what it was built in response to is something that has hurt us Americans. Our educational system is a joke. During the election, Donald Trump said that he was going to force Apple to start making iPhones in the United States. And Apple responded. There was an article in Bloomberg News where they pointed out that even if Apple chose to make its iPhones in the United States, we don't have enough engineers. We don't have enough trained, skilled personnel to make iPhones in the United States. Our educational system is in shambles. People don't know math. People don't know science. We are facing a big, big problem, right? And it's because of this policy. It's bad for Americans. It's bad for people in the developing world. The only people it's good for are Wall Street. The bosses and bankers, the billionaire monopolists that run the United States have set up a global system of monopoly capitalism. And it is driving people all over the world into greater poverty. Not only is it driving countries in Africa and Asia and Latin America into poverty, but furthermore, it is driving the United States into poverty. Imagine if all these young people throughout the Midwestern states of the United States and in the southern regions and parts of this country that are just dying where people don't have proper drinking water, where there's opioids that is just conducting a horrendous, decimation and death of the population. Imagine if all these parts of the United States where things are just crumbling, we had young people being given proper education and growing up to become engineers and scientists. Imagine we were trying to make our population smarter here in the United States, not trying to make it stupider, right? Not dumbing down everything. Imagine that children in the United States were trained to be intelligent. Imagine that we had to find engineers and scientists and doctors from our own population. Things would be a lot better here in the United States. We'd have a much better economy, but that's not the reality, right? If you can understand why the Berlin Wall was built, you shouldn't be mad at socialism. You should be mad at American capitalism and the fact that we in the United States and people all over the world have been basically screwed by this brain drain policy that is destroying countries all over the world and destroying the United States so that Wall Street and the billionaires can make lots of profits.
One of the reasons why I'm excited that your book has kind of caught on is for exactly this reason. It's not just about Kamala Harris. It's about a much deeper analysis of politics and the class forces behind and all those interests. But I did just want to ask you in general about anti-imperialism. Why has anti-imperialism historically been such a core component of class politics? And what is the difference between being anti-war and being anti-imperialist?
Well, my understanding is that imperialism refers to a system. Capitalism in its monopolistic stage. And it's very interesting because that is the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, right? Lenin talks about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And what really defines imperialism is holding back economic development. It's preventing countries from being able to take control of their own economy and resources, and instead having what he calls the export of capital, where instead of, it used to be we exported tires or we exported cars. Now we export the corporation, right? McDonald's is spread all over the world. We don't export French fries, we export McDonald's, right? And it's about the export of capital and preventing countries from developing their own industries and keeping countries in poverty, holding back economic development. Now, that was the understanding that the Bolsheviks and the Soviet Union had. And that's why right after the Bolsheviks took power, they gave military support to the Emir of Afghanistan. And he was a conservative monarchist, but he was fighting the British Empire. And they said, that works for us. And they convened the Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku. And they said, hey, if you're going to fight the British Empire, we're with you because imperialism is the enemy. And when you talk about being a component of class politics, you can even go back to Marx, right? In Marx's day, Ireland was fighting for its independence. And Karl Marx, he wrote a very important letter where he said the duty of working class radicals and Marxists and socialists in Britain is to support the Irish freedom struggle everywhere and to get the English workers to see the victory of the Irish people against the British Empire, not as a question of abstract justice, but as a matter of their own liberation, right? I think A.J. Muste, who was a kind of a Christian socialist pacifist, he would say our real enemy is at home. And that is what anti-imperialism is. It's the understanding that these countries around the world that are struggling against the domination of big banks and corporations from the West are our allies in the struggle against the big corporations here. Right. And that ultimately, we don't have an interest in helping, ExxonMobil, BP and Bank of America take over the world. And in fact, we're getting screwed by Bank of America and ExxonMobil right here. And so we have a common interest with people around the world that are struggling against them. Now, that was the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, but I've been to Iran where they are definitely not Marxists. They are very religious. But, they studied Lenin in Iran and they studied the economics of imperialism. And, Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic, he talked about American economic imperialism. And the Bolivarian countries, they are socialists, but they incorporate Roman Catholicism, indigenous ideology. They have this understanding. And, you go around the world today, the classic Soviet-style Marxism is not really in fashion anymore. But this understanding of what imperialism is and that it's a system, that is very much the global understanding. And I do maintain that understanding. I'm at the point where, it's funny, I wrote this book 4 years ago. I don't call myself a communist as much now because, I know what I believe. My beliefs haven't changed. But if you say communist now, people think you're woke. And I'm not. I'm not woke. And I've been to communist countries. They are not woke. But if it used to be in America, if I told people I was a communist, they would say, how could you be that? And I could say, well, let me tell you all about it. Nowadays, if I tell people I'm a communist, they go, "Oh, I know what you are. You're 17, you have purple hair, and you think all Republicans are Nazis, and you're obsessed with the trans thing." That ain't me. That's not what I believe, and it ain't what they believe in Venezuela. It's not what they believe in Vietnam. It's not what they believe in China. It's not what the countries around the world struggling against imperialism believe. So the term that I've started to use to describe myself, I say that I am an innovationist. Because if you look at the world, right, the underlying question, and this is what that last 10 pages that you didn't get to, Russell, are about, is that human beings...
That's what I said, the reveal.
Yeah, human beings are creative creatures. We are constantly reinventing our relationship with our environment. And human technology, we're constantly moving to a higher plane. Ants have been building their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 7,000 or 8,000 years, we've gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, to iPhones, to artificial intelligence. We constantly reinvent our relationship with Mother Nature to make it serve us in a more efficient way, to expand our population, to increase our life expectancy, to make life more comfortable. That is the nature of what it means to be a human being, as we're constantly trying to expand. And right now we are in a crisis because human brilliance has outstripped the narrow horizons, the narrow limits of production organized for profit. And what we need is a rationally organized economy so we can keep inventing, keep expanding, keep having our life expectancy grow, keep expanding our population. Well, taking it back to that Eastern establishment, the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the British Empire, they say that the solution right now is that we have to degrow. We have to reduce consumption because the problem is that there's too many people. They are not Marxists. They are Malthusians, right? They blame the economic crisis that we're in the world on overpopulation, and that their solution to save the global economic system and conveniently let them stay at the top of it is to prevent growth around the world. And they see anti-imperialist countries that have broken out of their system, as the main target. Because what are they doing? They're growing. That's what they do. When countries break out of Western domination and imperialism, they start growing and building and electrifying and wiping out illiteracy and bringing their people up. And that is seen as a threat to the environment. And Biden openly said so when he was running for president. If you read his essay, America Must Lead Again, he said, we're going to stop China from building power plants in Africa, right? That's what they want. To save their system, they want degrowth. And that is what fascism is. And that is what fascism has always been. Fascism is not an aesthetic. Fascism is not being racist. People have been racist before. People have been militaristic and authoritarian before. Fascism is when, in a long-term economic crisis, the government kind of locks down society and forcibly degrows, right? They created a slave labor underclass in Nazi Germany. They forced women out of the workforce to get rid of unemployment. They rebooted the economy by creating, lots of military spending. Fascist economics is trying to save the capitalist system with forcible, heavy-handed degrowth. And I must say, I agree with a lot of what Trumper folks say, but they seem to think that this Malthusianism from the World Economic Forum and all of that is Marxism and communism. And I have the painful and difficult task of saying, well, actually, it's not. And if you go to any Marxist or communist country, that's clearly not the case. But that is what the woke people believe, and a lot of them think they're Marxists, so I can understand why you're confused, right? And I can understand why it's confusing. And also, let me add that socialism in our time and anti-imperialism, a really big part of it nowadays is small business owners, right? Vietnam, the way they've had their economic miracle is with their enabling people to start their own businesses. They call it a socialist-oriented market economy. Nicaragua, I've been there. I was an elections monitor there. They have what they call a micro entrepreneurship program where the government loans money to people to start their own businesses, worker cooperatives, and that is the strength of their socialist economy in Nicaragua. And that 21st century socialism is all about enabling people to start their own business and be creative and all of that, and subsidizing them in doing so in coordination with an overall planned economy. So the state is kind of making sure there's constantly growth. And then what is the ultimate goal? Is a world with so much growth and so much wealth that the need for a government can fade away, that people can just do what they feel like doing. Labor becomes life's prime want, meaning people work to entertain themselves, to get joy from being creative, not because it's a necessity. A society where there's so much wealth and abundance that there's really no need for anyone to hoard anything, and everyone's pretty much equal because there's enough for everybody. That's the ultimate goal. And Marx talked about the higher stage of communism. He's talking of a world of vast wealth and vast abundance, right? And And so I tell people I'm an innovationist because I believe innovation is the essence of what I'm for. I believe in human beings and our creative power. And I believe that we can revolutionize our relationship with the environment and get to a higher plane. And, you know, I think that's what it means to be a socialist or a communist in our time, but that's not what it means to most people. So I now, you know, my organization is called the Center for Political Innovation, and I'm saying I'm an innovationist.
The reason that we have the largest prison population in the entire world is because a number of our prisons are not owned by the government. We have private prisons. A corporation gets paid for every person that's locked up. They have an incentive to keep crime going. This is insane capitalism. One of the biggest myths we hear the defenders of neoliberalism and markets, they put forward this idea that markets are the only way to have innovation and creativity. If you think that the free market and capitalism promotes innovation, tell me, why does Hollywood make the same movie over and over and over again? Yes, capitalists take risks, but they'd prefer not to. They want to have a secure investment. They want to maximize profit. When were the first computers created? There's many different debates about this. A lot of people trace computers back to the Second World War. This wasn't an innovation of the market. This was when Franklin Roosevelt went to the corporations and said that if we're going to win this war, you're not going to be free to do whatever is profitable. You're going to do what's in the interest of the country and in the interest of the people. And that's how the fascists were defeated. And that's how we got computers. One thing that they often say, and I must talk about this, when we talk about the global economic crisis, the Western media has one answer. They think they can explain it with one word. If you ask them why there are economic problems in the world, they say China. That's all they have to say. They don't really explain it. But let's get into what's behind this Chinese slowdown. Back in the 1920s and 30s, China was the sick man of Asia. A very large percentage of the people were drug addicts. British had actually forced China to import narcotics when they tried to stop the importation. A lot of major parks in China had signs, and the signs actually said no dogs or Chinese allowed. Can you imagine how humiliating that was for a people with such a vibrant history as the Chinese? You see, history's been rewritten by the Western imperialists. We're taught in the United States that Asia, Africa, and Latin America have always been poor. This is a lie. When my ancestors in Ireland and France were living in caves, people on this continent had vibrant civilization. The Incas, the Aztecs, the Mayas. The Middle East was the cradle of civilization, with Hammurabi and Mesopotamia and Persepolis. The African continent had Timbuktu. They built the pyramids. The Western colonizers are not civilizing people. They're not developing people. When the British Empire went to India, they didn't put the people of India to work in the textile mills. They burned the textile mills of India, and they forced the people of India to buy their cloth from Britain. Look at Mexico today. Once there was a vibrant agricultural industry in Mexico. Since the intervention of Western corporations, millions of Mexican farmers have been tossed out their land, and now they're forced to import food from the United States. For centuries prior to 1949, the West had been investing in China. They'd been doing business there, but the people were poorer than they ever had been. But 1949 changed everything. A new government came into power. Prior to 1949, China had no steel production whatsoever. With Soviet assistance, they launched their steel industry in the 1950s. China began to produce its own cotton and its own clothing. They built power plants and hospitals. In 1961, the Soviet Union cut off aid to China. For a brief time, they tried to have the most egalitarian kind of utopian system that they could have. In 1978, Deng Xiaoping said, "To get rich is glorious." Now, many see this statement as somehow an embracement of capitalism, but it was the opposite. He said, poverty is anti-communist, but to get rich is glorious. He said that China could not become prosperous by redistributing poverty, that huge efforts had to be made to increase the productive forces. Wall Street started investing in China, but it was tightly controlled. The Chinese Communist Party keeps a firm hand on all the corporations. They only do business for the benefit of the country. There's no other society on earth that has ever executed billionaires. But every Chinese business owner knows that if he gets on the wrong side of the Communist Party, he could be dead. Recently, the owners of the McDonald's meat supplier, it's a U.S.-owned corporation called OSI, they were serving rotten meat to the public. The Communist Party bosses in Shanghai brought them out of their offices in handcuffs. So what is this Chinese slowdown? China has stood up. What started in the mountains with Mao Zedong and the 8th Route Army has drastically changed the world's situation. 50% of the world's steel is produced in China's government-owned steel industry. China makes its own cars, its own cell phones, its own satellites. The Chinese slowdown is simply the fact that China is no longer buying things from the colonizers and the imperialists. Wall Street bankers can't depend on making money from China because the Chinese people don't have to buy it from them anymore. The Chinese people have stood up and they have their own economy. Now, there are problems on the stock market, but the Chinese stock market is very small. Less than 2% of the population is invested in it. But the wages of Chinese industrial workers increased by 14% in 2012. The world tourism industry is having a boom because there's a new wave of Chinese people going on vacation. First time in the history of their families. China has lifted itself up out of poverty. It has taken control of its resources and its economy, and now it's leading the world. If I've learned anything from Bill Doors, the economist who taught me, who got me to think beyond ideology and about economics, is that the imperialists don't want to make people rich. They don't want to lift people up. They don't want to stabilize. They want to tear things down so people are dependent on them. There's a lot of confusion about capitalism and socialism. In the US, we have a guy named Bernie Sanders. He's running for president as a socialist. When they asked him what socialism means, he says socialism is a government that works for everyone. By his definition, every candidate would be a socialist. None of the candidates say, I only want the government to work for some people. That's not very good campaign rhetoric. What is capitalism? Well, the best definition that I found comes from Frederick Engels. He said, under capitalism, the means of production only function as preliminary transformation into capital. Houses don't get built so people can live in them. Houses get built so landlords and bankers can make money selling and renting them. Food isn't produced so that people can eat it. Food is produced so that capitalists can make money selling it. This system based on naked self-interest can't be left to its own devices. So what is the alternative? Well, you can call it socialism. You can call it people's power, central planning. You can call it whatever you want. But the alternative is when rational human beings run the economy, not the chaos of the market. Give this alternative whatever name you want. It's defined by governments that are not accountable to Wall Street bankers, but accountable to the people from whom they govern. I'll tell you this, and I don't tell this to you as an American. I tell you this as somebody looking at the world economy, looking at what these oil bankers have done to the world. I've got to humbly urge you, don't give up Petrobras.
Desistam da Petrobras.
Don't let Rockefeller, Carnegie, DuPont, and Rothschild come into Brazil. Preserve the republic and the control of natural resources. The forces of evil behind modern international capitalism, they have no loyalty of any kind. They aren't patriotic, they aren't religious, they don't worship any god but money. They blindly...
information that we may not, know or understand, but for him to say that, in my opinion, he is not safe now. Your thoughts? Do you think that's just Putin saying, nah, I don't think he's safe. They already tried to kill him once. Or that maybe he is saying, not just in my opinion, but in the opinion of people close to me who have some very, very powerful ways of surveilling things that are going on around this planet. People are up to no good. Well, let me say this. In my opinion, he ain't safe there. So it doesn't take the FSB to figure that out from the other perspective.
Well, I'll say this, right? I have been in the room with Russian President Vladimir Putin about 4 times in my life. I actually got to talk to him directly. We had a direct exchange back in March. And I mean, people can laugh this off. People can roll their eyes. He's a genius. All right. I mean, and I'm not saying that, because of whatever. I'm saying that because you look at Russia, what it was like before he took office. You look at where Russia's at now. That's genius, right? I mean, he's got a PhD. He actually wrote his PhD thesis on how he was going to fix the Russian economy. And then he got elected and he did it. That's unheard of. We don't have politics like that in America. Okay. And on top of that, the reason that I would take what Putin says about this very seriously is Putin's background is the intelligence world, is the spy world. If there's anybody who knows, about things like assassinations and all of that, he knows all of that from the inside because he was KGB. I mean, that's his background, and the security services in Russia are very, very important in doing what they do. So I take that very seriously from him. I think he knows what he's talking about on that front. Let me also add that it looks like they've already got the fall guy. They're going to blame it on Iran, right? Yes, that's what, they've already decided that, they're already setting the stage that if it happens, it'll be Iran's fault, right? I mean, they're already running that narrative like crazy, even though Ukraine tried to do it right in front of our faces.
Right.
I mean, I mean, you know, Ryan Roth was a Ukrainiac. I mean, he fought in Ukraine, weird intelligence connections in Ukraine and all of that. And then he came back and tried to kill Trump. So at least one of the attempted assassins was directly tied to Ukraine. But that's not the narrative they're running with. They're running with, oh, it's Iran, it's Iran, it's Iran. And that scares me. That really, really scares me. And I don't trust J.D. Vance. I don't trust J.D. Vance, right? I mean, J.D. Vance
Peter
is
Thiel thing.
yeah, he's taken a lot of Trump's talking points. He sounds better than he used to, but I see him as very manufactured. He comes from, you know, he comes from the establishment. He's not like Trump. He's not a self-made man. So if the Russian president is saying that, I think he knows what he's talking about. And I would give that some credibility. And I hope that, you know, I'll just tell you this, you know, Huey Long, the governor of Louisiana, who was like a populist or whatever, one of the reasons they killed him was that he started realizing he wasn't so safe with his own security. So he started his own security guards, right? And he was in the process of setting up his own security guards to protect him because he had a feeling that the official security guards of Louisiana were not going to do their jobs. And that's when they killed him because they said, we're going to lose our chance. If I was Trump, I would get my own security guards. I wouldn't trust the Secret Service, right? After what happened and after, you know, I thought he should have changed his campaign theme song to the William Tell Overture, you know, because William Tell, right, they shot the apple off his head, right? I mean, that was, if you ever talk about a close call, I mean, that was wild. And I thought, by the way, when Trump survived that assassination attempt, that he won the election. Like it was over that day, right? I mean, the American people are going to vote for the underdog. They're going to vote for somebody, you know, if somebody is so much of a threat to the establishment that that's happening. It looks like it happened not just once, but twice. If that's the case, I mean, he won the election at that point. But my goodness, I hope he's able to not have any more problems like that. And I will say, you know, last time he was sworn in, there was chaos in the streets. I mean, I see that, you know, one of these fake socialist groups, the Party of Socialism and Liberation of Brian Becker, they're planning to be the stage managers of the protests. And they got boosted in The Guardian, right? Their little tiny presidential campaign that like barely anyone ever heard of got a big full page advertisement in the British Empire, the British propaganda mainstream media newspaper that smeared Assange, that fired Glenn Greenwald, The Guardian. And they're going to be running the protests. You know, I really hope that they will do everything in their power to make sure those protests are peaceful and make sure that, you know, that Trump takes office in a peaceful way. Because I can imagine there's provocateurs and all kinds of stuff all over DC that want Trump to take off.
Oh, can you hear me, Caleb?
There you go. Yeah, sorry about that. My mic shifted there, but yeah. So I want Trump to come into office, and I hope that we can, in our own way, nudge him to do as much good as we possibly can. And
that's all we can do.
Yeah, and again, I urge people, don't get powerless. The establishment wants you to feel like you have no power, you have no ability to change things. You do. And I see, like, my organization, CPI, we're a small organization. We have a Zoom call every Saturday. We have some conferences. We've made a huge splash, right? With the Kamala Harris book that we published, with the Peace MAGA banner, with all the things we've done over the years. I look at all we've accomplished. The idea that you're powerless and you can't change the world is a delusion. But it's a delusion a lot of people fall into because it's safer. Because if you actually get involved, then you can get let down, right? It's a safer place. If you just say, oh, we're all doomed, it's all hopeless, that's a safe place to hide from actually taking any responsibility and doing things. But I would argue that history isn't made by people who sit back and do nothing. And if you want to leave your mark on the planet and you want to make the world a better place, you want to use your human creative power and your ability and your energy to do good, I would urge you to try and get involved and try and push Trump to do good things, as hard as it might be. And that's what I would urge people to do. Take that attitude toward the next 4 years. It's going to be difficult, but those of us who have knowledge of all the things we just spent the last couple hours talking about, all of us who have that knowledge, we should use that knowledge to try and change the world.
And last but not least, let me put this up so people can see it in case they're wondering what CPI stands for. It is the Center for Political Innovation. right? That's we need a government of action to fight for working families. You see Caleb's people. There's Caleb, and there's his banner: peace with Russia, peace with China, no World War III, no police state. They are doing really, really good work. So keep up the good work. So go to cpiusa.org, the Center for Political Organization, Center for Political Innovation. That's Caleb's organization, and they're doing lots and lots of stuff. Caleb, well, I really appreciate you coming on. We've been on quite a while, and I look forward to, hopefully, maybe once a week or so, if your schedule works, we can get on and talk about all kinds of fun stuff.
Anytime. Best
All
wishes.
right.
Let's be in touch.
All right. Well, we got 1,038 people watching right here. So that means we should get 1,038 likes and subscribes and 1,038 posts. Everybody, as you know, stuff like this gets shadow banned and worse. So every single person, please share this on all your at least one of your social media platforms. If you're on X, I ain't. If you're on Telegram, if you're on Facebook, whatever the case may be, everybody share this on all your social media platforms. Certainly. Thank you very much. And we had a lot of fun and hope you enjoyed yourself. The great thing, I was going to say this: the mainstream media is dying, good damn riddance, dying. And one of the things that I think is important, that like everybody talks about the people that are talking, whether it's you or I or whoever, the Duran, whoever, right? But something that I think is very important, I noticed this. It's the chat. It's that people who are watching you and I, or your stream, my stream, whatever, they get to interact while they're watching. If they want to watch us run off at the yap for a while, they can. And then they'll drift away, and there'll be really good, productive conversations. I read the chats a lot of times after. Very productive conversations. Everything. There are people saying, it'll never work. We're all doomed. Oh, Caleb's a jerk. He's a Israeli, whatever. Garland's all full of lies. He's a puppet for Putin or something. Oh, and we even get the the PSYOP, Langley, Virginia guys. They're in there talking about God only knows, free Ukraine or something. But the bottom line is, that's something that you don't get if you're watching MSNBC, CNN, or Fox. You don't even have to call in like a radio show. You can sit there and you can interact for as much as you want. And I think that is what is important and critical. And one of the things that people like the most about alternative media. I really believe that, Caleb.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's interactive.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm tired. Caleb's tired. Thanks a lot, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it. And look, Caleb, don't forget, for those of you who haven't seen Caleb before, he has a great YouTube channel. He sees me lurking on there every time I turn around, look, he's on there. And I will put it on I got a couple televisions in the house. I'll put it on like a couple of different TVs, my YouTube. So when I walk from this room to that room to this room, I'm like, there's Caleb, there's Caleb, there's Caleb. And I'll just kind of lurk around and watch some of it as I'm doing different things. So I really enjoy Caleb's stream, and you will too. Make sure you go to his YouTube channel and you subscribe and all that kind of stuff. Thanks a lot, you all. We're out.
Hey everyone, it's Noah, and I guess this is my appeal to you to join CPI today on Black Friday, or whenever you end up seeing this. I wanted to talk a little bit about why I joined CPI and what it's done for me. So I guess we can roll back the clock to when I joined. So at the point when I began to consider joining CPI, I had been watching online from a distance for some time. And at that point in my life, I'll be honest, I was quite miserable. I had just dropped out of school because I could no longer afford to go. I had to move back in with my parents. I was sleeping on a couch. I was working a job that I hated, that afforded me no freedom. And I was about, I'm 5'7", I was 300 pounds. I was quite overweight. And, I was interested in changing the world. I had been interested in politics since I was very young. but it didn't really seem like something that I felt I was capable of doing. And what changed that for me was two things. On the one hand, around that time, I read Huey P. Newton's autobiography called Revolutionary Suicide. And in the beginning, there's a manifesto where he talks about misery and despair. At the time, he's talking about black young people, young men in particular, who have a high propensity to kill themselves. And he talks about how rather than giving into despair, which would be what he called a reactionary suicide, you should, instead of throwing your life in the garbage, what would be better to do is to give the whole of your life to the struggle for justice and to, not to wish death upon yourself or upon anyone, but, to accept the consequences of the kind of work that you do. And this resonated a lot with me because, as a young person, I struggled a lot with mental illness when I was younger. And I was in a really rough place in my life. And I saw, and I was at that point, I decided I was going to start getting my life together. And around this time, this was when CPI disillusioned for the first time when it disbanded. And I saw that this was a group of people who, who I'd been following for some time, on the internet. And I decided that for once I was going to get my life together. I was going to be a better person, and that part of being a better person, part of being true to myself and being honest with myself, with the reality, with coming to terms with the reality, with reality as I understood it through the study, through which I had only really, looked at from afar through books and etc., was to get involved with a real group that was doing things. And so when CPI came back together around December or November of that year, I joined. I decided I was going to do everything in my power to become a better person, and that part of being a better person for me was making a commitment to change the world, of staying with this organization and doing everything I could to make sure that CPI accomplishes its goals. And in doing so, I accomplished a lot of goals myself. I lost 100 pounds since I joined CPI. I work a job that allows me, gives me the ability, the time and the energy to do the activist work that is very important to me. And CPI has done so much for me. It's empowered me to speak and to be creative. And, I have comrades and people who I talked with regularly, as somebody who was very, very lonely up until that point. I've made so many friends, and, so I have the ability to go to meetings, and it's given me the ability to travel all around the world, to go to Russia, to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin, to do all these amazing things, to speak and to write. And, maybe that's not something that everybody would want to do, all those things in particular, but, there is an aspect of CPI that I think everybody can get behind, because I think that everybody wants to, to live their life better. And I think part of picking your life up is making a dedication to make the world better. Because there's a lot of self-help in the world, a lot of gurus, etc. And their idea of making your own life better is to sort of selfishly do everything in your power to get to the top of our society that is quite sick. And while I think that can be somewhat helpful, for a lot of people, I think it rings hollow. And I think that there are a lot of people in our society, many of whom are probably watching this stream, who understand that we live in a sick society, who understand that the world could be so much better and know that they could make a contribution, but I guess aren't willing to take that next step. And I guess my plea to you is to make that next step, because it is so worth it. It is so worth it to come to our weekly meetings and talk with like-minded people And CPI will empower you to unleash your potential as a person and to be creative. The process of changing the world is so fulfilling and so worth it. So yeah, anyway, I hope you guys have a good Black Friday. I hope you have a good holiday.
Fascinating. You talk to people who lived in socialist countries. This is where it gets interesting. If you ask them what they remember about the socialist countries that they liked, they'll tell you very strange things that sound a little bit weird. They'll tell you things like, quote, "We were happy all the time." Now, what does that mean? We were happy all the time. That can't be true. People must have lost relatives. People must have... But the state in the socialist countries cultivated happiness, right? The state worked very, very hard to try and keep people in an upbeat mood all the time, right? The state and this became even a thing that socialism was attacked for, right? They talk about some government bureaucrats saying the state orders you to be happy, the state orders you to be happy. But this was a reality, right? You listen to those Mao songs that people like, socialism is good, or without the Communist Party, there would be no new China. And they have this very upbeat, happy tone. The state was constantly working to make people happy, and it was constantly mobilizing people to get stuff done, to go out and build, to go out and construct, right? One thing I will say that I remember, and I'm very critical, I'm very frustrated with the communist groups I was in. But one thing that I thought was very, very good, I went to the memorial for a comrade who died. I'm not even going to say his name. But I remember that there was an individual who was in one of these parties that I was with for many years, and he died. And he was like 80 years old at the time that he died. And he was an older man, and he was Jewish, and he lived in New York City, and he was a communist. And he wore every day a ball cap, baseball cap, with Palestine on his hat. Every day, everywhere he went. He had an apartment in Manhattan, and he walked around, and he went to protests, and he volunteered, and he was retired. Everywhere he went, he wore a baseball cap with Palestine on it. And we know that in New York City, you're not going to get much love for wearing a Palestine baseball cap everywhere you go. It's not going to win you, a lot of friends and respect. But every time you saw this man, this older man, short, every time you saw him, he lit up. And he was constantly telling you, I just met someone the other day, 26 years old, and he told me that I was so cool for wearing this Palestine baseball cap, and he gave me thumbs up. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. Every time you saw him, I just gave the communist newspaper to somebody in Lower Manhattan, and he loved it, and he was going to get a subscription for his whole family. Every time you saw him, he was glowing with positivism. He would tell you positive things. Positive things. Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears movie. I haven't seen it. He would tell you positive things. And we know that when he was walking around Manhattan as an older Jewish American wearing a Palestine baseball cap, we know people went up to him and said, "You terrorist, you self-hating Jew, how dare you." But he never told us about that. Never did he ever tell us about that. Never. Never once did he ever tell us about that. You know that when he tried to give people the communist newspaper, people said to him, "Get that commie stuff away from me, you filthy, rotten communist." But he never told us about it. Never told us about it. Every time we saw him, every time we saw this older man, so upbeat, so charming, just a happy fellow. And he was constantly telling you, "Oh, I just gave the newspaper to this people." And he was giving you positive energy, right? And that was what made him such a special person.
He gave you energy to keep going on the socialist project and keep getting things done because he was putting out positivism. Really. It's really beautiful. And again, right, part of what made socialist culture, right, so powerful was that these people in these socialist and communist groups would encourage each other. And they were constantly full of positivism, and they were constantly pushing each other to do better and to do more and to get things going. It was really beautiful. And that was when these groups were at their strength, right? Not where they're at now, as they're isolated and whatnot. But when these groups were at their strengths, they eluded this kind of positive energy. And they would all be together, and they'd be working to carry out some goal. And it would be like the 5-year plans, right? That's what people, you talk to these older people who lived under Stalin and all that, they tell you about the 5-year plans. Crazy story here, right? I'm going way back. I'm going back to when I was younger, right? When I was a kid, right? My family, we're in this little small town area, but there was a program where you would host, you'd take out to dinner once a week a foreign student from a local college. So when I was 10 or 11 years old, we hosted, that meant we took them out to dinner once a week, a foreign student from Bulgaria. And I was 10 or 11, and he was 22. He'd been in the military in Bulgaria already. We talked to him, and we would ask him about his country and all of that. And I remember this foreign student we hosted from Bulgaria. We asked about communism. And of course, he was anti-communist. Yeah, it was awful, repressive, totalitarian regime, whatnot. I was 10. I didn't really know much. But I said something like, well, did anyone support the communists at the beginning? And I remember this 22-year-old Bulgarian student said, yes, yes, yes. And then he proceeded to tell me that his grandfather was one of the most loyal communists until the day he died. And I said, why? And he said, well, because after World War II, Bulgaria had no roads. And my grandfather was a young man, and the communists organized all these young people to go and build roads all over the country. And he said that his grandfather and all the young men from Bulgaria had gone out and paved roads all over the country. And they felt great about it. And they were doing something great and working for the country. And that every time he'd seen his grandfather, when this, decades later, his grandfather would go on about how great it was when Georgy Dimitrov and the Communist Party mobilized them all to go and build roads. They were working together, this collective effort. We are going to work together and build something new and engage in progress and build something and work hard and create something together, and it's going to be amazing. That was this glowing memory. That was the strength of the Soviet Union. That was the strength of China. That's the strength of Bolivarian socialism. It's this ability to get people in groups together and to get them thinking positively and get them working together for a joint goal, to get them aiming at the future, to get them having a positive attitude, right? Right? It's a kind of happiness. It's a kind of happiness that one doesn't get simply from making money. It's a kind of happiness one doesn't get from having sex and playing video games. It's a special kind of happiness, this feeling, I'm in a group of people, we have a goal we are working hard at, and we are going to work hard at it. We're going to sacrifice together. We're going to hold each other up. We're going to support each other. It's a kind of happiness that people experience in this society. People volunteer together. People in church groups feel it, but it's a special kind of happiness. And that special kind of happiness, that collectivism, that belief that we're all in this together, we're working hard, that is the special collective mindset, right? That really, really made what you could call really existing socialism or real socialism very powerful and continues to manifest itself even in 21st century socialism. And again, I'm talking psychologically here. I'm talking subjectively here. And forgive me, I'm not sticking to the classical Marxist narrative. I'm not talking about economic, numbers or dictatorship of the proletariat. I'm talking about how people feel, right? And I'm telling you that people felt that way when Roosevelt sent them out to build
build hospitals and schools, with the Works Progress Administration. People felt that way in the effort to defeat slavery. Abraham Lincoln pulled these feelings out of people. Strong, powerful, good leaders have the ability to pull this kind of feeling out of people. This selfless positivism, this joint effort. It's very, very beautiful. I'm talking about mindsets. I'm talking about psychology here. This isn't classical Marxist analysis, but I'm telling you that city builders, right? That's why I wrote this book, City Builders and Vandals in Our Age. The city building tendency has the ability to get people to experience a very special kind of happiness. The happiness, the love that comes from building and constructing and being part of a group and working very, very, very hard. That's what I'm trying to get at. Space Communist says, much love, brother, and thank you. I mean, I'm doing the best I can here, right? But this kind of mentality, this is what we're trying to do, right? This is very much what the Socialist Project is about. And I hope that I've addressed it.
And fanatically worship their own prophets. They obediently follow whatever the crazy, irrational, invisible hand of Adam Smith directs them to do. The only alternative to the insane greed that has seized the Western world is popular power. When the people stand arm in arm and fight for their rights, and they take control of the economy, and they force them to function for the good of the public, this is how the world changes. This is how people's lives improve. I'll just end. I was really touched to get this invitation to speak at a trade union conference. The first time I ever did anything in my life that one could call political, I was 10 years old. I didn't know anything about politics. But my mother in Ohio in the U.S., she was a librarian. And at her library, there was a problem of crime. And the librarians went to their bosses, and they demanded that security guards be put in the library. It's a very sensible demand. But the bosses refused. So the librarians went on strike. And I, as a small 10-year-old child, walked the picket lines with my mother. Her library was much safer than some of the other ones in the system. They didn't necessarily need security at their library. But when their sisters walked out, they walked out together. This is the union movement. This is solidarity. This is the hope for the human race. Long live CSB!
Vida longa CSB!
Long live Petrobras!
Viva Petrobras!
And long live popular power!
Viva o poder do povo!
Espera aí, companheiros, eu quero falar alguma coisa com ele aqui ao meu lado. Não é fácil para nós, por favor, Caleb. Please, come in. Side by side. Não é fácil. Vocês têm ouvido altas personalidades brasileiras tentando entregar a Petrobras. É emocionante para nós, numa central combativa, nacionalista, getulista, que defende a Petrobras, defende, inclusive, o monopólio do petróleo para todo o Brasil. Ouvir de um americano que vem aqui e pede, por favor, companheiros, defendam a Petrobras. É de emocionar o coração. Não bastasse, cara, todos os dados, todas as informações profundas e com conteúdo massivo, very deep, profundo, das informações que você colocou aqui, que nós vamos transformar numa brochura em português, para que todos nós, todos os dirigentes, além de colocarmos o filme que está gravado da sua palestra, com legenda, para que todo mundo compreenda claramente o que você quis dizer, para saber como é que funciona esse monopólio dos banqueiros do petróleo. E para entender efetivamente que o capitalismo, como você disse em outras palavras, não tem amigos. Capitalismo tem interesses. Eu estou profundamente orgulhoso de ter acertado no convite de nós trazermos o Caleb fazer essa apresentação para nós. E emocionado. Muito obrigado. Long life to you, Caleb.